Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Lily's first raid was a success, so we headed out to celebrate. She was glowing, right up until she remembered something I'd hoped she'd forget. Do you remember what I told you? Lily narrowed her eyes. When I got my strength back, I'd strangle you for what you put me through. I don't know what you're talking about. Shouldn't you be proud of yourself? I said, genuinely forgetting the threat. She said she'd strangle you. Ace added, flat as ever. My eye twitched. That's right, Lily said, leaping onto my back and locking in a choke. Take your punishment. The hugs of a cute girl are always welcome, I said, spreading my arms. Even intense ones. Do you even care that I'm trying to strangle you? I care. I'm just enjoying the hug. I'll get you for this. Or I'll tell Hestia-sama everything you did. Lily, you're forcing my hand, I said solemnly. She paused. Do what? This. I clear my throat. Fun fact. Your eyes always see your nose. You just ignore it. Now that you're thinking about it, you can't unsee it. Silence. Then 3 minds short-circuited at once. Lily, Tiona, and Ace went cross-eyed, staring at their noses. How do I stop seeing it? Tiona panicked. It fades. Habits filter out small stuff, I said. Like your room. You don't notice anything until one thing's out of place. That's it, Tiona asked. Lily and Ace gave reluctant nods. That's it. Now let's eat. We're celebrating Lily's first raid. We left Babel for lunch, unaware of the pair of silver eyes watching from high above. Freya's balcony. Have you seen anything yet, my lady? Otter asked, towering and still. No, Freya murmured, eyes never leaving me. Every time I try to read his soul, all I see is mist. And that makes him interesting. Shall I investigate? No, that would only spook him. He'll show something during the war game with Apollo. I'm curious how someone like him ended up in Hestia's family. As you wish. Freya smiled faintly, biting her thumbnail as if savoring a secret. Let's see how much fun he can give me. Apollo Familia, night. Cassandra woke from the same nightmare, heart racing, this time with details that refused to fade. She saw ruin, a throne of gold, and a man whose power tore through plans like paper. Daphne, wake up, she knocked hard. Daphne opened the door, hair mussed, eyes sharp, even half asleep. It's the middle of the night. I remembered, Cassandra said, trembling as she Saturday the vision. It wasn't just a nightmare. It was the war game we lose. Completely. Because of Valdegode? Daphne asked, skeptical but listening. He's not just strong. He's overwhelming. There's nothing we can do. Then we warn the Familia and plan. They won't listen. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. This fight is already decided. The only choice left is how badly it ends. So what's the plan? When the game starts, we don't interfere, Cassandra said quietly. If we're not in the way, maybe he won't notice us. Daphne frowned. That's it. We hide and hope. It's the best option we have. She stood, steadier now. Then get some sleep. If you're right, we'll need clear heads. For once, I think I will, Cassandra said, already calmer as she left. Hephaestus's manner, day of the war game. Hestia paced. I'm not nervous. Hephaestus rubbed her back. Of course you're not. You're just wearing a groove in my floor. I'm warming up. You're worried. It's fine. Alex will handle it. Hestia glanced at me. I was sitting in a chair, lost in thought, turning over a dozen ways to dismantle Apollo's mutts. Tsubaki slid in beside me. Gift. She handed me a black Haori with red spider lily patterns. Clean lines. Good weight. Oh, I slipped it on and turned. How's it look? It suits you, she said amused. You only ever wear black or red. Not hard to guess. Maybe I should diversify. You're awfully confident. It's not arrogance if you can back it up, I said, lighting a cigarette. Arrogance is loud. Confidence is quiet. She smirked and stayed. Across the room, Hestia caught my eye, raised a finger as if to say, "Looks good." She stopped pacing. Lily, watching Hestia calm down, relaxed too. The Hall of the Gods. The place was packed. Rules would be explained, bets whispered, egos inflated. Apollo smirked like the ending was already written. I scanned faces and landed on Daphne and Cassandra. Good. They were together. I see a new member. Hestia. Apollo purred. It won't help. We'll see, Hestia said, ending it there. I am Ganesha. Boom, Ganesha, striking a pose. I will judge this war game. He explained the rules. Attackers win by defeating the enemy captain or capturing the hidden crystal. Defenders win by protecting the crystal until the attackers are beaten or by defeating the enemy captain. Let the war game begin. The field. First thing I did was summon a stone gold throne and sit, cigarette in hand, tapping my finger against the armrest. Let them wonder. Lily, I said without looking away from the fortress. Remember the task I mentioned? You never told me what it was, she said, wary. I handed her 2 small photos and a signal flare. Incapacitate these 2 and get them out of danger. Signal me when they're safe. So I'm rescuing 2 pretty girls so you don't have to hold back, she muttered. They're potential recruits once Apollo falls. Better to save good people before they're dragged down any further. She squinted. And how am I supposed to find them in there? I raised a projection of the fortress. Healer and guard. Here. Great. And how do I get over the wall? I can't climb that. Simple, I said, standing. I'll throw you. You're what? She tried to backpedal, but I'd already handed her an invisibility cloak and scooped her up. I'll cushion the landing. If they resist, use your stun gun. Signal after. Put me down. I hate you. Deep breaths. Mouth shut. And Y-E-D. Her scream dopplered toward the fortress. I chuckled, reclaimed my seat, and watched the sky. The viewing hall. Screens flickered. On one, defenders scrambled, setting lines and bunkers. On another, I sat on a throne and smoked like this was intermission. The gods bickered about where Lily went. The goddesses, meanwhile, appreciated the visual. He looks like a king, someone sighed. Lucky Hestia, another muttered. What's he waiting for? A third asked. The signal, Freya said simply. A red flare winked above the fortress. There, she breathed, eyes bright. Now he moves. Breach. The time has come, I said, dismissing the throne. One jump carried me over the wall. I landed in the fortress center, force rippling out, stone cracking underfoot. I gave them a moment to rally. Fair's fair. They gathered, tense and silent. So you finally came out, I said, lighting a fresh cigarette. Funny. You were loud when you met my familia. You shouldn't have come alone, Hyacinth Cleo snapped, looking around as if 2 missing faces might appear. When, and your goddess becomes Apollo's toy, he added, too pleased with himself. I stared at him until the smile bled off his face. You didn't need to say that. I was going to keep this simple. Now I won't. Power rolled off me, a pressure wave that shoved them back and rattled the walls. Run, I said evenly. This is your last chance. They didn't. They charged. So I moved. I hit the commander first, a precise strike that folded his guard and drove him into the ground. Another feint, a step, a palm, bodies dropped. Bones would mend. Pride wouldn't. I didn't bother learning names. This wasn't personal. It was a lesson. One by one, they fell until only Hyacinth remained, sweating and pale. Any last words? I asked. Even if you beat me to death, I won't admit defeat. Apollo Familia never yields. So even dead, you won't concede? He nodded, defiant. I respect resolve, I said. But who said you'd get to die? His eyes widened. I stepped in, and everything went quiet. Ingle, I whispered, tugging him back to consciousness with a snap. He gasped, staring at his hands. W what? I revived you. 3-second window. I call it the 3-second rule. That's impossible. There's no such. Another snap. Another blackout. Another return. Pride cracked. Then bravado. Then breath. When he finally collapsed to his knees, voice shaking, I let the silence do the rest. He wasn't looking for Apollo anymore. Just mercy. The viewing hall, reactions. The first shock was the landing. The second, was the pressure. The third was the efficiency. Most gods fell silent when the fight started in earnest. A few couldn't look away. A few couldn't keep watching. The brutality wasn't blood and spectacle. It was control. It was how quickly a path was carved, how cleanly a force was dismantled, how deliberate the lesson was. Some feared what they were seeing. Some were fascinated. And a few, the ones who'd been bored for a long time, leaned forward, eyes bright, hungry for the next move. Battlefield before the launch. Right before I tossed Lily toward the fortress to keep 2 Apollo members from interfering, she had no idea those girls had already decided not to fight. Their plan was simple. A strong fighter would guard the healer, and they would stay away from the center. Lily landed softly inside the walls, threw on her cloak, and scanned the street. When this is over, I'm strangling him. If not strangling, then something that ruins his week. First, the targets. She moved along the alleys until she reached a small house on the edge of the fortress. Voices carried through a cracked window. "Cassandra, are you sure we can avoid the battle here?" Daphne asked. "Yes. This is as far from the center as we can get. If things go like in my vision, he will not reach us." Lily crept closer. A vision? What did she see? "Cassandra, you still have not explained anything. You keep saying total destruction." Daphne turned back and froze. Cassandra lay, slumped on the couch, and a small, cloaked figure stood over her. Before Daphne could react, Lily tapped her with a taser. Down she went. Target secure. Lily fired a red flare out the window, then set both girls on a rug so they would not wake up on the floor. She allowed herself one proud breath. Then the building shuddered under a distant impact. A second shock hit harder and nearly threw her to the ground. "What was that?" she whispered, gripping the table. "The Demon King is awake," said a calm voice behind her. Lily spun. Cassandra was already sitting up, hands glowing as she healed Daphne. "You recover fast," Lily said. "What does that even mean?" "Someone said the wrong thing to Voldegode," Cassandra replied. "If you do not stop him, it will get worse." "What do they say?" "I do not know the words. In my visions, I only saw his eyes go cold and Apollo's sigil fall." Daphne stirred. "Can we do anything?" "No. It depends on that girl or their goddess," Cassandra said, looking at Lily. "If we interfere, we will be collateral. Listen, girl. My name is Lilaruka. There is no time for names. Lilaruka, you need to reach him and bring him back to himself. Now." Lily read the fear in Cassandra's face and ran. She reached the square and stopped cold. Bodies lay where they had fallen. It was not clear who was alive. In the center stood Alex. The warmth she knew was gone from his eyes. His face was locked and still. A man knelt at his feet, begging. Lily remembered the Alex who had cracked dumb jokes to make her smile. The Alex who let her vent her anger on the ones who used her. The Alex who promised to make her into the one-strike girl. She moved before her fear could talk her out of it. She ran straight for him. The viewing halls. Hephaestus's box. "There he is," Hestia said, bouncing. "He is going to show them what our familia can do." "He did look good on that throne," she added, then faltered. "Hephaestus, his eyes. Why do they look like that?" "Do not look," Hephaestus said and covered her eyes. "Hey, I need to see. It is better if you do not." "What do they say to you, Alex?" Hephaestus thought as the screen showed the square buckling under another impact. "Please come back from that edge. I will keep Hestia from seeing until you do." "Loki Familia." Finally, Loki said, slamming her glass down. "Move already." "Maybe a new secret technique," Tiona said, grinning. "Or a new spell," Lafia added. "He is just going to flatten them," Bet muttered. Ace leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Something happened. I do not like it. They pushed the wrong button," Loki said, serious now. "I hope he walks it back." "If he was like this from the start, Bet would not be standing," Finn said, watching Alex's posture. "I'm going to help him," Ace said and stood. "Do not," Loki snapped. The Familia held Ace back as she shook with frustration. "Freya Familia." "And now we begin," Freya murmured, chin on her hand. "There is something wrong with him," Otter said. "I see it. He is either showing his real face or he is furious," Freya said. "I can feel that power from here," Otter said. "If I fought him like this, I would die." Freya's eyes stayed bright and troubled. He used to shine. Right now he looks like the dark between stars. It is interesting, but I do not like this version. I hope Hestia brings him back. The square. Hyacinth knelt, shaking. He had begged for mercy. He had begged for death. Neither came. Every time he met Alex's eyes, he felt the floor tilt. Are you done whining? Alex asked. His voice was flat enough to chill the air. I am sorry. I will leave Oreo. I will never show my face again. Please. You should have stayed in your hole before you provoked me. You should not have joined a fool's familia if you had no spine. You should not have spoken about Hestia. It was Apollo, Hyacinth blurted, clutching at Alex's wrist as the grip tightened on his head. He bragged before the match when he was drunk. I only repeated it. Why would a god brag to you? He boasts to anyone who will listen. Alex's jaw flexed. The urge to end here and walk straight to Apollo burned clean and bright. He drew back his fist. Alex, stop. This is not you. Lily's voice cut through, and she wrapped her arms around him from the side. Let go, he said. I have to kill that god. You are kind. Come back, Lily said, tears already standing in her eyes. If I do not end him, someone innocent will pay later. After the victory, Hestia can force him back to the heavens, Lily said. He will not be able to descend. What makes you think he will obey? The ones who come down here are bored. They treat people like toys. Remember the Soma men who bullied you. Better to end a threat before it grows. Let Hestia decide, Lily whispered, holding on. Alex let out a long breath. Fine. Hestia decides. His eyes cooled by a degree. Do you promise? Lily asked. I promise. Alex looked toward a shattered doorway. You two come out. Daphne and Cassandra stepped from cover with hands raised. You are coming with us. Be quiet. I'm not in the mood. They nodded quickly. The broadcast hall. The room fell silent when we returned. Jokes died on lips. A few goddesses who had been sighing earlier kept their eyes down. Hephaestus finally let Hestia look. Hestia started to scold her, then stopped at my face. Only one voice broke the quiet. How dare you, mortal? Apollo shouted, jabbing a finger at me. You will be punished for what you did to my children. My eyes went cold again. I crossed the floor, caught him by the throat, and lifted. Still shouting, I said, Do you think I will not kill you because you are a god? How dare you? I am divine. That is not a shield. Alex can stop, Hestia cried and grabbed my arm. Please. He thinks he can do as he likes because of his title, I said, tightening my grip. Please listen to me, Hestia said, voice shaking but steady. I held Apollo up and looked at her. I'll let him go if he returns to the heavens and never descends again. The hall stared. A mortal holding a god by the neck was not on anyone's bingo card. Hephaestus watched with worry. Loki dropped all humor. Freya's surprise flickered into interest again. A quiet voice cut through all. Hestia, ask your child to release Apollo. We will speak. Uranus stepped forward. I will not release him until he agrees to return above for good, I said. Apollo strained and found nothing. Every time he tried to push power, I broke it apart. Do you mean to change the terms of the wager between gods? Uranus asked. Change them, I said, or I send him there myself. Alex can, Hestia whispered. This is the chief god. Why should we change the terms because you asked? Uranus said, then speak with me in private. I will show you why. Uranus considered, then nodded. Come. We moved to a side chamber. I dragged Apollo along. He had no say. Convince me, Uranus said. I projected Hyacinth's confession. The bragging. The threats. The way Apollo had spoken about Hestia. Hestia's hands clenched. We were meant to protect mortals, not treat them like toys. I support changing the terms. Uranus fell quiet, then sent for the contract Hestia and Apollo had signed. I accept the request. After defeat, Apollo returns to the heavens and does not descend again. Release him, he added. We will handle the rest. I leaned close to Apollo's ear. If you set foot anywhere else first, I will find you. Do not count on revival. I will erase what you are. For the first time, Apollo looked truly afraid. We returned to the main hall. Eyes followed us. My face had settled. Hestia's anger had cooled to worry. I think we should go home, I said and set my hand on Hestia's head. Yes, let us go home, she said, relaxing a little at the touch. Lily, I called. Coming, she said, gripping the edge of my new Haori. Then we are done here. We left by teleportation, and the hall exhaled only after the light faded. After Uranus invited Alex and Hestia into a separate room, everyone fell silent, trying to understand what had just happened. Initially, it all began as an ordinary war game, but then events took an unexpected turn. Alexander Valdiogode, a member of the Hestia Familia, attacked the Apollo Familia and dealt with them brutally. Those watching the screen couldn't comprehend what had provoked him so. Events unfolded so quickly that the spectators couldn't keep up. After the battle ended, Alex returned and attacked Apollo. The chief god, Uranus, attempted to stop him, but instead invited him into a separate room for discussions. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Everyone began to speculate about what would happen next. What do you think Uranus will do with that child? One god asked. I think he will severely punish him for attacking a god, said another. He must punish him. If Uranus doesn't, others might start attacking gods too, another god interjected. I think it's more serious than we think. If Hestia's child attacked just like that, Uranus would have stopped him immediately and not waited, said the first god. What do you mean? Asked the third. Uranus is the wisest and oldest god among us. That means he noticed something that others didn't, replied the first. While the male gods argued about what would happen to Alex for attacking a god, his friends are discussing and worrying about Alex, who was in the same room with Uranus. Hephaestus, what do you think Uranus will do to Alex for attacking a god? Loki asked, approaching Hephaestus' table. I don't know. Mortals haven't attacked gods in a long time, so it's unclear what the punishment will be, Hephaestus replied, shaking her head. If necessary, I will try to help Alex, just as he once helped me, Hephaestus continued, touching the patch on her eye. What did he do to help you that made you decide to intervene on his behalf? Loki asked, to which Hephaestus shook her head, indicating that she couldn't answer for now. I don't think Uranus will punish Alex for his attack on Apollo, came an elegant voice from behind the duo. What are you doing here, Freya? I don't recall anyone inviting you, Loki said, frowning at Freya. I just came to chat. It's boring standing alone while all this is happening. So I approached those I know better, Freya said, walking to the table. I don't remember us being that close. And what do you mean Alex won't be punished? Loki asked. I mean he won't be punished, but Apollo most likely will be, Freya, who was already sitting at the table, said. Can you answer clearly instead of speaking in riddles? Hephaestus said, losing patience. She never liked Freya. Apollo has done many things and will soon be punished for his actions. Alex's attack on Apollo just accelerated this process, Freya said, holding a glass of wine. So, you knew what Apollo did and kept it a secret? Hephaestus asked, to which Freya shook her head. I only heard rumors and nothing more, Freya replied. Before Hephaestus could continue questioning Freya about Apollo's actions, Alex, now calm, and Hestia, extremely angry, emerged from the room. The gods who knew Hestia were surprised that such a small goddess could be so angry. Everyone in the hall became even more curious about what was discussed in the room, but no one dared to approach Hestia, let alone Alex. Alex's acquaintances wanted to approach and ask him what had happened, but they didn't have the chance as Alex took Lily and Hestia and teleported away. Everyone was surprised by such magic, but didn't have time to react as Uranus and a very pale Apollo, whose eyes had lost all light and who was trembling as if he could fall at any moment, walked out. Everyone couldn't understand why the previously arrogant Apollo had become like this, but their thoughts were interrupted by Uranus's words. After discussing with the Hestia Familia, it has been decided to change the stakes of this game, and Apollo will be permanently sent to the world of the gods and remain there without the possibility of descending, Uranus said, making it clear that this decision was final. Everything that happened today in the war game must remain in this hall. Anyone who spreads this information will be punished, Uranus continued. This concludes the war game between the Hestia and Apollo Familius. You may disperse, Uranus said, taking Apollo with him. Everyone in the hall was at a loss to understand what had just happened and why Apollo looked so defeated. He was simply being sent to the realm of the gods, but he looked as if he had experienced something terrible. A god hiding in the corner frowned at the failure of his plan and left the hall unnoticed as everyone was busy discussing the situation. So, this situation was resolved just like that. I didn't notice Uranus being angry or reacting in any way after Alex attacked Apollo. He looked rather calm, as if he expected this, Hephaestus said. Uranus is the oldest and wisest god among us, and he sees and understands more than meets the eye, Freya said, sipping her wine and glancing around the hall. It doesn't matter anymore. The situation is resolved, which means Alex is safe, Loki said, standing up from the table. And where are you going? Hephaestus asked Loki, who was leaving. I'm going to gather my children and head to Alex for answers. Uranus said not to spread this information to those in this hall, but he didn't say anything about Alex. Loki replied with a smile, clearly eager to know what had happened in that room. Do you even know where Alex, Hestia, and Lily went after they disappeared? Hephaestus asked. They most likely returned to your home, Hephaestus. So I'll gather my children and head there, Loki said, heading toward her familia. Sigh, as you wish, Loki. Let's go. Tsubaki will return home too. Maybe we'll find Alex and the others there, Hephaestus said, standing up from the table. Can I come with you? Freya asked, looking at the two goddesses. No, Hephaestus and Loki said simultaneously, to which Freya just smiled and shook her head, also standing up. Hephaestus home. After Alex, Hestia, and Lily returned home, they simply sat in the main hall in silence, saying nothing. Hestia continued to hug Alex, thinking he was still angry and trying to calm him down this way. Lily sat on the other side, lost in her thoughts, recalling how Alex had been when he was angry. Seeing their state, Alex decided to pat their heads to help them relax and feel reassured. After sitting in silence for a bit, Alex decided to break it. Why are you sitting with such sour faces? Alex asked, looking at the two silent girls. What did you just say? Hestia yelled, who had just calmed down. Do you even understand what you did? I didn't do anything special, just attacked a pathetic imitation of a god, Alex replied, spreading his arms. I began to twitch at his words. Just attacked a god? Are you kidding me? Do you understand how many problems you've created? Hestia screamed, trying to attack Alex, waving her arms. Hestia, calm down, there won't be any problems. Uranus will probably take care of all these issues and prevent it from spreading, Alex said, holding Hestia by the head to keep her from attacking him. What do you mean Uranus will handle everything? How can a god who created these rules solve it? Hestia continued her attempts to attack Alex. I mean just that. Since he created them, he can break them. And he probably knew what Apollo was up to, Alex said, continuing to restrain Hestia. What do you mean he knew what Apollo was doing? Then why didn't he intervene earlier? Hestia asked, beginning to calm down. Uranus couldn't resolve it earlier because circumstances likely didn't allow it, Alex said. What circumstances? Hestia asked. Lily, who was lost in her thoughts, snapped out of it and started listening to the conversation, as she was also curious. I have a couple of hypotheses, but I'm not sure if they're correct. The first possibility is that he knew what Apollo was doing but didn't have any proof, Alex said. And the second? Lily asked, nodding at Alex's words. The second possibility is that Uranus is limited in his ability to act. You've noticed that gods can freely travel in the mortal world, right? Alex asked, to which Hestia nodded. That means Uranus is tied to this place, specifically to the dungeon, and can't take action without preparation. What do you mean Uranus is tied to the dungeon? Hestia asked, not understanding what Alex was getting at. Literally, Uranus is restricted in his freedom of action. He literally limits the dungeon by binding himself to it, Alex said, seeing that Hestia still didn't understand. Hestia, listen carefully. If Uranus didn't restrict the dungeon, monsters would be constantly escaping from it. The monsters that live on the lower floors would have long since roamed the world, causing chaos. Are you saying that as long as Uranus restrains the dungeon, everything will be fine? Hestia asked skeptically. Sort of. When gods descend to the mortal world, they limit themselves to live among people using arcanum. And in turn, Uranus uses the dungeon to restrain his power and vice versa. In other words, without Uranus, things would be bad, Alex concluded, to which Hestia nodded, indicating that she understood. All right, I still have some things to finish, and then we can go to sleep, Alex said, getting up from the couch. Are you going to kill Apollo? Hestia screamed, thinking that Alex went to finish what he started, which alarmed even Lily. What are you talking about, silly? Alex said, knocking Hestia on the forehead. I'm going to recruit new family members. All right, I'll be back soon, Alex said, using teleportation. In a random inn, in one of the inns of Orio, where adventurers stay, two girls sat, finally able to catch their breath and calm down, realizing they had avoided a terrible fate. Once they calmed down, they decided to talk about what to do next. Cassandra, are you sure we're no longer in danger? Daphne asked, still remembering those cold eyes that looked at her. Yes, Daphne. Everything has been resolved, and the Demon King won't be pursuing us since we weren't at fault in this situation, Cassandra replied, holding her favorite pillow in her hands. If we're not in danger, what are we going to do next? Daphne asked. First, we'll sleep, and then we'll look for a new family to join, Cassandra said, already preparing for bed. Then why not join the Hestia Familia? Another voice in the room asked. I don't want to join the Hestia Familia because that Demon King is there, Cassandra replied without thinking, not noticing the new voice in the room. Demon King, you say? No one's ever called me that before, the voice said. You, what are you doing here? Cassandra said fearfully, realizing there was someone else in the room. Did you come to finish what you started? Did you come to eliminate the remaining members of the Apollo Familia? But we're no longer members of the Apollo Familia, Daphne said, grabbing her sword. No need for aggression. I'm here to kidnap you too into the Hestia Familia. Or rather, to invite you, Alex said, stepping out from the dark corner. Why should we believe you? And did you just say kidnap? Daphne said, holding her weapon at the ready and shielding Cassandra. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it long ago and wouldn't have waited for you to talk and get ready for bed, Alex replied, walking over to a chair and sitting down. Can we refuse? Cassandra asked quietly, still afraid of Alex. Well, that's a complicated question, Alex said, looking at Cassandra with a smile. What does that mean? Daphne asked loudly. No need to shout. You'll wake the neighbors. It means that I am kidnapping you, and you have no choice, Alex said, making it clear they had no option, causing their faces to sour. Since the matter is settled, we're off to the Hestia Familia, Alex said, not giving the girls a chance to react, and use teleportation. Wait! Daphne managed to shout before the light enveloped her. Hephaestus Mansion. After Alex went off to recruit new members, Hestia and Lily sat on the couch, full of confusion. He had been all grumpy and angry before, and now he went off to kidnap some girls to join the Hestia Familia. Hestia still didn't understand what was happening. Today's events were piling up one after another, and she couldn't keep up. While Hestia and Lily were deep in thought, Hephaestus returned home, bringing the Loki group with her. Shorty, where's Alex? Loki shouted, not giving Hephaestus a chance to speak. What are you doing here, Loki? You're not welcome, Hestia said as soon as she saw Loki. I thought we had become friends by now. How can you treat me like this, Hestia? Loki said, ignoring Hestia's tone. I'll ask again. Why are you here, Loki? Hestia said in a harsh tone, clearly not in the mood for jokes. I'm here, like everyone else, concerned about Alex. That's why I came, Loki said, eliciting nods from the group. Alex isn't here right now. He left. Hestia made it clear that Alex was not at home. Where did he go then? Hestia, why are you silent? Hephaestus asked, then noticed the crooked smile on Hestia's face. He went to recruit new family members, Hestia said with a crooked smile. He went where? Hephaestus and Loki said simultaneously. He said he went to recruit new members for the family, whatever that means, Hestia repeated in a weary tone. This day had been too stressful for her. Where did he go? Hephaestus asked worriedly. I think he went to recruit 2 girls who were in the Apollo Familia, Lily said quietly, drawing the others' attention. Maybe you want to finish what he started? Loki said, stroking her chin. No, I don't think so. After he came home, he was already calm and smiling like before, Hestia said, shaking her head. Just as Hephaestus was about to speak, a bright light appeared in the room, drawing everyone's attention. After Alex had kindly invited the 2 new members into his family, he immediately teleported to Hephaestus' mansion so Hestia could accept them into the family right away. Returning to the main hall, Alex noticed that instead of just Hestia and Lily, the hall was filled with people who were now looking at him. Not understanding what was happening, Alex decided to just go with the flow. Hey, how's it going? What brings you all here? Alex asked, raising his hand in greeting. What do you mean, what brings us here? I live here, you know, Hephaestus said irritably, feeling relieved as Alex returned to his usual goofy self. Who are these girls, Alex? Loki asked with a smile, seeing that he was still the same. I kidnapped them. I invited them to join the Hestia Familia, Alex said, correcting himself again. You kidnapped these 2 girls to join the Hestia Familia? Hephaestus asked, putting her hand on her forehead. I said invited, not kidnapped. They're 2 different things, Alex said, spreading his arms, causing everyone in the room to twitch an eye. If you didn't kidnap us, then why did you bring us here by force? Daphne asked, not believing this absurd situation. First of all, I made you an offer to join, and you went silent, so I took that silence as agreement, Alex said with innocent eyes, causing Daphne's teeth to grind. All right, now to the important stuff. Loki, why are you here? And why did you bring Ace and Tiona with you? Alex asked, looking at the girls next to Loki. Well, we were worried about you, so we came, Tiona answered for the others. Oh, you're so sweet. You didn't have to do that, but I'm very flattered, Alex said, starting to act silly, causing the group's mouths to twitch. We were worried about you, and you start acting silly. I'm going to strangle you, Loki shouted, starting to attack Alex. Oh, help. I'm being murdered, Alex yelled, running away from Loki with a laugh. Loki, if you don't stop, I'll use my secret weapon, Alex said, stopping Loki. Yeah? And what will you do to me? Loki asked with a smile, looking for an opportunity to attack. You made me do this. We constantly have to apply force to keep our lower jaw aligned with the upper one, Alex said, causing everyone's jaws to drop at this information. You scoundrel, I haven't recovered from your previous facts, and now you drop another one. Now I'm definitely going to strangle you, Loki screamed, starting the attack again. Loki continued to chase Alex, who ran away from her with laughter, bringing joyful smiles to the group's faces. Daphne and Cassandra saw that the so-called Demon King was completely different from the person they saw on the battlefield. It was like 2 completely different people. Seeing everyone watching the situation with smiles, they thought it might not be so bad to join this family. Hephaestus Manor. After Alex started running away from Loki with a laugh, lifting everyone's spirits after everything that had happened that evening, he decided to move on to the main task, introducing the new members of the Hestia Familia. All right, Loki, that's enough attacking. I need to introduce our guests, Alex said, stopping Loki by holding her head at arm's length. Do you think I'm a child? Loki yelled, trying to reach Alex. Hestia, let me introduce you to 2 potential members of the family, Alex continued, ignoring Loki who was trying to break free. This red-haired girl who looks like a tomboy is Daphne Loros, former deputy captain of the Apollo Familia. She's level 2, Alex introduced, to which Daphne scowled. This timid girl with blue hair is Cassandra Ilion, former healer of the Apollo Familia. She's also level 2, Alex introduced, to which Cassandra shyly waved her hand. And since they had nowhere else to go, I decided to invite them to our family. They can help Lily in the dungeon while I'm busy with other matters, Alex said, making everyone roll their eyes. So you just want to slack off, is that it? Loki said, finally breaking free from Alex's grasp. I'm not slacking off. Firstly, I'm still training your family and Lily. Secondly, these 2 will join the training in the future because they're weak. I don't want to constantly run to their aid just because some weak monster attacked them and they couldn't handle it. And thirdly, I'm preparing gifts for my lovely students who will complete my training, Alex concluded. What kind of gift? Tiona asked excitedly. That's a secret for now. Come to the training tomorrow, and you'll get it, Alex said, causing Tiona's eyes to shine with anticipation, and even Ace, who usually showed no emotion, was intrigued, her eyes gleaming. All right, girls, go with Hestia so she can bless you, and after that, you can rest in Lily's room. There will be enough space, Alex said, sending the newbie duo off with Hestia. Hearing Alex's words, Lily's face twisted, realizing she would have to share her room with others. Seeing her expression, Alex reassured her it was only temporary until the house was repaired. Lily sighed and agreed reluctantly. While Alex was sending the duo off, Loki clung to him again, having already jumped onto his back. Now I've got you, and you'll tell me everything. Don't even think about denying it, Loki whispered in Alex's ear. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything in the dungeon, Alex kept denying. Then I have another condition. Next time, you take me with you, and I'll stop pestering you, Loki continued. I'm saying it wasn't me. It was some other guy I don't know, Alex replied. Please, I promise I'll leave you alone, Loki pleaded. Do you promise not to bother me with these questions anymore? Alex asked suspiciously. I swear, I promise, Loki answered. For some reason, I don't believe you, Loki, Alex said, still looking at Loki with suspicion. I swear on my name, Loki said, showing she was serious. All right, but we also need Lily. If she doesn't go, it's all for nothing. She's a big part of the plan, Alex said, pointing to Lily, who at that moment looked back and expressed suspicion about why Alex and Loki were whispering. Sensing something was wrong, she saw Alex calling her and understood that something was up. No, Lily said immediately as soon as she approached. But I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you refusing right away? Alex asked. You're up to something foolish again, Lily said firmly. Listen, Lily, it's just this one time. Otherwise, Loki won't leave me alone, Alex said, pointing to Loki, who was nodding. Let me tell you what I want to do, and then you can decide. Okay, Alex said, making it clear she could decide for herself. All right, I'm listening, Lily replied. I propose we mess with those dumb adventurers who think too highly of themselves, Alex said, his eyes starting to sparkle. No, I'm not going. The last time was enough for me, Lily said, preparing to leave, but Alex grabbed her hand. What if I offer to skip one day of training? Alex said, leaning closer to Lily. Even though Loki was still hanging on his back, it looked more comical than romantic. I'm still not sure, Lily replied, averting her eyes from Alex, trying not to look into his eyes. Just think of it as the best opportunity to personally get back at the Soma Familia members and those adventurers who bully supporters, Alex whispered in Lily's ear like a devil. All right, I agree, but this is the last time, Lily said after considering that it was a good chance to test her strength. Good, then we'll start our plan tomorrow. Once the Loki Familia arrives, we'll set off on our adventure, Alex said, to which Loki clapped her hands happily, attracting everyone's attention in the room. All right, Ace, Tiona, it's time to go home. We've checked on Alex. We know he's fine. We can head home, Loki said, indicating they had plans for tomorrow. After saying goodbye to everyone, Loki took Ace and Tiona and headed home with a broad smile on her face, anticipating the next day. Alex shook his head at the antics of this troublesome goddess and decided to talk a bit with Hephaestus before bed, who had been quiet most of the time. Is something bothering you, Hephaestus? Alex asked. No, I'm fine. I'm just glad this whole problem got resolved. I was really worried about you, Hephaestus replied. I'm fine. I was just a bit angry, that's all. You didn't need to worry about me, Alex said, sitting next to Hephaestus. That doesn't mean I won't worry about you if something like this happens, Hephaestus said, leaning against Alex's shoulder. Thanks for worrying about me. I really appreciate it, Alex said, allowing Hephaestus to lean on him. What gift do you plan to give the Loki Familia members tomorrow? Hephaestus changed the subject. That's a secret. You'll see tomorrow. It will really help them in the future, Alex replied, keeping the gift a secret. Why won't you tell me? Is it that hard for you? Hephaestus said, starting to act spoiled, which was out of character for her. I'm surprised by how you're acting right now, but won't help you. I'm constantly pestered by two goddesses who always act like this, so I'm used to it, Alex said with a slight smile. Well, I tried, Hephaestus said, returning to her light smile. Laughing at the situation, Alex and Hephaestus talked a bit more until Hestia returned with the two newcomers. So, Hestia, did you accept them? Alex asked, seeing his goddess. Yes, everything went well. It would have been perfect if you hadn't dragged them here by force, Hestia said, sitting on the other side of Alex. If I hadn't brought them that way, they would have been too scared to come to us, Alex replied, rolling his eyes. Don't roll your eyes. You just didn't need to scare them, and they would have come themselves after you won, Hestia said, looking at Alex. Ladies, you can go to bed. No need to stand here. You're probably tired, so it's better to rest since you'll be training tomorrow, Alex said, looking at Cassandra and Daphne. Hearing his words, they nodded because they were indeed tired from the day. Lily, show them to your room. Tomorrow you'll also get a gift in honor of the training for doing well, Alex said. Lily, who led the duo to her room, was delighted to hear his words and also wanted to know what the gift was. What gift did you prepare for Lily? Hestia asked, to which Alex shook his head, indicating he wouldn't say. All right, it's already late. Time to go to bed, Alex said, skillfully changing the subject, to which Hephaestus and Hestia rolled their eyes and wished him good night. The next day, Alex was already standing at the training grounds, waiting for everyone to gather. Lily was the first to arrive, having slept poorly due to thoughts about the gift Alex had prepared for her. After some time, the Loki familia arrived. Loki's face clearly showed signs of having had a lot to drink and barely making it on time. She shuffled like a zombie, following her family, and Alex couldn't help but chuckle. Once everyone had settled down, he began to speak. Today is a great day, isn't it? Alex asked, to which everyone gave him a strange look. I can tell by your sour faces that maybe it's not, Alex continued, eliciting only eye rolls from the group before him. He even thought he distinctly heard the sound of eyes rolling. All right. Today was supposed to be another training day, but due to some circumstances, it's postponed, Alex announced. Upon hearing his words, the faces of those who had come for training lit up. I was also planning to give this to you later, after the training, but I decided to do it now. These are weapons specially made for you, Alex said, gesturing towards the weapon cases. Seeing the cases, everyone immediately perked up, eager to find out what weapons were inside. All right, I see you all want to know what's inside. Don't worry, there's plenty for everyone, so come up one by one and take yours, or I'll hand them out myself to make it easier, Alex said, picking up the first case. This weapon is specially for you, Ace. It's called the Ice Needle, Alex said, handing the case to Ace. Thank you, Ace said quietly, hugging Alex. Thanks for the hug, of course. Tiona and Tioni, these are for you, Alex said, handing a large case to Tiona and two smaller ones to Tioni. Thank you, Alex. Let me give you a kiss, Tiona said, hugging Alex like a koala and trying to kiss him. The kiss can wait. Hugs are enough for now. Now, Magic Girls, these are for you, Alex said, removing Tioni from him and approaching Riveria and Lafia. Thank you. I've never seen material like this before. Where did you get it? Riveria asked, examining her new staff. That's a secret. And now, my little assistant, this is for you, Alex said, handing a box to Lily. Thank you, Alex. These gloves are really beautiful, Lily said, hugging Alex. Of course, they're not just beautiful. They'll also help you achieve your goal of becoming a one-strike girl, Alex said, accepting Lily's embrace. After Alex distributed all the weapons, he noticed that Loki had fully recovered and couldn't wait to set off on adventures. Seeing her state, Alex shook his head and called Lily to come with him to approach Loki. As they reached her, before Alex could say anything, Loki started the conversation. So, when are we heading out? Loki asked eagerly, unable to sit still. You were dying from a hangover earlier. How come you're so active now? Alex said, looking at Loki. I've recovered from that already, so now we can go, Loki said, standing up to indicate she was ready. Well then, are you ready, Bilbo, for new adventures? Alex asked Lily with a grin. Stop calling me that, and I told you it's the last time, Lily replied with a sour face. clearly not liking the nickname Alex had given her. "All right, it's no big deal. Now, follow me," Alex said, leading the duo of goddess and hobbit. The trio of troublemakers slipped away unnoticed, allowing others to focus on trying out their new weapons. Even if they had said goodbye, no one would have noticed, as everyone was busy testing their new gifts. Empty alley. Alex teleported into an empty alley with Lily and Loki. He decided to outline his plan. "All right, Loki, since this is your first time with us, you'll need different attire," Alex said, changing Loki's clothes to something more akin to his own, a white short-sleeve shirt with a black tie, black trousers, and black shoes. "All right, clothing changed. Now, take this mask and this little hammer. You'll use it to bonk our targets on the head," Alex said, handing Loki a mask with a sad face and a rubber hammer. "Now, onto our plan. Lily will pretend to be a pickpocket who will catch attention and run into this empty alley. We'll collect money for charity," Alex explained his plan. "What about me?" Loki asked, already putting on the mask. "You'll use that rubber hammer to knock them on the head if they refuse to give up their money," Alex said, to which Loki saluted, indicating she understood the plan. "Lily, it's your turn now. Go ahead, my Bilbo. All hopes are on you," Alex said. "Stop calling me that." "I'll do my best," Lily sighed and went off to find her first target. "Go on, I believe in you. And remember, only the scumbag adventurers. Ignore the regular folks," Alex reminded her. Lily nodded in response. First target. Lily noticed the first scumbag adventurer, whom she knew from her time working as his assistant. She decided to start with him. Approaching closer and snatching his wallet so he would notice, Lily immediately ran away. The scumbag adventurer noticed his loss and, seeing someone running away with his wallet, got angry and chased the thief into the empty alley. "Give me back my wallet, and I promise I'll just break your arm for stealing my money," the scumbag adventurer said, glaring at Lily. Seeing he was being ignored, he started getting more agitated until he heard a voice behind him. "Young man, wouldn't you like to donate to build a temple for the flying spaghetti monster?" Alex said, placing a hand on the adventurer's shoulder. "Listen, back off. I don't have time for you right now. I need to get back my money stolen by that street rat," he replied. "How can you take money from a child, even if he stole it? Maybe this child is starving. Why do you need this money? Money comes and goes, but saving lives is always good." Alex began his tirade. "It's not my problem if he's starving. He's to blame for being poor and not having the strength to earn," the adventurer retorted. "Pay up, buddy," Loki shouted, not letting Alex finish, and knocked out the adventurer with the rubber hammer. "Loki, why did you do that? You should have provoked him first, but you just knocked him out," Alex said, looking at the adventurer who had lost consciousness. "Well, sorry," Loki said, shrugging her shoulders. Second victim. "Give me back the wallet nicely," demanded the second victim. "Young man, wouldn't you like to make a donation to feed hungry children at Oreo?" A voice came from behind. "Let them starve. It's not my problem," the victim snapped. "You were told to donate, didn't you hear?" Loki shouted and struck the second victim with a taser. "Loki, are you kidding? You didn't even let me finish, and you knocked them out right away." "We're not robbers. We're peaceful Samaritans," Alex said, looking at Loki, who held the taser in her hands. "He was taking too long to respond, and I got tired of waiting," Loki said and struck the second victim again with the taser. "Sigh, why am I doing all this?" Alex said, rubbing his forehead out of exhaustion. Third victim. "Give me back the wallet," the third victim started to say. "Take this, pervert," Loki shouted from behind and struck the third victim in the groin with the taser. "Loki, I'm starting to regret bringing you along and teaching you this," Alex said, nervously twitching his eye, looking at his satisfied Loki. "It's all small stuff. The main thing is that it's fun," Loki replied. "All right, a couple more times and we can call it quits," Alex said. A few victims later. "There he is again. Get him," yelled a member of the enforcement squad, noticing Alex. "Damn it, Bilbo, Sam, we've been spotted. Let's get out of here," Alex said, grabbing Lily and running. "Wait for me," Loki yelled, jumping onto Alex's back. "Get him before he escapes with his accomplices," shouted a member of the enforcement squad. "You'll never catch us," Loki shouted from Alex's back as he carried her. After managing to shake off the enforcement squad, Alex immediately teleported to Hephaestus' mansion. Alex released Lily, who had an empty expression from the whole situation. Loki skillfully jumped off Alex's back and laughed, saying they would need to do it again. Alex and Lily looked at her with a wry smile, not understanding how she could find amusement in what she had just done. Alex didn't even get a chance to ask his silly questions before Loki promptly knocked out the victim again, not letting them joke or swindle him out of money. Alex shook his head with a wry smile and realized he wouldn't be inviting Loki to his exploits anymore. Same day, after Alex, Lily, and Loki returned, Alex realized that Loki wasn't suitable for this type of prank. She was too impatient and more focused on creating problems than on teasing trash adventurers. Alex decided never to take Loki with him again because she ruined all the fun, but he chose not to tell her this to avoid creating even more issues. Alex looked at Loki, who was laughing, and couldn't help but shake his head. As soon as Alex decided to leave, he encountered Hestia. "Where have you been? And why is Loki with you?" Hestia asked, walking toward Alex with heavy steps. "Lily and I went to the store to buy some things," Alex said, to which Lily quickly nodded her head. "Then why is Loki with you?" Hestia asked, looking at Alex with narrowed eyes. "Loki came with us to buy some booze because she had a hangover and didn't want to sit and watch her kids test new weapons. She got bored." Alex explained the story he had made up while they were messing around. "Then why is this flat-chested idiot smiling and laughing so stupidly?" Hestia asked, looking at Loki, who was still giggling from the previous events. "I just bought her some booze to stop her from bothering me." Alex continued to lie. "Are you saying you spent money on Loki?" Hestia asked, still suspicious of the situation. "I was just tired of her whining about her headache. I wanted her to shut up, so I bought her some booze." "Right, Loki," Alex said, turning his attention to Loki. That headache was driving me crazy, and your very kind child saved me from it." Loki began to lie. "All right, I'll believe you for now," Hestia said, still suspicious of the situation. "Now to the main point. What are we going to do since we have a few new members?" Hestia asked. "I'll train them for a few days and then go on a raid with them," Alex said, laying out his plan. "Why go on a raid?" Hestia asked, not understanding Alex's plan. "I want them to be able to trust each other's backs during battles and raids," Alex explained. But they're not strong enough yet." As you said, Hestia recalled Alex's words about the newcomer's strength. "I'm not taking them to the lower floors. I'll go with them to the 10th floor at most," Alex said, making it clear he wouldn't endanger them. "All right, I trust you," Hestia replied. After discussing his plans with Hestia regarding the upcoming family raid, Alex decided to visit the training grounds to check on the group and see how they were doing with the new weapons he had distributed. Arriving at the scene, Alex expected to find everything in ruins, but instead, he discovered that Loki's Familia members were peacefully sitting and chatting while examining their weapons. He was surprised, as he had anticipated that they would be testing the weapons with such force that they would have destroyed Hephaestus' backyard, leading to a long lecture from Hephaestus, or even Tsubaki for his irresponsibility. "Yo, guys, how do you like the weapons?" Alex asked, approaching the group. "These are excellent weapons, even better than what we used before," Finn replied, clearly pleased with his new spear. "That's good. I expected to see a half-destroyed training ground, and here you are, sitting peacefully and chatting," Alex said, coming closer. "Who do you take us for? Do you think we smash everything we see?" Bet responded in a rough tone. "Isn't that the case?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "That only happened a couple of times, and it was a long time ago," Bet denied. "Whatever you say. How do you like the weapons? I need your opinion. Do they feel good in your hands?" Alex asked, surveying the group. "The weapons are fantastic. Thanks. Now let me kiss you as a thank you for such a gift," Tiona shouted, trying to run up to Alex, but was stopped by the other girls in Loki's Familia. "Let me go. I need to thank him. There's no better gratitude than a kiss from a beautiful princess," Tiona yelled, trying to break free. "What kind of princess are you? You look more like a barbarian with muscles instead of a brain," Bet said with disgust. "I'm a real princess. Look how elegant I am," Tiona replied, pretending to be a noble lady, making everyone roll their eyes, knowing how she dealt with monsters. Tiona, I told you there's no need for such gratitude. The hugs were more than enough, Alex said, looking at Tiona, who had been released. All right, then let me give you another hug, Tiona said, approaching Alex. Fine, another hug from a beautiful girl. Who am I to refuse? Alex said, opening his arms for a hug. Instead of hugging him, Tiona decided to perform a sneak attack and kissed him on the cheek. Hee, gotcha, Tiona said with flushed cheeks after her successful sneak attack, to which Alex just shook his head with a smile. Tiona, what are you doing? Shouted the girls from Loki's Familia, beginning to chase Tiona, who ran away laughing. How can I help you, Ace? Alex asked, turning his attention away from the chase. Could you lean down? Ace asked, waving her hand. Sure, what do you need? Alex said, leaning closer to Ace. Here's my thanks, Ace said, kissing him on the cheek. Thank you, of course, for the kiss, but you didn't have to, Alex said, receiving another kiss. You didn't like it? Ace asked, looking at Alex with sad eyes. She herself didn't understand why she did it, but seeing Tiona kiss Alex, she wanted to do it too. Of course I liked it. Who wouldn't like a kiss from a beautiful girl? Alex replied. After his words, Ace's eyes returned to normal, and her cheeks blushed again. Ace did it too. So why are you all chasing only me? Tiona shouted, pointing to Ace, who had kissed Alex. No one listened to her and continued chasing her with laughter just to annoy her. Alex looked at the members of Loki's Familia, who were chatting and laughing cheerfully, and couldn't help but smile. Ace, standing nearby, was still thinking about the kiss she gave Alex and wondered if she should do it again when no one was around. Alex didn't know what Ace was thinking, but if he did, he wouldn't mind at all. A couple of days of training flew by unnoticed, and it was time for the first family raid. Waking up early in the morning, Alex decided to do something crazy, something he might regret or, on the contrary, be delighted about. He chose to change his age back to 12 and see how everyone would react. But when he transformed into his 12-year-old form, he noticed a problem. His legs became shorter and his strides shortened. Remembering one of his magical tools, the chastafol, in its pillow form, he decided to use it for flight. This is quite convenient. I wouldn't want to get off it now. Now I understand why King always flies on this pillow. It's very comfortable, Alex thought, lying on the flying cushion. Flying on his new cushion to the main hall, where everyone had already gathered, Alex anticipated their reaction. Hey, good morning, he said in a childish voice, catching everyone's attention in the hall. You, Alex Cohen, how did you become like this? Exclaimed Hestia, pointing at Alex with disbelief in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. I just wanted to check something, and here's the result. Also testing out new weapons, Alex said, floating on his cushion. If you became a child, what about our love that was just beginning between us? Now I'll have to wait for you to grow up, Hestia said, falling to her knees and crying. Everyone looked at her with raised eyebrows. Hestia, I can return to my normal form. It's just an age-changing spell, Alex said, flying closer to Hestia. Then change back to your older version so I won't get in trouble for sleeping with you, demanded Hestia. Hestia, technically I'm still 18 years old. This is just an altered form, Alex said, descending from the cushion, which transformed into a spear. But Hestia didn't listen to him and continued crying, insisting he return to his normal form. Is this your new weapon? How interesting, said Hephaestus, approaching from behind and looking at the spear floating next to Alex. This is the spiritual spear chastafol that I created. It has 8 variations of form, but I won't show them all now. Alex replied, chuckling. Others found his laughter endearing and wanted to take little Alex for themselves. You've created an interesting spear, Alex, said Hephaestus. Now let's gather up and head out for the raid, Alex said, trying to reach the food table, but he was interrupted. Let me help you, said Hephaestus, picking up Alex and carrying him to the table. If you're helping me, why didn't you put me on a separate chair? Alex asked when Hephaestus placed him on her lap. Maybe it's just not comfortable for you, replied Hephaestus in a monotone voice. Well, whatever you say. Who am I to refuse? Alex said, leaning closer to Hephaestus and starting to eat. The others watched him with envy, watching Hephaestus take charge and spoil little Alex Cohen. Hephaestus, give Alex Cohen back. He's a member of my family, and I should take care of him, shouted Hestia, coming to her senses after the shock. Hestia, sit down at the table and eat quietly. Don't disturb the others, Hephaestus said sternly, not allowing Hestia to take Alex away. Hestia could only pout and sit at the table, thinking that next time she would be quicker than Hephaestus and snatch little Alex Cohen for herself to pamper him. Mysterious machinations. While our group was having breakfast, another group gathered in a dark place, plotting something sinister. They were unaware that all their plans would be futile, for there is a saying, all intrigues and schemes are useless against absolute power. But this would become clear in the future, when this group of pseudo-villains would begin to act. What do you decide to do with our plan? Asked one member of the group. Our plan will continue without delay. We'll just find another scapegoat to blame if necessary, replied another. That bastard ruined our plans. I told you we should have chosen a different god. Not this arrogant idiot, said a female voice. It's not just Apollo's fault, but also a member of Hestia's family who ruined our plans, added a third. We must eliminate him before he grows up and starts to thwart our schemes, said the fourth. We shouldn't show ourselves yet. Our plans won't change. Apollo might spill something before he's sent to the realm of the gods, intervened the second. He's right. Let's lay low for now, but we'll continue the plan, just with more caution. And don't forget, we need another scapegoat, added the female voice. Silence, ordered the leader's voice at the head of the table. After his words, silence fell in the hall, and everyone turned their attention to him. We will test this item I obtained through my power to see how it affects monsters, he continued, showing a black crystal he held in his hand. How will we test it? Shall we use monsters we've already captured, or test it directly on dungeon monsters? Asked the female voice. I will send one of my followers to implant this crystal into a dungeon monster, replied the leader. If the crystal integrates with a monster and enhances it, we'll have a backup plan for the future, the leader concluded. Alex and his group. While the group of pseudo-villains discussed their nefarious plans, Alex and his team arrived at Babylon. Alex was still unaware of the existence of villains scheming something sinister, but if he had known, he would have simply laughed at them. After all, they acted and behaved like third-rate villains from movies, hiding like rats to discuss their plans. If you're a villain and want to do something bad, why hide and then put on a hypocritical face, claiming circumstances forced you? Just embrace who you are. As Alex and his group drew closer to the dungeon, more adventurers began to notice the child flying on a cushion alongside the girls. Hey, look, that kid is flying on a cushion, said one adventurer to his friend. I see he's flying on a cushion. I'm not blind, his friend replied. It's probably some artifact worth a lot of money. The first one continued, his eyes gleaming with greed. Yeah, exactly. If we sell it, we can live the good life forever, the second one agreed, not taking his eyes off the cushion. Why would a kid have such an artifact? He could lose it, the third one chimed in. You greedy idiots, look at the kid flying on that cushion before you speak, said the fourth one, noticing the resemblance of the child to someone important. He looks like, started the first. Yes, exactly like him. Maybe he's his son or younger brother, confirmed the fourth. Are you saying this kid could be related to that lunatic? Asked the third. Yeah, most likely because they look alike. And I don't want that lunatic chasing me to the ends of the earth. I don't want to suffer the fate of Apollo's children, said the fourth. You still haven't told us what happened there, said the first. I can't tell you because there's a ban on that information. But I can say one thing. Their fate was worse than death. It's better not to provoke that lunatic, replied the fourth, implying he'd rather face Goliath alone than provoke the Demon King. That's because all the adventurers who were at that war game started calling him the Demon King. I'd rather live a few more years than provoke that monster, said the fourth, heading towards Babylon. Arriving at the first floor of the dungeon, Alex and his group stopped, and Alex decided to lay out the plan of action. Ladies, I want to congratulate you on your first raid, Alex said, sitting on his cushion and clapping his hands. The faces of the girls turned sour, as they would have preferred to sleep in. I know Lily might have told you about her first raid. Don't worry, Alex continued. The girls' faces brightened as they knew what speedrun was and didn't want to repeat it. Your task in this raid is to improve teamwork. In the future, you will often work together and help in training future family members, Alex said, jumping off the pillow. Daphne, you will be the vanguard of this group, and you will need this, Alex said, handing Daphne a new sword and shield. Why such generosity? Daphne asked, picking up the weapon and checking how it felt in her hands. It's not generosity. You're a member of my family, so it's my responsibility. As captain, I have to take care of you, Alex replied, rummaging in his pocket. Daphne's face blushed slightly at his words, as she thought he was stingy because she didn't get the gun when he was giving it away. This is for you, Cassandra. You're also very important in this raid as a healer and support, said Alex, taking a long staff and pendant out of his pocket. Thank you, said Cassandra, taking the pendant and starting to inspect it. All right, equipment distributed. Now, the plan. Your group must reach the 10th floor, Alex said. Just the 10th? Do you think we're weak? Daphne asked, clearly unhappy with being underestimated. Do you think it's that simple? Alex asked, prompting nods from Daphne and Cassandra. Lily sensed something was wrong, but didn't manage to say anything before Alex acted again. Since you say it's simple, there will be a slight complication. Cassandra will only heal and do no damage. Daphne and Lily will have to use only the skills they've learned in training over the past few days. And most importantly, a spell will be placed on you to attract monsters, Alex said. Tears welled up in Lily's eyes as she fell to her knees, accepting her fate. Lily looked at Daphne, and her teeth ground with anger at the woman who couldn't keep her tongue behind her teeth. And finally, the spell will strengthen each time you stay in one place for too long, Alex said, climbing back onto his cushion. Now, ladies, your raid begins. Go ahead, you can start. I'll keep an eye on you just in case, Alex said, indicating it was time to start. The group of 3 started their first raid, unaware of how difficult it would be. The spell attracted all the monsters on the floor, making progress much more difficult. As they progressed through the first floor, Lily decided to tell them what awaited them. Who pulled you by the tongue? Why did you decide to speak? Do you understand how silly this spell is? Lily shouted at Daphne. Is it really that bad? Cassandra asked, not understanding why Lily was so angry. When I went on a solo raid, I had a similar spell on me. Every time I stopped, it got stronger, and eventually monsters from the entire floor came running at me, Lily recounted, recalling her grim experience. And most likely, because someone doesn't know when to keep quiet, the spell will start strong and get stronger every time our progress slows down, Lily said, indicating what lay ahead for them. No big deal. They're just first-level monsters. It's not a problem, Daphne said, trying to reassure everyone. No big deal, you say? Let's see how you handle it when there's a whole crowd of them. And if there are no monsters on this floor, the dungeon will start spawning new ones, Lily said through gritted teeth, seething with anger. He'll help us, right? Cassandra asked, starting to worry. Last time, he didn't intervene even when there were a lot of monsters, Lily said, still upset. You were alone last time. Now we're a group, so there's no need to worry, Daphne said, not taking the situation seriously. Hearing her words, Lily became irritated with Daphne again. Alex, why did you bring this woman into the family? We could have managed with just Cassandra. At least she has common sense and understands the situation, Lily muttered, looking at Daphne. As the group continued to advance through the floors, Alex floated behind, observing their raid. He noticed someone watching them with ill intentions and decided to address the issue immediately, without waiting for this enemy to cause trouble. Stop hiding, little rat. I know you've been watching my group since the beginning of the 4th floor, Alex said towards the large rock. So, you want to continue playing hide and seek? Alex said, transforming a pillow into a spear and launching it towards a rock. As the rock shattered, a shadowy figure jumped out from behind it. And who are you to want to harm my group so badly? Alex asked, looking at the person dressed in all black. The kid thinks he can handle everything he encounters? You're as arrogant as that person from your family, the man in black said. Who are you talking about? Alex asked, not understanding whom this idiot was referring to. I'm talking about Voldegode, the captain of the Hestia family, who decided to attack a god and thought he could get away with it, the enemy replied, drawing his weapon. Huh, that's rich. Alex burst out laughing, amused by the thug's words. What are you laughing at? Have you gone mad before dying? The villain said, clearly not understanding why the child in front of him was laughing. Oh my gods, I haven't laughed like that in ages. I didn't even think I wouldn't be recognized in this form, Alex said after his hearty laughter subsided. What do you mean? The villain began to say, clearly sensing something was amiss. I mean you're an idiot for not recognizing the very person who attacked a god, Alex said, while Chastaful began to glow and take its fifth form. You can't be him, the villain exclaimed, pointing his weapon at Alex. Don't point that weapon at me. It's rude. Now, you're going to tell me why you're here, or we can chat nicely, and then you'll spill everything, Alex said, aiming his weapon at the enemy. I won't tell you anything. I'd rather die than betray my master, the arrogant lackey shouted. While you were shouting, I already figured out why you're here. Most likely, your master, or whatever you call him, sent you here to check on something. But you noticed my group and decided you could eliminate future problems for your master, Alex said, looking at the enemy with disdain. How did you figure it out? The lackey asked. You're probably an idiot because all lackeys of villains act like this, Alex replied, regarding the lackey as an idiot. I still won't betray my master, the lackey yelled and attempted an escape skill. Well, you tried, but did you really think you could escape? Alex said, launching Chastaful in its fifth form towards the lackey who tried to flee. And so the villains start to emerge, thinking they're the smartest. Well, at least it's some entertainment in this world, Alex thought, retracting the spear back into its pillow form and heading towards the girls. While Alex was dealing with the minion, Lily's group had reached the fifth floor, and things were far from smooth. Monsters attacked them from all over the floor as the spell had intensified to the point of attracting all the surrounding creatures. Their teamwork was uncoordinated since this was their first expedition together. Well, are you happy now? Lily yelled, sending another monster flying. No need to shout. I can hear you just fine. And it's not my fault. Who knew the spell would be this ridiculous? Daphne replied, blocking an attack from a monster. I told you how my first run went, Lily said, scattering a horde of monsters to give herself a break. You said you needed to run quickly, but you never mentioned a spell that attracts monsters, Daphne responded, slicing through another monster. Girls, stop arguing. We're starting to slow down, which means the spell will get stronger, Cassandra interjected, healing Daphne. We wouldn't have to go through this if someone had kept their mouth shut, Lily retorted, pushing through the crowd of monsters. Oh, for God's sake, how long are you going to keep repeating that? You've been saying it for 5 floors already. How much longer will you continue? Daphne asked, defending Cassandra from a group of attacking monsters. I'll keep saying it for as long as it takes, Lily replied. While the group continued to argue and bicker, they miraculously managed to reach the 6th floor. The spell kept getting stronger, now attracting monsters from the entire floor and angering the dungeon, which began spawning new creatures to get rid of the adventurers. Lily realized the situation was getting worse and came to the only solution, asking Alex to remove the spell. Alex, please remove the spell. This isn't funny anymore, Lily said in a tired voice. Really? I thought this was pretty easy for you, Alex replied, floating nearby. The spell has become so strong that it attracts monsters from the whole floor and makes the dungeon spawn new ones. Please, remove it, Cassandra said, nearly out of energy. Well, I don't know. It's supposed to be easy since these are just first-level monsters, Alex said, approaching the group and killing all the monsters so they could rest. All right, I admit I was arrogant. Now, please remove the spell. I won't do it again, Daphne said, tears welling up in her eyes. Okay, no need for tears. Why are you starting to cry? I was just waiting for you to give up and ask for help, Alex said, dispersing the spell. You waited for us to ask you to remove the spell? Cassandra asked, catching her breath now that the monsters were no longer chasing them. That's right. It was a little lesson for you not to be arrogant, even on the first floors of the dungeon. Danger lurks everywhere, Alex said, jumping off his cushion. You just wanted to teach us a lesson? Daphne shouted. That's right. It was a small lesson so you wouldn't underestimate the dungeon, Alex replied, finding himself in someone's arms. Did you really have to do it this way? Cassandra asked, holding Alex like a plush toy. It was the quickest way, and Daphne gave me a reason to do it, Alex said in a serious tone, looking more cute than serious as he hung in Cassandra's arms. If you wanted to teach them a lesson, why did I have to go through this? Lily yelled, pointing at Alex. You're part of their group, so you had to go through all the hardships with them, Alex said, spreading his hands. This isn't fair. I'll tell Hestiasamma everything, Lily said, dropping to her knees in tears. Life isn't fair, my little Bilbo. Going through all the problems together will bring the group closer, Alex said, making himself comfortable in Cassandra's arms. I told you to stop calling me Bilbo. I'm not a guy, but a cute hobbit girl, Lily replied, standing up from the floor and sitting down to catch her breath. As you say, Lily. Now, rest up and continue the raid. You still need to reach the 10th floor, Alex said, to which the girls rolled their eyes. Meanwhile, as Alex's group caught their breath after their lesson, a group of adventurers returning from a raid was pursuing a strange monster they had encountered in the dungeon. This monster was smarter and stronger than its kin. Black veins covered its entire body, and its eyes were bloodshot, like those of a berserker. It attacked other monsters, possibly to show its strength or assert its dominance on the floor. We will never know, as the monster was running toward another creature that had entered the dungeon. The monster was being chased by a group of adventurers and had no choice but to flee. It felt the power of these people and chose to run, seeking other monsters or adventurers to consume, becoming stronger. Alex's group was unaware of the monster approaching their floor. Congratulations, ladies, you completed your first raid. Despite your failures and arguments, the most important thing is that you managed. And I want to congratulate you on that, Alex said, clapping his hands. I'm going to tell Hestiasamma about how you tormented us, Lily began to complain, threatening Alex with the wrath of the lowly goddess. Nice move, my young hobbit. I'm so proud that you've grown, literally, Alex said, looking down at Lily. What does that mean? Lily protested until she noticed Alex looking at her from the height of his cushion. Get down from that cushion so I can strangle you. I'm taller than you now, so don't talk to me about height, Lily shouted, trying to jump up to Alex's cushion. How about no? Alex replied, dodging Lily's attacks. Lily, get back now, Alex shouted, returning Chastyfold to its spear form and launching it at the strange monster. After killing the strange monster, Alex decided to approach and examine it because, unlike other monsters, it didn't disintegrate upon death, but fell to the floor, black blood oozing from it. This indicated that this monster was significantly different from the others. Alex recalled the minion he had encountered in the dungeon and realized why it had come here. These semi-villains had decided to infuse the dungeon monsters with a strange substance to strengthen them and create a wave that would break out of the dungeon and cause chaos. As Alex pondered the purpose of creating such monsters, the group of adventurers who had been chasing the monster arrived. Hey, buddy, step away from that monster. It could be dangerous, shouted a rough voice, approaching Alex's group. Yeah, better step back. It's kind of strange, said another, calmer voice. Looks like this monster died from its wounds by the time we caught up, added a female voice. The adventurers were closing in, but Alex paid them no mind, continuing to study the monster. He understood that these semi-villains had made a cunning decision, using monsters to create chaos, diverting suspicion from themselves. The group of adventurers had now approached Alex's group. Lily, Daphne, Cassandra. What are you doing here, and where's Alex? Asked an elegant voice. Hello, Riveria. We're on a raid at Alex's insistence to strengthen our teamwork and improve our skills, replied Cassandra, glancing at the arriving adventurers. Where's Alex? He wouldn't let you wander the dungeon alone, Riveria asked, scanning for Alex. Hey, buddy, you look a lot like my friend. Are you his brother or son? Asked Gnome Garrett, inspecting the small Alex. Yeah, he really does look like him. This kid's a spitting image of Alex, agreed Group Captain Finn. As members of Loki's family looked at young Alex, Lily's group watched with surprise. Hey kid, are you Alex's son or brother? If you're his son, you can call me Mom, said Tiona, approaching Alex. What a mom? You need to grow up first to be a mom, retorted Riveria, not allowing Tiona to get close to the child. Actually, I'm already 17, and other Amazons start having kids even earlier. So, Grandma Riveria, step aside and let me hug this cute little guy, said Tiona. Hearing this, Riveria was ready to explode. Alex turned his gaze to the arriving group. Hey guys, what brings you here? Asked Alex, drawing attention. Kid, you're Alex's son, right? You can call me Mom, Tiona said, approaching. What son? It's me, Alex, said Alex with a funny face, not expecting to be mistaken for his own son. What? Shouted Loki's family group. But why are you a child again? How is that possible? Asked Riveria, pushing Tiona away. It's just an age spell, Alex replied, shrugging, which elicited joyful squeals from the female members of Loki's group. Even the stern Riveria couldn't remain indifferent. But how did you do it? Riveria asked, lifting Alex up and enveloping him in a hug. Alex was about to start explaining when Tiona intervened. Riveria, put Alex down, and I promise I won't do anything to you, Tiona said, pointing her weapon at Riveria. Why should I put him down if he's okay with it? Look, he's perfectly fine with this, said Riveria, gesturing towards Alex, who didn't mind being in the arms of the beautiful elf. I said put Alex down, Tiona repeated, ready to attack. Seeing them about to argue again, Alex jumped down from Riveria's arms and decided to step away, knowing that when girls fight, it always ends badly. While Riveria and Tiona fought over the right to hug Alex, someone else took the initiative and picked him up. How can I help you, Ace? Asked Alex, not understanding why this silent girl decided to hug him. Nothing, I just felt like doing it, but I don't understand why, Ace replied in a monotone voice. Well, whatever you say, Alex said, shrugging. Hello, Lafia. How's your new staff? Alex asked, turning his gaze to Lafia, who silently stared at him. Hello, Alexama. The staff is very good and makes the task much easier, Lafia replied nervously, clearly nervous under Alex's gaze. All right, girls, enough fighting. We need to go. We have to celebrate my family's first raid, said Alex, clapping his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Tiona and Riveria stopped fighting and focused on Alex, who was being held by Ace. They understood that if Ace wanted to do something, she would do it. Alex also asked to take the monster with them to show it at the guild as evidence of the emergence of a new type of monster. The group decided to move on and reach the floor where Alex defeated the minion of the villain. Finding the minion's body, Alex asked them to take it with them and blame the monster. Loki's family group didn't understand why they should do this, and Alex explained who this guy was. He asked them to keep quiet about it so that the villains wouldn't scatter and would think that their plan to change the monsters had succeeded. Nodding, they dragged the bodies of the monster and the minion towards the exit. At the entrance to Babylon, after Alex's group and Loki's family left Babylon, they were met by a worried goddess who couldn't sit still and decided to meet her children after their raid. In reality, Loki just wanted a drink, so she decided to meet her family to go celebrate a successful raid. But when she saw her family members, she was surprised not by the monster they were dragging or the dead minion, but by Alex in his child form being carried by Ace and refusing to let go. Ace, don't you dare tell me this is your child and Alex's, Loki said, pointing a finger at Ace. How could you do this to me? I wanted us to have a family, me, you, and Alex. I thought we would have a happy family, and you beat me to it, Loki shouted, falling to the ground and pounding her fist, attracting the attention of passing adventurers. Turns out Princess Sword has a child. That's quite unexpected, said a random adventurer. You idiot. How can this child be Princess Sword's son when he looks about 10 years old? Another retorted. You're right, but Goddess Loki said he's her son and Alex's. But who is this Alex? Asked a third. Alex is Alexander Voldegode, now known as the Demon King, answered the second. Damn, I envy him. He got himself such a cute wife and child, said the third, with the first nodding in agreement. You two are idiots. How could they have a child if they only recently met? Asked the second. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's magic or something involved. The first replied doubtfully. Lord, why did you give me these two idiots in the group? Said the second, hitting himself on the forehead. Seeing Loki attracting attention with her antics, Riveria, as the most responsible member of the family, decided to knock Loki out to prevent her from causing problems. After knocking out Loki, the group headed to the guild to report on their raid, the monster they encountered, and to show the victim's body for identification. Alex had already gotten down from Ace's arms, much to her disappointment, and decided to look around for his consultant. He wanted to surprise Aina with his new appearance, but it turned out Aina was off duty, which disappointed Alex as he wanted to see her reaction to his current form. After reporting on the monster, the group decided to go celebrate their raid. Having made their decision, they headed towards Mistress of Fertility. The Mistress of Fertility? Alex and his group arrived at the Mistress of Fertility and took their usual seats. Meanwhile, Alex, floating on his cushion, observed the waitresses welcoming guests at the entrance. His gaze settled on one of them, Anyanaya. The group of waitresses hadn't noticed Alex yet, who was hovering above everyone. Anyanaya, hello. Long time no see, exclaimed Alex, flying into the room. I told you, my name is Anyanaya, not Anyanaya, said Anya, turning towards Alex. She didn't notice him at first, just a child floating on a cushion. Poor Yanaya, where's the guy who calls me Anyanaya? She asked, looking around. Anyanaya, it's me, said Alex, floating closer. Alex Naya, how did you become so small? Did you shrink Naya? Asked Anya, inspecting him. Hold on. Alex Naya turned into a child? How? Shouted Anya, finally understanding the situation. Her cry caught the attention of other visitors and waitresses, who also noticed the floating Alex. Alex, is that you? Asked Chloe, approaching and looking at him with sparkling eyes. Alex, let your little sister hug you, she continued, reaching out. No, thanks. I don't like the way you're looking at me. And please stop drooling, said Alex, not letting Chloe come closer, feeling uncomfortable around her. Chloe, calm down and wipe off your drool. Don't you dare approach Alex, said Ryu, stepping forward and tapping Chloe on the head to calm her down. Alex, what happened to you? Why did you become a child? Asked Ryu, looking at Alex, who was sitting on the cushion. Just age-changing magic, that's all, replied Alex, jumping off the cushion. I've never heard of such magic, said Ryu, approaching and picking him up. Why does everyone pick me up when I get off my cushion? Asked Alex with a crooked smile. I'm doing it so Chloe doesn't try to snatch you, Ryu calmly replied, pointing to Chloe, who was giving Alex a fierce look. I understand, but please put me down. I'll go to my group, said Alex, trying to break free from Ryu's grip. No, it might be uncomfortable for you to sit at the table, so I'll help you, said Ryu, unwilling to let go of Alex. What about Mamma Mia? She might get upset, said Alex, pointing to Mamma Mia, who was looking their way at that moment. She won't mind, replied Ryu. Alex turned to Mia, and she gave him a thumbs up, indicating everything was fine. Sigh. As you say, Alex replied with a crooked smile. Ryu smiled and walked to the group's table, while Alex shook his head, deciding to enjoy Ryu's elfish embrace, realizing he was the one who caused this situation by choosing to become a child. While Alex was chatting with the waitresses and avoiding being kidnapped by a certain cat girl, a troublesome goddess woke up. Oh, my head. I had such a strange dream, said Loki, waking up on a chair in the restaurant. When did we get to the hostess of fertility? I must have dozed off and forgotten, she added, deciding to set the question aside as she saw the drink in front of her. Loki-sama, what did you dream about? Asked Finn, drawing everyone's attention. Realizing that all eyes were on him, Finn broke into a sweat, knowing he had made a mistake. I dreamed that Ace and Alex had a child, and they left me, living a happy life without me, said Loki, sipping alcohol from her glass. That can't be Loki-sama. It's just a dream, Finn tried to smooth things over. Right? There's no way Ace and Alex could have had a child without me, said Loki, taking another sip from her glass. Who had a child? Asked a child's voice approaching the table. I'm saying, Ace and Alex couldn't have had a child without me, Loki began to say, turning toward the voice and then losing her speech, dropping her glass from her hand. Why, you're Ace and Alex's child. How can this be? How could they leave me and go have fun without me? They should have invited me, cried Loki, falling to the floor in tears and pounding her fist on the ground. They should have invited me. Then we would have a family of 3, We'd be happy and live by the sea in a wonderful house. Loki continued to cry, drifting into her fantasies. What's happening with Loki-sama? Asked Ryu, watching Loki, who was on the floor mumbling something through her tears. Just ignore her, she's always like this. Hestia did the same thing. Maybe it's a tradition for all gods to act like this when they're upset, said Alex, shrugging. Don't compare me to that big-boobed shrimp, shouted Loki, getting up from the floor. See how quickly she recovered, said Alex, pointing at Loki. The members of the Loki familia shook their heads, understanding their goddess's character. They knew how fickle Loki's emotions were. If you're Ace and Alex's child, you can call me Mama Loki. I'll adopt you and love you. After all, my love with your father has only just begun to bloom, said Loki, looking at Alex and spouting nonsense. How about no? Replied Alex, causing Loki to fall to her hands and knees and start crying again. This is so unfair. It's all because I don't have boobs. Loki started to cry and spout nonsense again. Everyone at the table shook their heads at Loki's antics and continued eating, knowing that Loki would soon get over it. Why don't you want to call me Mama Loki? Loki asked, getting up from the floor again. Loki, how old do you think I am? Alex asked, watching Loki as she began to scrutinize him. Around 10, Loki answered after some thought. Then how could Ace have a child of that age? Alex asked, looking at Loki with a twitching eye, wondering how this goddess of mischief could be so clueless. Well, it's that strange magic of Alex again. And maybe Alex and Ace just didn't want a constantly crying baby, so they immediately grew him up to this age, Loki replied, shrugging, making everyone roll their eyes. Loki, can you come over here for a moment? Alex asked, beckoning Loki closer. You finally decided to call me Mama Loki. Ouch, what? Loki said, jumping up from her seat and running over to Alex, only to be flicked on the forehead when she got close. Do all gods' brains start working poorly when they descend to the mortal world? Alex asked after the flick. That flick, those eyes. You're just like Alex, Loki said, rubbing her forehead. Hearing her words, everyone choked on their food, realizing that Loki still didn't understand that the child in Ryu's arms was Alex. I can't take this anymore. It's not even funny. I am Alex. Loki, for the love of gods, can you stop being so stupid? Alex said, tired of Loki's foolishness. Don't lie to me. Alex is tall and handsome, and you're small and cute, Loki said, not believing Alex's words. Ryu, let me go. I'm going to hit her with my stick to bring her to her senses, or else I'm going to start getting stupid myself listening to this goddess, Alex said, trying to get off Ryu's lap and grab his stick to strike Loki. Seeing Alex's growing anger, everyone started laughing, anticipating what would happen to Loki. Wait, if you have that stick, then you must be Alex, Loki said, seeing Alex almost breaking free from Ryu's hold and realizing she was in for trouble if Alex reached her. And how did you come to that conclusion? Alex asked, holding the stick ready in case of a foolish answer from Loki. Only Alex could have a stick like that, Loki shouted. Everyone at the table turned their attention to the stick, remembering the rumors in Oreo about the crazy adventurer attacking others with a stick. Realizing where this could lead, they decided to remain silent to avoid getting hit themselves. Finally, you've come to your senses, Alex said, putting the stick back in his pocket, making Loki sigh in relief, recalling the rumors and what Hestia had said about the stick. And now, with this problem solved, we can celebrate the first successful raid of the Hestia Familia. Cheers, Alex said, raising a glass in honor of Lily, Cassandra, and Daphne. Cheers, everyone at the table echoed, raising their glasses. You can't, Ryu said, taking the glass from Alex's hand before he could take a sip. Technically, I'm 18, you know that, right? Alex said, to which Ryu still shook her head, saying he couldn't drink. Alex just looked at her and decided to stay silent. Meanwhile, among the villains, while Alex and his group were celebrating the first successful raid of the Hestia Familia, a group of semi-villains gathered once again to discuss their sinister plans for creating chaos. The plan to alter monsters had succeeded, albeit with some losses, but it proved that the item provided by their leader could create an entirely new type of monster not tied to the dungeon. It seems our plan worked, Though it's a shame we lost such a good and loyal pawn, said the leader. That pawn was good, but he managed to create problems even after his death, said one of those sitting at the table. Right? Could he not die without leaving a trace? Now suspicions will fall on the family to which that dead idiot belonged, said a female voice, looking at one of them. There will be no problems. I'll handle it. I'll just say he died fighting that monster and try to pin the blame on the Loki Familia, claiming they couldn't save him in time, said the man everyone was looking at. That doesn't excuse his negligence in this matter. You assured me that everything would be fine and that he was your most loyal follower, said the leader. He was my most loyal follower who died carrying out the task you set, retorted one of them. Now I need to think about what to do with the Loki Familia to ensure that suspicions for this incident don't fall on our group. It's too early to reveal ourselves, he continued. Our plans will proceed without a hitch, just the timelines have shifted a bit. We shouldn't rush. It's all part of the plan, said the leader. Then what are we going to do about this loser who died in the dungeon while carrying out the task? Asked the second. According to the report I received from the guild, the Loki Familia has already found him dead. All we need to do is cover up any traces that might lead back to us, said the leader. And how are we going to do that? The guild is under the jurisdiction of Uranus. We don't have people in the guild who could help us, replied the third. That's your job, since your subordinate died carrying out this task. As is God, you must take responsibility and solve this problem. And if you're discovered, don't even think about leading them to us, said the leader. I'll handle this problem, don't worry. But what about the person who could cause us significant trouble if not dealt with? Asked the third. For now, we won't touch him. Last time, he nearly killed Apollo just because Apollo couldn't keep his mouth shut. We don't need him hunting us down all over Oreo. While it could create the chaos we desire, the ends don't justify the means, said the leader. From what I've learned, Apollo has locked himself in his home in the divine realm and hasn't come out since his return. He stopped meeting with anyone and just stays shut in, said a female voice. What did that guy say to him to scare Apollo so much? Continued the woman, sitting at the table. It doesn't matter anymore. We've already lost Apollo as a pawn. Who can replace him? Asked the second. How about Ishtar? I never liked that woman, and besides, she's in conflict with Freya, the woman suggested. I don't think she's a good fit. Ishtar is clever and won't fall for these tricks, said the third. Then who do you propose? The woman asked aggressively. I could suggest Set or Phobos, the second interjected. We'll hold off on selecting a new pawn for now. First, we need to resolve the current issue, said the leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then you can all go. And Thanatos, resolve this issue since it's your family member who caused it. Don't let us down again, said the leader, leaving the room. I won't screw up again, said Thanatos through gritted teeth. Celebrations and secrets. While the villains were busy trying to resolve the problems they had created, our hero and his group were having a great time celebrating. However, as is often the case, there's always someone who will spoil the fun. In this instance, it was the drunk goddess Loki. Out of curiosity, Loki decided to find out what had happened today, given that Alex had turned into a child. However, she missed the most important details. Besides the little Alex that Ace had carried out of the dungeon, the group had dragged along a strange monster and the corpse of an adventurer, which Loki had ignored. Alex, so you're not Ace and your own son? You just turned into a child? Loki asked, now sitting next to Alex and looking at him. How can I be my own son? Alex replied, chuckling. Well, I don't know. You tell me how you became like this. And don't you dare pull that rainbow trick again. I don't care that you're small now. I'll strangle you, Loki threatened. Alex was about to give his usual response, but changed his mind upon hearing her words. He didn't want a drunk goddess chasing after him. I just woke up and decided to try out a spell. This is the result. Plus, I'm testing out my new weapon, Alex replied, pointing to the spear floating behind him. Since you're small again, want to sit on my lap? Loki asked, patting her knees. No, thank you. Ryu's lap is very comfortable, and if I sit on yours, others will start asking me to sit on their laps too, Alex said. Ryu blushed, and all the girls at the table began protesting, as they all wanted Alex to sit on their laps. What's so special about that elf's lap? Why don't you want to sit on mine? Loki fumed. Ryu's lap is very comfortable, and she protects me from perverts like you. Loki, Alex said, taking Ryu's hands and wrapping them around himself, as if for protection. Ryu nodded in agreement. What do you mean perverts like me? I'm not a pervert, Loki retorted, leaning her face closer to Alex. That's exactly what I mean. I won't mention all the times you try to peek under Ace's skirt, only to be stopped by Riveria, Alex said, pushing Loki's face away. I'm not peeking. I'm just interested in what kind of underwear Ace is wearing. And anyway, if a girl asks another girl what kind of underwear she's wearing, it's not harassment, Loki said like a true sage. If you were just interested, you wouldn't reach for Ace's skirt every day to peek, Alex responded with disgust. Well, aren't you curious to know what kind of underwear a girl is wearing? Loki asked, and all the girls at the table looked at Alex, waiting for his answer. It's only interesting if the girl is my beloved. I'm not interested in what a girl I don't know is wearing, Alex replied. Any guy would be curious about what kind of underwear his beloved is wearing, because that's normal, he added. The guys at the table nodded, confirming his words. Well, whatever you say, little pervert, Loki said. Alex just shook his head. What was that monster you brought out of the dungeon? Why was it so strange? Loki asked, changing the subject because everyone was giving her strange looks. We don't know, Loki-sama. We encountered it in the dungeon when we were returning from the raid. This monster attacked its own kind, was much stronger than its peers, and more aggressive. When we attacked it, it managed to fight back and escape, which means it had the intelligence to understand it was losing and needed to flee, Finn began explaining. And what about that guy? Loki asked. You'll find out at home, where there are no prying ears, Alex interjected, not letting anyone continue. Loki narrowed her eyes, realizing something was up, and decided to question her children about the situation at home. Do you know something, Alex? Ryu whispered in his ear. It's better not to spread this information for now. It could bring you unnecessary trouble, Alex replied quietly. I'm strong and can take care of myself, Ryu retorted. You may be strong, but you don't know who the enemy is, where they're hiding, and what kind of people they have under their command, Alex responded. I think I know who might be behind this. But they were supposed to have been destroyed thanks to the efforts of the guild and other families in Ororio, Ryu whispered. It could be the remnants of Evelus who hid after those events, Ryu continued, hinting at a potential threat. Ryu, it could be them, or it could be another organization. There are too many variables in this situation, Alex said quietly. So for now, it's better not to get involved. I don't know what this organization did to you, but it could be other idiots who think they're villains. So for now, stay out of it, Alex said. I can help, Ryu insisted. I know you're strong, but I still worry about you. So it's better to wait, and when I find out who's behind this, I'll ask for your help, Alex said. Ryu blushed and nodded. While the pair whispered, they didn't notice everyone at the table watching them. Everyone was curious about what they were discussing, but no one dared to interrupt, seeing Ryu blush. However, this didn't stop the drunk goddess. Hey, what are you whispering about over there? Confessing your love to each other, Loki asked, banging her glass on the table. Everyone at the table rolled their eyes at her latest antics. Maybe, Alex replied with a smile. Ryu blushed even harder, while Loki, shocked, widened her eyes, unable to believe Alex admitted it so easily. All right, it's time to go since these three from my family are already drunk and passed out, Alex said, pointing to the trio who were asleep on the table. And Loki, don't spread unnecessary rumors. I'm being clear, Alex added, lifting the drunk trio onto his shoulders. Loki nodded seriously, understanding the situation was delicate. Well then, see you. Ryu, I'll drop by again in a few days, Alex said, carrying the drunken girls towards Hephaestus's home. Upon hearing his words, Ryu nodded with a red face as everyone who heard began whistling and congratulating Alex for catching the attention of a serious elf. No one cared that it was a child saying this. Shaking his head at the drunken adventurers, Alex headed home. The next day, Alex decided to go to the guild to gather information about the monster from yesterday and find out which family the attacker belonged to. Upon arriving at the guild, Alex started looking around, checking if any of the semi-villains had come to cover up the matter of their dead minion. While Alex was waiting in the lobby, Thanatos arrived. I've been summoned here to report that a member of my family died in the dungeon yesterday, Thanatos said, feeling a gaze upon him. He met the eyes of a strange child who was looking at him with a smile. Thanatos didn't understand why the child was looking at him and smiling, but something about that smile made him uneasy. It felt very strange, as if the child had found what he was looking for, and that something was Thanatos himself. In the evening, after Alex left the Hostess of Fertility, the members of the Loki Familia also gathered and went home, needing to rest after the raid and calm Loki, who at any moment could start babbling nonsense and end up spilling something that could cause problems. Upon arriving at their mansion, the Loki Familia dispersed to their rooms to take a shower and rest. Only the Familia's captain, Finn, stayed behind to tell Loki what had happened in the dungeon and whose corpse they had sent to the guild to determine which Familia it belonged to. Alex hadn't revealed much information about the situation, but Finn understood enough to realize that trouble awaited them in the future. Well, Finn, tell me what happened in the dungeon and why Alex asked us to keep quiet about this situation, Loki asked, approaching the bar and grabbing a bottle of alcohol. I'll explain everything in order so you don't get confused, Loki-sama, Finn said. Hearing his words, Loki nodded, signaling him to continue. When we were returning from the raid, we encountered a new type of monster. It had black veins running through its body and red eyes. Finn continued. And what kind of monster was it? Loki asked, pouring herself another glass of alcohol. It was an orc. It was stronger and faster than its kin, and most importantly, its power was equivalent to level 4 monsters, which is unusual for those floors, Finn said, describing the monster and what he had noticed. Are you saying there was a level 4 monster on the upper floors? Loki asked, spitting out her drink. That's right, Loki-sama. When our group decided to kill this monster, it managed to evade our attacks. It seemed to have the intelligence to realize the situation wasn't in its favor and escaped to the upper floors. Thankfully, it didn't encounter anyone except Alex's group along the way, Finn explained. And what happened after you chased the monster? Loki asked, hesitating to pour herself more alcohol. After the monster escaped, we decided to catch up to it and eliminate it to prevent it from causing more problems. But the monster reached the 10th floor, where it was killed by Alex, Finn said with a wry smile. Are you saying that this monster managed to escape from a group of at least level 4 adventurers and reach the 10th floor, and if it weren't for Alex, the monster could have escaped the dungeon and caused a lot of chaos? Loki summarized. That's correct, Loki-sama. And the monster didn't turn to ash after death. Its body remained intact, so we were able to send it to the guild, Finn added, pointing out the peculiarities of the situation. I don't like this situation. If there are more monsters like this, it's going to be a huge problem, Loki said, thinking seriously. What about the corpse of the adventurer you were carrying with you? Loki asked, still thinking about the new type of monster. We found this adventurer on the 5th floor. According to Alex, this adventurer wanted to attack his group to eliminate them for his master, Finn replied. But you said this adventurer died at the hands of the monster, Loki said, surprised, not understanding why her Familia members gave her different information. We reported that to the guild because, according to Alex, this adventurer was responsible for why the monster turned out the way it did, Finn explained. So, you're saying that we possibly have a group capable of creating unusual monsters that are stronger, smarter, and faster than their kin, and that they could escape from the dungeon? Loki asked, realizing the scale of the problem. Do you have any suspicions about who might be behind this? Loki asked, hoping Finn had some information. Unfortunately, no, Loki-sama. Alex said he would go to the guild tomorrow and wait there for the god who comes to claim the corpse to cover up the situation, Finn said with a wry smile, as he hadn't thought of that possibility at the time. Who do you think it could be? Maybe it's the remnants of Evelys or someone else, Loki asked, considering the options. I don't think it's Evelys because they were exiled. It could be a new group trying to imitate them or seeking revenge. We don't have enough information to draw conclusions yet. Finn shook his head. So, what should we do in this situation, Loki-sama? Finn asked. For now, we won't take any action. As you said, we have too little information. We'll wait for their next moves and address them as they come, Loki said, thinking aloud. Then, should we look for allies to deal with this problem? Finn suggested. We can't know who might be part of this group, so we need to be cautious. The only allies we have for sure are Hephaestus and Hestia, Loki replied, understanding that something bad was about to happen, probably worse than Evolus. So what will we do, Loki-sama? Finn asked to know what to prepare for. We wait for now. Alex said he would go to the guild tomorrow to wait for the god who comes to cover up the matter. Then we will have our first suspect, and from there, we will start looking for his accomplices, Loki answered after thinking. Then I'll go to the other Familia members who were present at the time and ask them not to spread this information, Finn said, heading off to the other group members. After Finn left, Loki immersed herself in thought. She didn't like where this was heading. She had had enough of the problems caused by Evolus, and now there was another group that could consist of both gods and adventurers angry at the gods. Loki understood that new problems were brewing, and she didn't want a repeat of the tragedy where many adventurers and gods perished and returned to the heavens. Loki continued to think and no longer wanted to drink in such a situation. She needed to wait for news from Alex to seek potential allies. Sighing, Loki decided to go rest and leave these problems to her future self. The next morning, when Alex woke up, he realized he was in a very uncomfortable position. Hestia was hugging him like a pillow and didn't want to let go. Alex decided to free himself from this situation, understanding that Hestia might sleep for a long time. After escaping the goddess's grip, he decided to wake her up, as they needed to discuss the current situation and possible threats. With some difficulty, he woke Hestia and headed to the dining hall to talk to everyone. Good morning, everyone, Alex said, entering the dining hall where Tsubaki and Hephaestus were already seated. Where are those three? Don't they usually wake up early for training? Alex asked, looking around. Didn't you bring back those three who got drunk and passed out last night? Now they're sleeping soundly. Tsubaki replied, understanding that the girls had drunk too much and now couldn't be woken up. All right, I won't wake them up. Let them rest. They had a tough time in the dungeon yesterday, Alex said, recalling what the girls went through. How long are you going to stay in the form of child? Tsubaki asked, approaching Alex. I'm fine with it for now. I'm still getting used to this height, Alex said, feeling himself being lifted again. Hephaestus, why did you pick me up again? Alex asked, turning to the red-haired goddess. I just feel like it, Hephaestus replied, heading toward the table. Fine, it's not like I mind. When Hestia arrives, we need to discuss something, Alex said, now sitting on Hephaestus's lap. What exactly do you want to talk about? Tsubaki asked, realizing she missed the chance to have Alex sit on her lap. I'll explain everything when Hestia gets here, Alex replied, starting to eat breakfast. What do you want to talk about when I get here? A sleepy Hestia asked, entering the room. Unfortunately, there's an idiot or a group of idiots who think they're villains and want to cause trouble, Alex began, explaining everything that happened in the dungeon and about the monster. Are you saying that there's a group of gods or adventurers who want to create chaos and have already succeeded in creating a strange monster? Hephaestus asked after Alex recounted the events in the dungeon. As for the adventurers, I'm not sure, but that gods are involved 100%. From what I've learned since being here, it's clear that gods get incredibly bored, and they'll do a lot to alleviate their boredom, hiding behind ridiculous excuses, Alex said. You're right about that. But what are we going to do about this situation? Tsubaki asked, curious about their course of action. For now, nothing. We'll pretend we haven't noticed anything, so that these rats make a mistake and reveal themselves. Then we'll act. Alex explained his plan. So, we're just waiting for them to make a mistake. Hephaestus asked, unhappy with the idea of waiting, as innocent people might get hurt. We won't have to wait long. Later, I'll go to the guild to wait for the god who comes for their dead adventurer. Then we'll know at least one suspected member of this group, Alex assured, confident in his plan. Are you not afraid that this adventurer was just used and that the god knows nothing about it? Tsubaki asked. No, I don't think so. This adventurer spoke about his master, and it's most likely his god. We just need to wait and then investigate this god and everyone connected to him. Or it could give him the opportunity to make him a scapegoat, while the others go into hiding for a while, Alex concluded. Then we have to wait for the information you get at the guild, Hephaestus said with a sigh, realizing there were no other options at the moment. After the discussion, everyone lost their appetite. They understood that problems were brewing again. They didn't know who the enemy was, how many people were in this villainous group, or who was conspiring with them. There were too many unknowns. Why didn't Alex just use his magic to find the villains? The answer was simple. If he did that, where would be the fun in the hero facing the villain and winning? Alex wanted to feel what other heroes experienced when confronting enemies. He decided to face these villains as they appeared, to completely destroy their plans, and to show other such idiots that there was no point in trying anything. All their plans would be foiled. After finishing breakfast, Alex decided to head to the guild and observe which god would come. He was sure it would be a god associated with a negative aspect, and he already had a few guesses about which gods might be semi-villains in this situation. Guild Hall. Upon arriving at the guild hall, the first thing Alex decided to do was gather information about the monster and the dead adventurer. However, he understood that such information wouldn't be easily disclosed, so he needed someone to help him in this situation. Searching for his target, Alex found her, Ina, his cute half-elf advisor. Approaching the counter where Ina was working, he wanted to say hello but was interrupted. Hey there, little one. What are you doing here? Lost? Need help finding your family? Ina began asking questions. Alex says I started to twitch from all these questions. Why are you silent? Shy? No need to be shy. Big sister will help you. Ina continued with a kind smile. Ina, it's me, Alex said, interrupting the endless stream of questions. Little one, I don't know you, but you look very much like my friend. Could you be his brother looking for him? Ina said, noticing that the child in front of her looked very familiar. Ina, this isn't funny anymore. It's me, Alex said, his eye twitching more from a situation. He still couldn't understand why his acquaintances couldn't recognize him. Alex, how can it be you? Why are you a child? Were you cursed? Ina started asking questions, and her shout drew the attention of everyone in the room. No, I wasn't cursed. It's just age-altering magic, Alex replied, already tired of explaining what had happened to him. But why did you use that spell? You're so small now, can I hug you? Ina started asking questions again, approaching Alex and squatting down so their eyes met. As you wish, I'm used to it by now. But we need a place where we can talk without any eavesdroppers, Alex said. Ina smiled happily, picked him up, and went to a consultation room. So, what do you want to know? Ina asked once Alex was seated on her lap. Does the guild have any information about the monster and the dead adventurer? Alex asked, getting straight to the point. Why do you need that information? Ina asked skeptically, not understanding why Alex needed it. I'm just curious, and I was the one who killed that monster yesterday, Alex said, spreading his hands. If you killed it, why did the Loki Familia file the report? Ina asked, squinting her eyes. Because it had to be that way, Alex replied, not wanting to go into details. If you don't tell me why, I won't tell you which Familia the adventurer belonged to, Ina said, adjusting her glasses and looking at Alex. If you don't tell me, I'll find out anyway. That god will have to come here to retrieve the adventurer's body, Alex said with a smug smile, causing Ina's glasses to slide down her nose. You still have to tell me, or I won't let you go, Ina said, threatening another way. I can't tell you everything right now, because I'm not sure about many things myself. Just know that this dead adventurer is involved in the situation, and it's better if you don't tell anyone about this to avoid putting yourself in danger, Alex said, making it clear that the situation was delicate. Do you suspect that a god might be involved in this? Ina asked, to which Alex nodded. The adventurer belonged to the Familia of Thanatos. Yesterday, he was informed that the Loki Familia brought the body of his Familia member to the guild and requested to identify him. Ina shared what she had learned that morning. All right, then I'll sit in the hall and wait for Thanatos to see what he does and how he reacts, Alex said, jumping off Ina's lap and heading to the door. You're not going to put yourself in danger, are you? Ina asked, concerned for Alex. Don't worry, Ina. I'm much stronger than you can imagine. Better yet, take this. This bracelet will protect you in case of danger, Alex said, already by the door, tossing Ina a magical bracelet for her protection. Seeing the bracelet, Ina looked at it suspiciously and wanted to ask more questions, but Alex had already stepped into the hall. Shrugging, Ina put on the bracelet and returned to her work. When she entered the hall, she noticed Alex had taken a seat on an empty sofa, waiting for Thanatos to arrive. Alex sat and pondered what Thanatos would do when he arrived. While he was lost in thought, adventurers took note of the unfamiliar child sitting in the hall, but no one dared to approach, as rumors began to spread that this child was the son of the Sword Princess and the Demon King. No one wanted to mess with the child of such a pair. After sitting for some time, Alex finally saw one of the suspected culprits in the situation with the monster and the dead adventurer. He noticed Thanatos entering the hall and heading straight for the guild's deputy. Thanatos was a tall man with long, smooth, dark purple hair and eyes. He wore a long, tattered black robe with gray patterns and purple edges. His entire appearance screamed villain. Alex understood that only villains would wear such an outfit, making it obvious they were villains. As Alex watched Thanatos with a smile, Thanatos turned around and their eyes met. Alex's smile widened. He waited to see what Thanatos would do, cause trouble or silently take the body and leave the guild. While Alex pondered Thanatos' next move, Thanatos had already begun speaking with the guild's deputy. I was called and told that an adventurer from my familia was found dead in the dungeon, Thanatos said in a calm tone. That's correct. We called you because this situation is a bit unusual, replied the guild deputy, Rimmer. And what is so unusual about this situation that it required calling me? Thanatos asked upon hearing Rimmer's words. Your familia member died from a strange monster that was eliminated by members of the Loki familia, who then brought the monster's body and your adventurer's body to the guild, Rimmer explained. And what kind of strange monster killed my familia member? Thanatos asked, pretending not to understand what had happened. We don't know what happened with the monster, but after it was killed, its body did not dissipate, but remained intact and was brought to the guild, said Rimmer, who himself did not understand what was wrong with the monster. So, you're telling me a strange monster appeared, attacked my familia member, and killed him, and the guild has no information about it? Thanatos said, feigning anger. Unfortunately, the guild does not have any information on this matter at the moment, and we are still investigating the case. The appearance of this monster may be an isolated incident, Rimmer responded calmly, as he had faced an angry god before and knew how to handle such situations. Then when will the guild investigate this incident? Thanatos asked, continuing to pretend to be angry. We will do everything possible to find out what happened with this monster and provide you with all the information once the investigation is complete, Rimmer replied in an official tone. While Thanatos pretended to be angry and sought information from a guild, Rimmer maintained his official tone to calm the god down. Alex observed the situation and could barely contain his laughter. Thanatos played his role so well that Alex wanted to give him an Oscar for the best portrayal of a concerned god. Alex did not wait to see if Thanatos would accuse the Loki familia of not saving his family member. After finishing his dispute, Thanatos left the guild with an angry expression and went home. Alex realized there was no need to stay at the guild any longer and decided to go home to report what he had learned after Thanatos' performance. Saying goodbye to Ina, Alex went to his usual empty alley and was about to teleport home. How long are you going to keep hiding? The last person who did that got hit by my spear, Alex said, summoning Chastafol and pointing it toward the roof. After his words, a figure dressed entirely in black with cat ears leaped down from the roof. And who might you be? Planning to teach me a lesson for attacking a god? Alex said, aiming his spear at the cat boy. No, I was sent by my mistress to invite you. The cat boy replied in a monotone voice. And who is your mistress? Were you not taught to reveal details when inviting someone? Am I supposed to know who your mistress is right away? Alex said with a sarcastic tone. My mistress is the goddess Freya. The cat boy continued. Well, why should I go to her? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. My mistress asked me to invite you, and you will go to her even if I have to bring you by force, the cat boy said threateningly. You're amusing. Aren't you afraid of becoming a pincushion with your words? Alex asked, transforming Chastafol into its fifth form. It doesn't matter. I will do what Mistress Freya commanded, the Catboy said, preparing for an attack. All right, I won't kill you. I'm curious about what Freya wants from me, Alex said, returning Chastafol to its cushion form. At his words, the Catboy was stunned and couldn't understand what had happened. Well, what are you waiting for? Show me the way, or will we stand here in this alley all day staring at each other? Alex said, looking at the Catboy, who was now in a daze. The Catboy snapped out of his daze and decided to show the way. Shrugging, Alex followed him, flying on his cushion and wondering what Freya wanted from him. On the way to Freya, while following the Catboy, Alex pondered why Freya had invited him. This woman certainly hadn't done it without a reason. Alex wanted to understand why she kept observing him, despite him closing his soul off from prying eyes. If anyone could see his soul, how many gods would perish out of curiosity just by looking at it? Considering various options, he decided to ask the person leading him to Freya directly. Hey, Catboy, do you know why Freya invited me? Alex asked, looking at his companion. I don't know, and it's not my business what Lady Freya desires. I just follow her orders, the Catboy replied. So, you're an obedient dog, even though you're a cat, Alex said sarcastically, spreading his arms. Lady Freya doesn't see us as her slaves. She considers us family, the Catboy said, staring at Alex. Well, if you say so. What's your name? I'm tired of calling you Catboy, Alex asked. My name is Alan Fromel, Alan replied in a monotone voice. Fromel? Are you by any chance the brother of Anya, who abandoned her? Alex asked, narrowing his eyes. That's none of your business, Alan replied without even looking at Alex. It is my business. Anya is my friend, and if she asks, I'll bring you to her, whether you like it or not, even if it means dragging your broken body, Alex said, repeating Alan's words when he was invited to Freya. And don't think anyone in your family, or even Freya herself, can stop me if I want to do something to you, Alex continued, smiling at Alan. And if I find out from Anya the details of why you left and abandoned her, believe me, you little bastard, I'll forcefully drag you to her to apologize, Alex said, looking into Alan's eyes with a threat. Alex wanted to continue the conversation, but Alan stubbornly remained silent and unresponsive, no matter how Alex tried to irritate him. This went on until Alan led Alex to the apartment where Freya resided. Entering, Alex saw Freya sitting at a table with a tea set and snacks. Behind Freya stood her personal bodyguard, Otter. Surveying the room, Alex decided not to delay and headed toward the table, but he was stopped. Where do you think you're going? Alan asked, pressing a dagger to Alex's throat. Freya watched the situation with interest, waiting to see what decision Alex would make. You realize this is the second time you've threatened me? Alex asked, looking at the blade at his throat and gripping it between his fingers. Lady Freya didn't permit you to sit down, Alan said menacingly. Now listen carefully. I ignored your threat the first time because I was curious about what Freya wanted. But now you've threatened me a second time, and there won't be a third, Alex said, breaking the dagger between his fingers. And Freya, control your children, because they might die if they continue to behave like this, he added, looking directly into Freya's eyes. Alan, stand down. This person is our guest, Freya commanded. I apologize, Lady Freya. I was just concerned for your safety, Alan said, stepping back. Well, are you done with your little performance? Alex asked, jumping off his cushion and approaching a chair to sit down. I don't know what you're talking about, Freya said with a smile, watching Alex, who looked adorable as he sat at the table. If you say so, do you happen to have a higher chair? This one's a bit low for me, Alex said, looking at Freya. Show more respect to Lady Freya. Alan spoke up again threateningly, but Alex just rolled his eyes and ignored him. Why don't you return to your original form? Freya asked with a sweet smile. No need. I'll just adjust my chair, Alex replied, making the chair higher and more comfortable. Then, maybe you can tell me why you've become a child again? Freya asked, watching Alex as he adjusted the chair and sat on it, testing its comfort. Hearing her words, Alex smiled. Don't you already know? Alex asked, looking at Freya with amused eyes. How would I know why you've become a child again? Freya responded, feigning ignorance. This place has a great view of the city, doesn't it? Alex said, looking out the window. Freya turned, glanced out the window, and nodded in agreement. But you still haven't answered why you're a child again, Freya said, turning back to Alex and looking at his face. All my friends and those who know me didn't recognize me. Even random adventurers call me the child of the Sword Princess and the Demon King. But your cat Alan immediately knew who I was. Interesting, isn't it? Alex asked in a childlike voice, looking at Freya with an innocent smile. Alan is an excellent detective and scout. He easily finds those I need. Freya responded with an innocent smile, praising Alan, who took a proud breath at her words. Really? Or is it because a pair of purple eyes is constantly watching me? Alex asked with an innocent face. Freya nearly choked on her tea at his words. I don't understand what you're talking about, Freya calmly replied, placing her cup on the table. If you say so, Freya, then why did you invite me here? Don't tell me it's just a chat, Alex said, taking a snack from the table. After tasting a cookie, he smiled, and Freya, seeing his face, felt an urge to hug Alex in his child form. However, being a complex goddess, she restrained this desire and decided to answer. I was simply curious about the new adventurer who appeared and accomplished so much recently, Freya replied, watching Alex, who had already moved the plate of sweets closer to himself. You've only told half the truth, Alex said, finishing the last sweets on the plate and staring intently at Freya. And what makes you think I'm only telling half the truth? Freya asked, signaling for another plate of sweets to be brought. You told the truth that you wanted to see me, but you didn't reveal all the reasons why you wanted to see me, Alex replied, taking the new plate of sweets. You can speak directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Even Loki has stopped trying to deceive me, so you don't need to bother either, Alex said, looking into Freya's purple eyes. Who? Loki stopped trying to deceive you? You never cease to amaze me. Freya chuckled softly, not expecting that even Loki wouldn't be able to deceive this child. It's not that she didn't try. She just can't deceive me, Alex explained, spreading his hands. So, Freya, you'd better tell the truth or I'll leave. I have things to do, he added, looking at Freya, who continued to smile. When Alex saw that Freya was still silent, he decided it was time to leave. As soon as he started to get off the chair, Freya spoke. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I tried to look at your soul and saw nothing, and that intrigued me greatly, Freya quickly said, not letting Alex leave. So, even with sealed powers, you can see people's souls? Alex asked, to which Freya nodded, confirming his words. Interesting. So, Arcanum can't seal special abilities, Alex mused aloud, looking at Freya. Following the principle of equivalent exchange, you can ask me what interests you, Alex said after thinking for a moment. Can you answer why I can't see your soul? Freya asked, very curious about why she couldn't see Alex's soul, as her power allowed her to see even the souls of gods. I hid my soul so as not to kill idiots who like to peek, Alex answered. At his words, Otter and Alan wanted to draw their weapons, but Freya stopped them. And how can you kill those who see your soul? Freya asked after stopping her children from attacking. That's already a second question, Freya. Now it's my turn to ask. Why do you look at people's souls, or rather, what do you do it for? Alex asked. The color of a soul reveals a person's potential, and I take them into my family. But I couldn't see your soul, and that intrigued me greatly, Freya answered, looking at Alex and trying to understand his actions. Now it's my turn. How I can kill someone who looks at my soul is not something I do myself. Rather, the one who looks essentially kills themselves. You know the old saying, if you stare at the sun for too long, you might go blind, Alex replied, starting to look out the window and observe the city and the people walking on the streets. As you said, you gave a half-truth, so answer fully, Freya said, taking advantage of the fact that Alex used his own words against her. You used my word against me. Well played. All right, the situation is quite complex to explain, but to put it simply, my soul is special for this world, just like my power, Alex said, which left Freya puzzled. What do you mean by special for this world? Freya asked, not understanding where Alex was leading. Essentially, my soul and my power are pure destruction. To put it simply, if you try to look at my soul, You would be erased forever, Alex said, causing Freya's eyes to widen. I'll show you what that means. Imagine this cup is your body, and the tea inside is your soul, or as it's commonly called, the essence. After you looked at my soul, it would be like this, Alex said, demonstrating. He took the cup, poured tea into it, and used his power of destruction. The cup simply disappeared. Are you saying that even gods could die by looking at your soul? Freya said, her hands trembling under the table, not believing Alex's words. Well, to put it plainly, yes. And the more I use my powers, or more precisely, the more I strive for destruction, the closer I get to my essence, Alex said, causing everyone in the room to tense up. There's no need to act like that, Freya. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it already. I just had to not hide my soul, and you would have killed yourself, Alex said, trying to calm Freya. And you are a goddess. You should understand what destruction is. First comes creation, then destruction, and this cycle repeats endlessly. It's like life and death. Everything is interconnected. That's how the world was created, Alex continued. How do you know all this? Only gods who were born a long time ago know about it, Freya asked, calming down a bit and trying to learn new information. Where I come from, this information is quite common, Alex answered with a smile, forgetting that theories like the Big Bang and black holes don't exist in this world. And where are you from? According to the records, you're from the Far East, Freya asked, not believing what was written about Alex and the guild. That's a secret, and to find out, we need to get closer, as secrets are shared only between those who are close to each other, Alex said, looking at Freya, who frowned at his response. Freya understood that this was their first meeting, but the more she learned about Alex, the more intrigued she became. Then I'll ask something less personal so you can answer. Why did you join Hestia's Familia instead of another one? Freya asked, looking at Alex, who was pondering her question. That's a rather complex question, but I can say that, before meeting Hestia, I didn't have a home to return to in this world, nor a family to strive for. But after arriving in Orio and learning that to become an adventurer, you need to join a familia, I saw many gods recruiting members for their families. Only Hestia was the one I was looking for, as she is the goddess of the home, and I thought that by joining her, I would find the home I desired. And I was not wrong. After meeting Hestia, I found a home and started making friends. Her kind nature prevented me from becoming someone I didn't want to be. That's my answer, Alex explained, causing Freya to ponder his words deeply. Then why didn't you join Loki's or Hephaestus's familia, since you're close with him? Freya asked, curious about why he chose Hestia over someone else. Loki is fun but strange. I wouldn't be able to stay around her constantly and would probably end up hitting her with a stick at some point due to her silly antics, Alex said, explaining why he didn't want to be part of Loki's familia. As for Hephaestus, after meeting her, I realized she doesn't trust strangers much, so becoming part of her familia would be very difficult. But she is very kind at heart, and she might have accepted me. But who knows? Since I'm already in Hestia's familia, I'm satisfied, Alex continued. If you need a family and a home, I could provide that for you. You could join me, and I would give you all of that, Freya offered, looking at Alex. Don't overdo it, Freya. What sane person would leave a home where they are loved and valued just to get a replacement that's exactly the same? Alex said, narrowing his eyes at Freya. I can give you more than Hestia, Freya replied, not understanding why Alex was starting to get angry. You can't give what Hestia has given me. And never mention this topic again because my hand might slip and I would destroy you and everyone associated with you, Alex said, giving Freya a heavy look. At his words, Otter and Alan were ready to attack at any moment to protect Freya, but she stopped them, understanding that this would create even more problems. You will never understand what Hestia is willing to do for her familia. I'll take your offer as a bad joke, Alex continued, looking at Freya. Then let's consider it a joke. And you're right, I can't understand what Hestia is willing to do, Freya said, squeezing her hand under the table, either out of fear or because she was turned down. Well, since we've sorted out this issue and gotten to know each other better, before I leave, what do you know about Evelys? Alex asked, trying to lighten the mood. Why do you think we've become closer? Freya asked, raising an eyebrow at Alex. Well, it usually goes like this. You argue here and there, then you fight, and eventually you become friends and start discussing business and potential alliances, Alex replied, shrugging. You understand that's not how it works, Freya said, who had completely calmed down and looked at Alex, who seemed to be talking nonsense about friendship. In my hometown, it was usually like that. First, you threaten each other, then you fight, and in the end, you drink together as best friends, Alex said, looking at Freya, not realizing what he had said wrong. All right, I don't want to continue this topic, Freya sighed, looking at Alex, who had a confused expression. Evolus, as you call it, was an organization of gods who considered themselves evil simply because it was their nature and wanted to create chaos. My familia joined forces with other familias in the guild to defeat this group, and after our victory, they were banished from Orio. Why do you need this information? Evolus has already been expelled, and all their remnants have been destroyed, Freya explained, curious about why Alex wanted this information. There are reasons, Alex replied. You said we're already close, so I think it's worth sharing why you need this information, Freya said. At her words, Alex's eye twitched because Freya had used his own words against him once again. All right, you won. I'll tell you, Alex said, explaining about the monster and adventurer, not forgetting to mention the god he suspected. Aren't you afraid that I might be part of this group? Freya asked with a smile, narrowing her eyes at Alex. While we were chatting, I figured out that you're not part of that group, Alex replied, smiling at Freya. Oh, and how did you figure that out? Freya asked, intrigued by how Alex had come to that conclusion. When I first entered and your cat threatened me, you were ready to attack me to protect your child if necessary. Even though you like to manipulate and cause trouble, you're not a bad goddess and you wanted to protect your child. That's how I figured out that you're not part of that group. If you were part of those idiots, you would have asked different questions during our conversation and tried to find out my weaknesses. Rather than asking simple questions, Alex summarized what he had learned from the conversation with Freya. Well, if you say so, I'll believe you for now, Freya said, smiling. And one last question. Would you like to join or at least help? Alex asked. As for joining, I need to see the others you're allied with. As for help, it depends on what kind of help you need, Freya said, resting her hand on her cheek and looking at Alex intently. You yourself said that Alan is the best tracker. I want him to follow Thanatos and find out where he goes and who he meets, Alex said. Freya pondered and looked at Alan, who was standing aside and observing the conversation. I think I can provide that kind of help, but what will I get in return? Freya asked, wanting something in exchange. I can give you anything within reason, Alex offered. And what can you give me that I can't get myself? Freya asked, continuing to consider Alex's offer. I'm saying I'll fulfill any reasonable wish, but nothing beyond that, Alex replied. Then make me a child, Freya said with a playful smile, looking at Alex. Alex nearly choked on the cookie he was eating. Ahem, are you serious right now? Alex asked, trying to clear his throat, confused by how this goddess thinks. One moment she's serious, and the next she's joking. Well, of course, a goddess's wish is to become pregnant, Freya said, staring into Alex's eyes. I said within reason, not to help conceive a child, Alex said with a crooked smile. So you can't give me everything I want? Freya asked, making a sad face. First of all, I'm not going to have a child with someone I just met. And second, the first reason should be enough to understand my situation, Alex said, looking at Freya, who was making a sad face to show how pitiful she was. Then we need to get to know each other better, Freya said with a smile. Alex's eye continued to twitch at the sight of this goddess, who changes her demeanor like a seasoned actress. In any case, I made my offer, and you can decide whether to help me or not, Alex said tiredly, standing up from his chair and heading for the exit. Alex understood that Freya had relaxed and returned to her usual self, but he couldn't tolerate such people for long and decided to leave while he could. I'll help you, but in return, you'll take me to your place so I can consider the alliance after hearing your discussion, Freya said, standing up and moving toward Alex. Well, thank you. Now we can go, Alex said, looking at Freya and turning toward the exit. Of course, let's go. Alan, please investigate Thanatos' family and everyone associated with them. And be careful, Freya said, picking Alex up and giving Alan the order. Why did you pick me up? Alex asked, sinking into Freya's soft embrace. You said we'd become closer, so I thought I could do this, Freya said, holding Alex and realizing she was ready to carry him always. All right, as you say. Alan, even though you're a jerk, this is for you. And remember, Ani's words will determine your condition, Alex said, tossing his cloak to Alan and reminding him of the possible consequences. What kind of cloak did you give Alan? Freya asked, looking at the cloak in Alan's hands. Just a cloak to help him stay hidden, Alex replied, shrugging. Thank you, Freya said, hugging Alex tighter. Yeah, and now you can take me home, Alex said, pointing to the door, prompting Freya to laugh elegantly. And take Otter with you for protection, Alex reminded, so Freya wouldn't have to return alone. He would come with me anyway. My children are very concerned about my safety, Freya said with a maternal smile. Well, as you say. Now, I'll just teleport us closer to Hephaestus's home, Alex said, casting a teleportation spell. Upon appearing in front of Hephaestus's house, Freya immediately walked inside, as if it were her own home. Alex noticed her actions, shook his head, and looked back at Otter, who had a face like a stone mask. Alex shook his head again, observing the duo. Freya's every action screamed that she was a goddess, even entering someone else's house without permission. Hey, is anyone home? Alex called out, hanging in Freya's arms. Alex Cohen, you're back. Why is this woman with you? And why are you in her arms? A delighted Hestia ran up, but upon seeing Freya and Alex, she began to shout. She tried to kidnap me to adopt me, but it didn't work out, and she brought me here. Help me. Hestia, this weird lady wants to kidnap me, Alex said, putting on a sad face and faking tears. Freya heard his words, her lips twitched, and when Alex called her a weird lady, she nearly exploded. Freya, put Alex down, and I promise I won't do anything to you, Hestia said, aiming a taser at Freya. Freya looked at Hestia holding the taser and at Alex trying not to laugh, and sighed, realizing she had been outplayed. Alan's perspective. After Alex used teleportation magic on Freya and Otter, only Alan remained in the room. He had been tasked with investigating the Thanatos Familia, Thanatos himself, and all his associates. Alan looked intently at the cloak in his hands, examining it again, unable to understand how it could conceal him. How can this rag possibly help me? Thought Alan, staring at the cloak. Deciding to test it, Alan draped it over his body and approached a mirror. He noticed that the part of his body covered by the cloak had become invisible. Removing the cloak and then putting it on completely, Alan saw that his entire body had vanished. He realized how the cloak would help him stay hidden while investigating the matter his mistress had assigned to him. First, I need to find where the Thanatos Familia lives, inspect the house and its members, thought Alan, donning the cloak and setting off to locate the Thanatos Familia. The search didn't take long. Alan quickly found one of the members and began to follow him. Arriving at the house where the Thanatos Familia lived, Alan slipped inside and decided to eavesdrop on the adventurer's conversation. Why did Lord Thanatos return from the guild so angry? Asked one of the members. He was summoned to the guild today regarding the death of Eret, who died in the dungeon, replied another. Now I understand why Lord Thanatos is upset. Eret was his most loyal follower, said a third. And what is Lord Thanatos going to do about it? Asked the second. We don't know yet. Lord Thanatos doesn't share his plans with us. Only Eret knew what he was up to, said the first. So, we're just waiting for Lord Thanatos' decision, asked the third. The other two nodded in agreement. Alan listened to the conversation between the three members of the Thanatos Familia and realized they had no useful information. He needed to continue his search. He learned that, besides the deceased Eret, there were a few more loyal followers of Thanatos, but they were currently on missions assigned by Thanatos himself. Seeing no other option, Alan decided to infiltrate Thanatos' private quarters, hoping to find something there. Now I need to find a way into Thanatos' room and uncover the evidence Lady Freya asked for, thought Alan as he approached Thanatos' private quarters. As he got closer, he heard noises coming from the room. Damn! 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 Thanatos was shouting, throwing everything off his desk. I shouldn't have listened to those bastards and sent my most loyal subordinate. He could have still been useful to me, said Thanatos, sitting down and burying his head in his hands. I should have sent a regular newcomer I recently accepted into the Familia, and then I could have avoided suspicion. But what's done is done. If an investigation starts, I need to get rid of all the evidence and cut off contacts with the other members for now. Thanatos continued, talking to himself, unaware that he was being overheard. So, there are others. I need to wait and see if Thanatos mentions their names. Then I can return to Lady Freya, thought Alan, continuing to listen to Thanatos' self-talk. Alan continued to listen to Thanatos, trying to catch any hints that might lead to his associates. But Thanatos, as if knowing he might be eavesdropped on, said nothing unnecessary. This went on until Alan heard footsteps approaching Thanatos' room. He noticed it was a girl. He quietly moved away to avoid making any noise and waited for the girl to enter Thanatos' room. Maybe then he would hear something new. Lord Thanatos, I have returned after completing your task, the girl said as she entered the room. Savina, did you accomplish what I asked? Thanatos asked, looking up at the girl. Yes, Lord Thanatos, I did everything as you requested. But may I ask, why are you in such a bad mood? Savina replied, noticing Thanatos' foul mood and decided to inquire about it. I sent Eret to carry out a task, and he failed. Now, if we're not careful, suspicion might fall on us, Thanatos replied, still angry about the failure. Are you talking about that plan, Lord Thanatos? Savina asked, to which Thanatos nodded, and Savina understood that it was best not to make any unnecessary moves to avoid suspicion. Lord Thanatos, what if the others knew the mission would fail and wanted to make you a scapegoat in case your group was exposed? Savina suggested. Hearing her words, Thanatos pondered and realized that this possibility might be true. If they decided to make me a scapegoat, I'll drag those bastards down with me, Thanatos replied, starting to think of a plan to avoid becoming the scapegoat. So, what should we do, Lord Thanatos? Are we going to take any actions? Savina asked, awaiting instructions. We won't do anything for now. First, we need to get rid of the evidence in case the guild discovers anything. In the meantime, we'll lie low and act like a regular adventurer family, Thanatos responded, outlining the plan. Then I'll recall the others who are carrying out your tasks, Lord Thanatos, so they can return and stay out of sight, Savina said, to which Thanatos agreed and added that she shouldn't contact others in case someone is watching or listening. Hearing the order, Savina nodded and went off to send the message for the others to return. Looks like I won't learn anything more for now. This information should be enough to report back to Lady Freya, thought Alan, discreetly leaving the Thanatos Familia house. He was already imagining Lady Freya praising him, but he didn't know that one guy wouldn't let that happen. Hephaestus' estate. Let's return to the moment when Alex, Freya, and Otter arrived at Hephaestus' estate. Alex started complaining about Freya kidnapping him, and Hestia, determined to retrieve Alex even by force, sprang into action. Freya, let go of Alex, and I promise you can leave here unharmed, Hestia said, pulling a taser from her bag and pointing at Freya. Hestia, don't do something foolish that you'll regret, Freya said, still holding Alex and showing no fear of the taser. I don't care. I'll get Alex back no matter what it takes, Hestia declared, her tone resembling that of a heroine about to fight the Demon King. Hestia, where have you been? And why haven't you returned if Alex is here? Hephaestus' voice approached them. What's going on here? Hestia, why are you pointing a taser at Freya? And Freya, why are you here? Hephaestus began asking questions as she saw the situation. Hephaestus, help. This woman is trying to kidnap Alex and adopt him. Hestia shouted, hoping for the support of her best friend. Can someone explain to me what's happening here? Hephaestus asked, not believing Hestia's words. Hephaestus, save me. This strange lady wants to kidnap me. Alex continued, putting on a show. Sigh, can we stop this and have someone tell me the real reason Freya is here? Hephaestus said, not believing Alex's antics after all his tricks. Fine. I invited Freya to discuss some matters regarding a group of idiots who want to cause chaos. I also asked for her help. Alex clicked his tongue, seeing that Hephaestus wasn't buying his act. He thought he needed to try harder to get a fantasy Oscar. Hearing his words, Hephaestus nodded, while Hestia looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Hestia, Alex tricked you, Hephaestus said, seeing the bewildered expression on Hestia's face. I don't care if he tricked me or not. As his goddess, I haven't carried him in my arms yet, and yet some cat burglars already have, Hestia replied, still pointing the taser at Freya. It's his payment for the help I'm giving him. So, Hestia, you'll have to wait, Freya said elegantly. Hearing her words, Alex didn't understand why she said that. What kind of help did you give Alex that he needs to repay you like this? Hestia asked, not believing Freya's words. Who knows? Freya replied. Alex, what is this help? Hestia asked, seeing that Freya didn't want to answer. I asked her to send one of her children to keep an eye on someone, Alex said, trying to break free from Freya's arms. And you have to pay her this way? Hestia asked, looking at Alex suspiciously. No, I said that if he helps, I would give her what she asked for within reason. She picked me up because she wanted to. I had nothing to do with it, Alex said, jumping down from Freya's arms and standing on the floor. Then what did she ask from you? Hestia continued to question. Nothing yet, Alex replied, not wanting to add fuel to the fire. He wanted Hestia to get angry and zap Freya with the taser upon hearing this. Has Loki arrived yet? Alex asked, looking at Hephaestus. No, Loki hasn't come yet. She's probably still sleeping, Hephaestus replied, approaching Alex to pick him up. Then I'll go get that drunkard and be back. And Hestia, don't fight with Freya. Freya, that goes for you too, Alex said, dodging Hephaestus's arms, making her pout. Before leaving, Alex reminded the two goddesses not to quarrel. After Alex disappeared in a flash of light, Hestia glared at Freya. Freya simply smiled sweetly and continued inside the house, completely ignoring Hestia's angry gaze. Hephaestus noticed that another troublesome goddess had appeared, which would cause a ruckus. She shook her head and went to show Freya a place to sit and wait for Alex. Freya thought about finding Alex's room first, but decided against it, knowing that the two other goddesses were watching her. She thanked Hephaestus, took the indicated seat, and waited for Alex. Loki's estate. Arriving at Loki's estate, Alex took a moment to admire the opulence of the place. It was clear that Loki's family spared no expense on the house, which looked luxurious and extravagant. Shaking his head, Alex approached the door and knocked, ready to pick up Loki and discuss matters regarding the villainous organization. As he heard footsteps approaching, he tensed up. Alex, what brings you here? Missing me already? Tiona asked in a sweet voice. I came to, Alex began to reply, but Tiona swiftly picked him up and carried him inside the house. Guys, look who's here. It's Alex, Tiona shouted, carrying Alex in her arms. Upon seeing him, everyone began greeting him. Tiona, let me have Alex, A said in a monotone voice as she approached Tiona. No, you've already carried him before. It's my turn now, Tiona replied, turning away from Ace and hiding Alex, so he wouldn't be taken away. Give Alex to me, Ace repeated in the same monotone voice. Before they could start bickering, Alex intervened. You all realize that I'm not just a cuddly toy, right? Alex said while being held by Tiona, who was protecting him like a mother hen. That's right, he's not a toy. Now, Tiona, put Alex down, Reveria interjected. As soon as I let him go, you'll just pick him up yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're up to, Grandma Reveria? Tiona said with a sarcastic edge. Who are you calling Grandma? Reveria exclaimed, her eye twitching. All right, ladies, no need to quarrel. I'm here on business. I came to take Loki, Alex said, cutting off any further arguments. What do you need Loki for? Finn asked, keeping his distance to avoid getting caught in the middle of the girls' squabble. It's about the monster and the adventurer from yesterday, Alex replied. At his words, everyone fell silent, realizing there was information about the situation. Did you find out something? Finn asked. Alex nodded. Finn decided it would be best to summon Loki before discussing the matter further. He wanted to wake her up. While Finn went to rouse Loki, the girls' bickering continued, as the winner would get to carry Alex. The girls were on the brink of a full-blown fight when Finn returned, leading a groggy Loki who was swaying from lack of sleep. Loki's estate. Why are you here so early? You know girls need their beauty sleep to stay beautiful, Loki said in a sleepy tone. I came to take you, Alex began, but was interrupted again. You came to take me so we could get married? Loki asked, suddenly waking up. At her words, everyone in the room grimaced. I started twitching even more. No, I didn't come for that, Alex said, his eye twitching. If not for that, then why did you ask me to wake up? Loki asked, pouring herself some coffee. I've gathered some information and may have found a potential ally, Alex replied, ignoring the girl's attempts to stretch him out. And who is this potential ally? Loki asked, observing the girl's attempts to keep Alex. You'll find out when you get there. Better bring someone who can actually listen, unlike you, Alex said, already being held by the victor of the battle, Ace. Are you saying I can't listen? Loki asked loudly. You've got in one ear and out the other, Alex shrugged. Hearing his words, Loki grit her teeth in anger. Then who should I bring with me? Loki asked, finishing her coffee and preparing to leave. Choose someone you consider responsible, Alex said, looking at Loki. Who should I take? Loki pondered, glancing at her family members. After a moment's thought, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, and she made her choice. I'll take Finn with me. He's the captain of my family, Loki said with a playful grin at Alex. Loki approached Ace, who was holding Alex, and reached out her hands. Now, Ace, give me Alex, and we'll head out, Loki said, trying to take Alex from Ace. Ace was reluctant to give up Alex, but eventually relented and handed him over. Once Alex was out of her arms, Ace felt a pang of discomfort and wanted to take him back, but Loki didn't give her that chance and began to leave. Seeing Ace's sad face, Alex threw her a candy and told her not to be sad. Ace looked at the candy and decided to eat it. After tasting it, Ace's eyes sparkled with delight, and she decided to ask for more candies like that next time. Author's note: I really love strawberry candies and sweets in general, so feel free to share what sweets you like. Hephaestus' estate. Returning to Hephaestus' estate, Alex immediately noticed Freya elegantly sipping tea, completely ignoring Hestia, who was glaring at her with animosity. When Alex appeared, Hestia initially felt relieved, but then noticed that he was in Loki's arms. Loki, noticing Hestia's gaze, smirked, showing her superiority. Washboard, put Alex down. It's not your turn to hold him right now, Hestia yelled, rushing towards Loki and trying to pry Alex from her arms. No one asked you, bust a shrimp, Loki replied, dodging Hestia's attempts and hiding Alex. Now I understand what some anime heroes felt like when adult women constantly pursued them in their childhood, Alex thought, as Loki carried him around, dodging Hestia. While the battle for Alex's embrace raged on, Freya watched with a cheerful smile, understanding that in the end, the one who could take advantage of the situation would win. She waited for the right moment. The struggle for the right to hold Alex continued, and Alex was about to intervene, but his savior, Hephaestus, stepped in. You too. Alex is not a toy or a hugging pillow. Loki, put Alex down immediately, Hephaestus said in a serious tone. Hearing her words, Hestia and Loki stopped. Loki, seeing Hephaestus's gaze, flinched and lowered Alex to the floor. And, Hestia, I'm turning a blind eye to you sneaking into Alex's room at night to sleep with him. Don't forget this is my house, and I can stop you from doing that, Hephaestus continued, shifting her gaze to Hestia, who trembled under her friend's stare. All right, we're done here, Hephaestus said, approaching Alex and picking him up. Seeing Hephaestus's actions, Hestia and Loki wanted to protest, but immediately fell silent under her gaze. She's good. Never would have thought Hephaestus could use this situation so effectively. It seems the main enemy is Hephaestus, not Hestia, Freya thought, watching Hephaestus's actions. Now we can discuss the situation we're in, Hephaestus said, sitting down at the table. Seeing that Hephaestus had sat down, Loki and Hestia followed suit, quietly taking their seats, afraid to make a noise. Freya, has Alan returned yet? Alex asked, still shaken by Hephaestus's actions. Alan hasn't returned yet, but I think he will be back soon, Freya said with a soft smile. Realizing that this cat hadn't returned yet, Alex began to consider which gods might be part of this group and how best to lure them out. Hephaestus Manor. While Alex was lost in his thoughts, the goddesses exchanged glances, particularly noting Hephaestus, who held Alex on her lap. Hestia looked the saddest in this situation, since she was the only one who hadn't had the chance to carry Alex in her arms, even though she forgot that she slept with him every night. Freya continued sipping her tea, observing Alex deep in thought, knowing she would have a chance to ask him for a favor later. Loki, after glancing at Hephaestus, decided to have a drink, pulling out a bottle of alcohol from who knows where and opening it. "What?" Loki asked when everyone started looking at her. "You're all silent, so I decided to relax," she added, pouring herself a drink. "How can you drink in a situation like this?" Hestia asked, glaring at Loki. "Alex asked me to bring someone who would listen. I'm just here for company as a goddess," Loki replied, shrugging. Finn, hearing her words, only shook his head, knowing that Loki had always been a carefree goddess. Hephaestus also shook her head, while Freya merely smiled. "Why is everyone silent?" "We gathered here to discuss matters, the group of idiots, as Alex calls them," Loki said, taking a sip from her glass. Everyone turned their attention to Alex, who was deep in thought and not responding to their words. Hephaestus gently nudged him in the side to get his attention. Alex snapped out of his reverie and turned to Hephaestus, not understanding why she did that. Seeing that he was paying attention, Hephaestus gestured to the others who were watching him. "What?" Alex asked, not understanding why everyone was looking at him. Finn smirked, realizing why Loki had become so close to Alex. They were similar. Finn didn't yet know how much. Alex knew how to restrain his nature, whereas Loki couldn't. "You gathered us to discuss the alliance and the information you received," Freya said, looking at Alex with a puzzled expression. "Oh, right. I got lost in thought," Alex replied. He wanted to wait for Alan, but Loki couldn't wait any longer. "As for the information I have at the moment, it's just the name of a god who might be part of this group of idiots. And I've also figured out how they create or rather enhance monsters, making them several levels higher than their peers," Alex said, standing up from Hephaestus's lap, who was reluctant to let him go. Standing on the floor, Alex stepped back and started rummaging in his pocket. "Hestia, where's my board?" Alex asked, searching his pockets. "Here it is, I put in my bag," Hestia said with a smile, pulling out a large board from a small bag. Seeing Hestia pull such a large board from her bag, everyone except Hephaestus widened their eyes, not understanding how it fit in there. "Hey, can I have one of those?" Loki asked, drooling over the bag, imagining how she could hide all her alcohol in it from Reveria. "Who? Do you need my board?" Alex asked, pretending not to understand what Loki wanted. "I'm not talking about your board," Loki started to say, but was interrupted. "Right. Why would she need another board when she already carries one with her all the time?" Hestia interrupted, laughing at Loki. "What did you say, you busted midget?" Loki shouted, trying to attack Hestia. While Hestia and Loki started fighting again, Freya looked at Hestia's purse and thought it was a very useful item for everyday tasks. She could carry her outfits and many different things in it. She wanted to get such a purse, but didn't know how to ask without losing the favor Alex had promised. Hephaestus, seeing the two fighting again, sighed and decided to stop them once more. Alex clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. "All right, that's enough. You too. And Loki, about the purse, I'll think about it," Alex said. Hestia and Loki exchanged glances, huffed, and turned away from each other. Seeing that they had calmed down, Alex decided to continue. "Our first suspect is Thanatos and members of his familia," Alex said, sticking an image of Thanatos and the dead adventurer on the board. "Next is the monster that was enhanced using some method," he continued, attaching a photo of the altered orc. "At the moment, this is all we have. I estimate their group might consist of 5 to 10 gods," Alex concluded. "Do you know which gods might be part of their group? Or at least have any theories about who they might be?" Hephaestus asked, pondering the situation. This is just a theory for now, but after meeting with Freya, I think it could be gods who embody evil aspects, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Which aspect does Thanatos belong to? Alex asked, realizing he hadn't checked this earlier. Thanatos is one of the gods associated with death, Freya said, looking at the board. But death is a part of life, its opposite. It's literally part of balance. Death can't be either bad or good, Alex said, slapping his forehead. Every second, something dies and is born. How can death be considered something bad? Alex asked, not understanding why Thanatos considered himself evil. Alex, aren't you afraid of death? Hestia asked, not understanding why Alex was upset. Everyone looked at Alex, not understanding what had caused such a reaction after learning what Thanatos was responsible for. Life and death are a natural cycle for everything, even for the universe and gods. Nothing can live forever. Alex answered Hestia's question. All right, we got off topic. We need to name potential gods with a negative aspect and look for clues linking them to this group, Alex continued, steering the conversation back on track. It could be Erebus, Nyx, and many other gods associated with negative aspects, Freya suggested after some thought. All right, we'll start with Erebus and Nyx and look for others as we progress, Alex said, writing the two names on the board. Also, let's not forget that Apollo didn't have a negative aspect, but might have been connected to this group, Hephaestus added, recalling Apollo's behavior. Most likely, Apollo was their pawn and a fool who was easy to manipulate, Alex replied, dismissing the idea that Apollo was part of the group. Could Soma be part of this group? Hestia asked, remembering how much Lily had suffered from Soma Familia members. No, Soma is definitely not part of this group. That idiot always stays in his room brewing wine. If he were involved, he would be showing up more often, Alex answered, shaking his head. What if he's brewing wine that makes his Familia members dependent and causes chaos? Loki asked, raising her hand. That's already understood, since the wine is brewed by a god, and thus has such an effect. But he does it unintentionally, Alex replied, based on the information gathered about Soma Familia and Soma himself. He knew that Soma was just a recluse who didn't want to interfere and simply made wine, but that didn't excuse his inaction regarding his Familia. Also, let's not forget that besides negative gods, other gods might be part of this group, Alex said. Hearing his words, the goddesses exchanged suspicious glances. Seeing this, Alex shook his head and tapped the board to draw their attention. No one in this room is part of this group, he said. The goddesses smiled sheepishly, realizing they had forgotten this. Alex could understand Loki and Hestia suspecting each other, but he hadn't expected Freya to start looking at the others with suspicion. Most likely, they will lie low for a while, so we will have time to look for those who might be part of this group, Alex said. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding that there was no other option. So what should we do in this situation? Finn asked, realizing that chaos worse than what evils did might break out in the future, and there might not be enough people to protect all of Oreo. Getting stronger is the simplest option in this situation. Without strength, you're essentially cannon fodder, Alex said, spreading his arms. Finn pursed his lips, understanding this simple truth, but hoping Alex would offer other options as well. For starters, we need to wait for the next gods meeting, and we'll need Freya's ability to be a social butterfly, Alex said, and everyone turned their gaze to Freya, who was sipping tea. Freya noticed everyone looking at her and smiled. And what do you need my help with? Freya asked, sitting in a more elegant pose. You interact with many gods, and through conversations, you'll look for flaws in their words and possible members of this group of idiots. That's if they show up at the meeting, of course, Alex said, looking at Freya. What'll I get in return? After all, I'm not part of this group yet, Freya asked, smiling sweetly. Hestia was ready to explode at her words, but was stopped by Hephaestus. All the same conditions, but within reason and without your past requests. I'll say no to those right away, Alex replied, not allowing Freya to say anything excessive. He didn't want Hestia to, in a fit of rage, shock Freya. Haha. Then I'll think about it for now and put my requests on hold until I figure out what I want, Freya said, laughing elegantly. Hearing her words, Hestia realized that Freya had asked for something excessive and began to look at her even more suspiciously. Hestia decided she would protect Alex's innocence from this woman, so she wouldn't corrupt him. "And what about what you said about getting stronger?" Finn asked, ignoring the goddesses who were eyeing each other suspiciously. "Our house will be finished soon, and I'll set up a training room in the basement. You'll come there, and I'll train you," Alex answered with a smile. Finn heard what Alex said and realized that the training would be akin to torture. Even if they did become stronger, it would be a very tough ordeal. Finn could already imagine the faces of the other participants and their tear-filled eyes. While the team discussed their affairs and actions in case of an emergency, the group of villains gathered to discuss their plans. "What should we do about Thanatos?" asked a female voice. "Nothing for now. He hasn't been exposed yet," replied the leader, sitting at the table and staring at the empty seat where Thanatos should have been. "What if he gets exposed? That idiot might drag us all down with him," said a male voice. "If he tries to drag us down, we'll just shift all the blame onto him and say he forced us," said a third participant. "I suggest we replace him or find someone else for our group. With more eyes and allies, it will be easier to act in the future. And if Thanatos decides to betray us, we'll have more votes to suppress him and divert suspicion," proposed a female voice after some thought. "Replacing Thanatos isn't an option for now. If we drive him out, he'll definitely do something foolish. As for new members, who do you suggest?" asked the second participant. "We should look for those with similar interests, who can support us or corrupt other gods," said the third, grinning. "I'm not sure we can corrupt any gods. Apollo was an exception because he was lustful and arrogant. It was easy to pull him into darkness," said the female voice. While the group argued, the leader sat and observed, frowning. He didn't want to repeat Evelus's mistakes, so he acted cautiously, leaving no traces. Even in Apollo's case, he hadn't intervened, only observing and giving orders. He pondered the possibility of recruiting new members, but that also carried the risk of being exposed prematurely. The leader considered which god might fit their organization without risking exposure. "Erebus, what do you think about new recruits and replacing Thanatos?" asked the second participant. "Let's postpone replacing Thanatos for now. If he gets discovered, we'll blame him. If this fool can cover his tracks, we'll keep him," replied Erebus after some thought. "And new recruits?" asked the female voice. "Let's also postpone that. But you can try to get close to those you want to invite. Remember, Oreo has eyes and ears everywhere. Everyone is curious, and rumors spread quickly," warned Erebus, indicating that it was better to act cautiously and not attract unnecessary attention. "From now on, we go underground and make no moves." The experiment with the monster succeeded, albeit with some flaws. This means we could try to enhance the Rex monster. But creating a crystal for such types of monsters will take time. For now, we gather our strength and search for potential recruits, avoiding contact with each other. "We'll communicate using the old method," outlined Erebus. Hearing his words, everyone understood that it was best to keep a low profile and go about their business as usual. "What about Thanatos?" asked the third participant. "I'll send him a message myself, telling him to keep a low profile," said Erebus, rising from his chair. "This meeting is over. I hope to hear good news next time," he added as he left the room. Seeing that Erebus had left, the others continued to debate who would be the best to invite. Unable to reach a definite decision, they each maintained their own opinions and dispersed, realizing that it was uncertain when they would meet again. Suspicion began to rise, and it was best to keep a low profile, as Erebus had advised. Hephaestus's mansion. While the group of villains was making their plans, Alex's team was discussing which gods might be part of the villainous group. After a lengthy discussion, the board was filled with names of gods, ranging from the so-called evil ones to the most ordinary. Alex looked at the filled board and realized that the goddesses had decided to name all the gods who might be in Oreo or might descend in the future. Alex rubbed his face, understanding that it was better not to ask these goddesses for more, as you tell them one thing and they do another. Freya, seeing Alex's puzzled expression, smiled and approached him. "What's with your face? Why the frown?" Freya asked, standing next to Alex. What do you mean by frown? Did you seriously decide to name all the gods that are in Orio? Alex shouted with a twitching eye. Well, you asked us to name the gods, Loki said, not understanding why he was angry. I asked you to name the gods who might be part of the group. In your opinion, not all the gods in Orio, Alex said, looking at the goddesses. Seeing his gaze, everyone turned away with awkward smiles. Fine, we need to wait for Alan, who should be arriving soon, and ask him what he has learned, Alex said with a sigh, looking at everyone in the room. While Alex was contemplating whether to do everything himself or wait for a chance to participate in a group battle against the villains and defeat them with the power of friendship, he grimaced at the thought. The only anime where he liked the power of friendship was Fairy Tail. Everything else he considered nonsense. Everyone watched Alex's frowning face, wondering if they had done something wrong. Hestia was the most concerned, feeling useless in this situation. While Alex was deciding what to do, Alan arrived with information. Lady Freya, I have arrived after completing your order, Alan said as he appeared in the room and removed his cloak. What did you find out about Thanatos? Alex asked, looking at Alan, who had a smug expression on his face. Hearing Alex's words, Alan grimaced and ignored him, waiting for instructions from Freya. Alan, what did you find out? Can you tell us? Freya asked with a motherly smile. Seeing her smile, Alan was encouraged, while Hestia and Loki grimaced. Thanatos is definitely part of this evil group. Some members of his family are aware of his plans, Alan said. Well, why are you silent? Or is that all you found out? Alex asked with a twisted face. Alan decided to ignore his words and continued. Eros, who died in the dungeon, was his closest family member. Also, there is a girl named Savina and a couple of other people whose names he did not reveal, Alan continued. Hearing this, Alex began to lose patience, as he could not stand people who went silent and stopped speaking. Seeing Alex reaching for his pocket, Freya asked Alan to continue. Thanatos decided to cover his tracks and will likely lay low, behaving like an ordinary god with a family. The girl named Savina went to recall other members to return, Alan said, expecting praise from Freya. Seeing his proud face, Alex began to get even angrier. You did so well. Maybe I should scratch behind your ears for that, Alex said with a sweet smile that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Alan looked at Alex, not understanding why he was saying that. You're an idiot. I gave you a cloak to hide, and instead of bringing any useful information, you only mentioned the name of the corpse and the girl who's supposedly under Thanatos' command. Did you not think to steal any documents, or at least letters that might have the names of Thanatos' associates? Instead, you brought essentially useless information that could have been heard on the street. And what's with that proud face, as if you completed a top-secret mission? Alex ranted, furious at the foolish cat. Now I see where Annie's character comes from. You two are literally the same, he continued. Come on, Alex. He's not to blame. Maybe he didn't want to get caught and acted cautiously. Hestia tried to calm Alex. If you're so smart, you could have gone and done it yourself, instead of asking Lady Freya to do you a favor, Alan replied with a sarcastic tone. I'll hit you with this stick right now, Alex said, pulling out a stick from his pocket. Everyone who knew about the stick ran to stop him. Let me go, I'll hit him. All he found out was that Thanatos is part of the group and that he has close adventurers who carry out his orders, Alex said, struggling against those holding him back from beating up Alan. Freya didn't understand why they were holding Alex back until she saw the stick. While Hestia was calming Alex, Freya decided to ask about the stick. Loki, hearing Freya's question, wasn't sure whether to answer. After some thought, Loki decided to explain what the stick was. Freya crookedly smiled, recalling a rumor she had recently heard. All right, Hestia, that's enough. I'm not angry. Essentially, the information Alan brought may be half useful, but only if we intercept Savina before she hides, Alex said, putting the stick back in his pocket and sighing heavily. So, what's the plan of action? Finn asked, seeing that Alex had calmed down and sighed. First, we need to strengthen our forces in case these idiots start executing their plans earlier. Then we wait for the gods' meeting to find those who were or are currently close to Thanatos. And lastly, Expect that things might hit the fan at any moment. For now, that's all we can do, Alex said. Everyone understood that they didn't have many options for action. By the way, where are those 3 misfortunes? I haven't seen them since yesterday evening, Alex asked, looking around. Lily, Cassandra, and Daphne left after they woke up. According to Daphne, since they did well in the raid, they can afford some rest and entertainment, Tsukaki said. Just as Alex was about to ask more questions about the girls, they returned, but their appearance left much to be desired. They looked as if they had been in a bar fight. What happened to you? Why you look like you got into a bar brawl? Alex asked, looking at the girls who were covered in dust. We were accosted by members of the Soma family, and we got into a fight, Cassandra said. Alex looked at them, not understanding how they could end up in a fight with Cassandra, who was always the voice of reason. He decided to hear the whole story and asked Cassandra to explain everything from the beginning. Hephaestus Manor. After Alex left the Hephaestus Manor, the 3 drunkards who had celebrated their first raid yesterday were still in a deep sleep, unwilling to wake up. Alex had promised that today would be a day off, so they drank themselves into a state where they had forgotten about yesterday's raid. The first to wake up was Cassandra, who was being hugged by Daphne like an octopus. When Cassandra woke up and disentangled herself from Daphne, she rubbed her eyes and squinted from a severe hangover, trying to remember what had happened yesterday. She remembered the raid and coming to the hostess of fertility, but after that, her memories were blurry. Cassandra decided to drink some water to soothe her parched throat. She got up and, with unsteady legs, headed for the room's exit, trying not to wake anyone. But fate played a cruel joke, and Cassandra, not having gone far, tripped and fell with such a crash that it could have woken up half of Oreo. Hearing the sound of the fall, Daphne and Lily groaned and began to wake up, clutching their heads. Their angry eyes looked at Cassandra, who was lying on the floor in a ridiculous pose, awkwardly smiling at the 2 girls. Couldn't you be quieter? Daphne asked, holding her head and trying to suppress her nausea. Ugh, my head, groaned Lily, trying to get up from the couch. Sorry, it's not my fault my legs won't listen to me, Cassandra said, trying to stand but still swaying. Does anyone remember what happened yesterday? Daphne asked, holding her head and trying not to fall back onto the bed. I only remember our raid, then coming to the hostess of fertility, and after that, everything is a blur, said Lily, trying to recall, but the headache wouldn't allow it. The girls sat and tried to remember last evening, but nothing came to mind, so they decided to leave it for later when the headache subsided. After sitting for a while, they decided to get up. Groaning and like a group of zombies, the girls trudged to the dining hall to drink water and eat something. Tsubaki, who was sitting at the table at the time, saw the 3 girls walking shakily and grumbling and couldn't help but laugh at their appearance. Hearing Tsubaki's laughter, the girls groaned and grabbed their heads. Hearing their groans, Tsubaki laughed even harder as it looked comical, with everyone acting in sync. After the girls reached the table, they just collapsed onto it, not wanting to move anymore. Tsubaki shook her head and decided to help them. Here you go, girls. This really helps with hangovers, Tsubaki said, placing glasses with a drink in front of them. What is it? Cassandra asked, lifting her head and looking at the glass. It really helps with hangovers. Sometimes I overdo it too, and this drink is just right in the morning, Tsubaki said with a smile, looking at the 3 groaning girls. After the girls drank the beverage Tsubaki gave them, they began to feel better, and their headaches started to subside. Deciding that the headache had passed along with the nausea, they decided to eat. Tsubaki, seeing them starting to feel better, shook her head, recalling that her first hangover was just as bad. Tsubaki served them food and sat at the table, continuing to read requests and orders for weapon crafting. The girls ate, slowly enjoying the food Tsubaki had brought them. After breakfast, Lily began to look around and noticed that Alex, who was usually home by this time, was not there, and neither was Hestia, who usually lazed around the house. Tsubaki, where's Alex? Lily asked, noticing his absence. Alex went to the guild to take care of some matters and find out something. He won't be back until evening, so you can relax, Tsubaki said, glancing up from her orders. And what about Lady Hestia and Lady Hephaestus? Where are they? Cassandra asked, knowing that Hestia usually woke up around this time and came for breakfast. Hephaestus went to her shop for some business and took Hestia along to keep her from lazing around at home. According to Hephaestus, Sabaki said, remembering how Hestia had cried and protested about leaving. So what should we do today? Daphne asked, looking at the others at the table. You can rest. Alex gave you the day off to relax. You can go shopping or just unwind at home. It's up to you, Tsubaki said, her eyes still on the orders. Hearing Tsubaki's words, the girls exchanged glances and realized they had a free day. They began deciding what to do. Cassandra suggested just relaxing at home. Hearing her suggestion, Lily and Daphne shook their heads. Daphne proposed going shopping. Lily thought for a moment and agreed to go shopping. Daphne and Lily then looked intently at Cassandra. Under their gaze, Cassandra gave in and agreed to go shopping too, even though she secretly wanted to stay home and lie down. Seeing that Cassandra didn't want to go anywhere, Daphne decided to tempt her in her own way and started whispering about a new pastry shop that had opened. Cassandra, who didn't want to go out, quickly changed her mind upon hearing about the new pastry shop and was now unstoppable. Cassandra hurried to her room to get ready and go for sweets. Seeing Cassandra rush off, Daphne shook her head and went to get ready as well. Tsubaki watched this scene and laughed, saying, "It's good to be young." Hearing her own words, Tsubaki made a face and thought that she was still young herself, being a girl in the prime of her life. Lily, seeing Daphne and Cassandra getting ready, also followed them. As Lily was about to leave the dining hall, she decided to invite Tsubaki to join them, to which Tsubaki shook her head and said she still had work to do. Lily, hearing her response, said that she could come with them next time. Tsubaki smiled and said she would definitely go with them next time. After the girls got ready and set out to enjoy their day off, they had to decide where to go. Here opinions differed. Cassandra wanted to go straight to the pastry shop. Daphne wanted to look at armor and weapons, and Lily wanted to buy clothes and check out a new couch she had saved up for. They hadn't gone far from Hephaestus's house before a dispute broke out about where to go. No one wanted to compromise. This argument continued for a while until Lily found a way out of the situation. "Daphne, why do you need armor?" Lily asked, posing an obvious question. "I need armor because I play the role of the vanguard in our team," Daphne replied, indicating that she needed to ensure the group's protection. "You don't need to buy that subpar armor. Alex can make you something much better than what you can buy, and you won't spend any money," Cassandra said, with Lily nodding in agreement. "And why would he make me this armor?" Daphne asked, not believing that Alex would just make her armor for free. "Didn't you listen when he was talking? You're a member of his family, which means you're his responsibility," Cassandra said, recalling Alex's words from the dungeon. "That doesn't change the fact that he might not want to make armor for me," Daphne continued to deny. "If he refuses, I'll ask Lady Hestia to persuade him," Lily suggested. Daphne thought this could work if Alex declined. "Well, if you agree, then we're heading to the pastry shop on the shopping street," Cassandra said, seeing that Daphne was no longer arguing. "No, we're going to look at beds first. I'm tired of hearing Lady Hestia brag about her soft bed. I want one too, and nothing will stop me from getting it," Lily declared, not giving Cassandra a chance to object. "Or do you want to sleep on the floor when we move into our renovated house? Are you saying there are no beds for us?" Daphne asked, not understanding how that was possible. When we moved to Lady Hephaestus's place temporarily, Alex didn't plan on taking in new members. "So nothing was prepared," Lily replied with a wry smile. Lily's words caused a collective sigh as the girls realized that ordering new beds was a priority. "But where will we put them if we buy them immediately without waiting for delivery?" Cassandra asked, understanding there was nowhere to put the beds and no point in leaving them at Hephaestus's house. "That's easy to solve with the bag Alex gave me," Lily said, showing the brown backpack on her back. Seeing the small backpack on Lily's back, the girls didn't understand how it would solve the bed problem. Lily, seeing their confusion, decided to explain what kind of bag it was by pulling out various small and large items to show that the backpack could hold many things. Cassandra and Daphne were amazed by the backpack and decided they should ask Alex for one too. Seeing that the conversation was over, Lily said they should head to the shopping street. Upon arriving at the shopping street, the girls first went to the stores selling home furniture. Entering the store, they began looking around and choosing furniture for personal use. Daphne was unhappy that Alex hadn't thought of this earlier, as new members could join their family at any time, and there would be no place for them to stay. While browsing typical room items like beds and nightstands for personal belongings, each girl picked what she liked best. But Lily had another goal, a soft bed like the one Hestia had ordered. Not seeing a similar bed, Lily decided to ask the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, hearing Lily's question, pondered for a moment, trying to remember if they had any more of those beds in stock. While he thought, Cassandra and Daphne came over to Lily and decided they also wanted such beds. Yes, we should have those beds in stock unless they've already been sold, the shopkeeper said after some thought. If we buy items in bulk and pay up front, will we get a discount? Lily asked, having already calculated the total and, being thrifty, eager to negotiate a discount. It depends on how much you plan to purchase, the shopkeeper replied, seeing that the girls were interested in more than just the beds. We're buying 3 beds, 3 nightstands, 3 wardrobes, and other small items for setting up rooms, Lily listed. If you're buying that much, I can offer you a 10% discount on your entire purchase, the shopkeeper offered. I want a 20% discount, Lily countered, holding up 2 fingers. The shopkeeper shook his head and refused to give such a discount. A negotiation ensued. Lily insisted on 20%, but the shopkeeper, experienced with such customers, stood firm at 10%. The haggling continued for a good 10 minutes until the shopkeeper finally conceded and offered a 15% discount. Lily proudly smiled at her victory. Daphne and Cassandra were impressed by Lily's bargaining skills and decided to always take her along for shopping in the future. Although the Hestia Familia might have plenty of money in the future, saving money whenever possible is always beneficial. After paying for the order, the shopkeeper offered delivery, hoping to earn a bit more from these customers. However, he was stunned when Lily simply packed all the items into her small backpack and left with a triumphant smile. The shopkeeper couldn't believe his eyes for a long time until his colleague called him for lunch. After leaving the furniture store, the girls decided to stroll a bit before visiting the pastry shop. While walking through the shopping street, they bought various trinkets and small items for their home, knowing that they might not have free time for a leisurely walk anytime soon. Cassandra kept asking Lily where she learned to haggle. Lily thought for a moment and decided to share her story since they were now family, and there was no point in hiding her past. Lily had found the home she had always dreamed of and a family that cared for her. Lily recalled her first meeting with Alex, the person who had saved her. It was hard for her to believe how he could change his demeanor like flipping a page in a book, at one moment serious, and the next moment acting sweet and innocent. Lily shared her entire life story, except for the part where she had caused trouble with Alex to avoid being overheard. While Lily told her story, their group arrived at the pastry shop. "You must have suffered a lot," Cassandra said, hugging Lily. "Yes, you've had a tough life, but now we're family, and we won't let anyone hurt you," Daphne said, patting Lily on the shoulder for comfort. "Everything is fine now. Alex and Lady Hestia helped me cope. Alex is helping me become stronger," Lily said with a smile. She no longer worried about her past, focusing on the future as Alex had advised her. "It's right that you've been able to let go of your past to look toward the future," Cassandra said wisely, continuing to hug Lily. After Lily shared her story, it brought them even closer and strengthened their friendship. Cassandra, who was eagerly anticipating the new desserts, was ready to rush to the pastry shop, but their path was blocked by a group of adventurers. "Isn't this our little thief? We were wondering where our wallet disappeared," one of the adventurers said, approaching Lily's group. "You'd better step aside and go your own way," Daphne said, stepping in front of Lily to protect her. "What's this?" The little insignificant helper found herself some friends and got braver. The adventurer mocked, eyeing Lily's group. "Though they're not bad. How about spending some time with us, and we'll forget this girl's debt?" he added with a lewd smile, causing his group to laugh. "I'm warning you for the last time. You'd better leave if you don't want any trouble," Daphne said sternly, ready to draw her weapon. "And what if we don't leave? Are you going to beat us?" the adventurer asked mockingly. You're right, Daphne said, landing a punch on the adventurer. Seeing their leader attacked, the other members of the adventurer group joined the fight. However, they didn't expect the group of girls to be so tough. Despite the numerical advantage, the adventurers faced opponents who had trained under Alex and fought hordes of monsters in dungeons. Even Cassandra, who was a healer, could hold her own against her attackers. Lily, who had trained the longest with Alex, sent enemies flying with her fists, leaving them unable to get up after her blows. The battle lasted for a while, but the girls managed to defeat their opponents. Looking at the defeated foes, the girls were proud of themselves. However, Daphne didn't forget the adventurer leader's words and approached him to give him a kick in the groin, making sure he knew not to mess with the girls. Afterward, the girls noticed they were covered in dust and dirt with a few bruises on their arms. Realizing they wouldn't be able to go to the pastry shop in such a state, they decided to head back home. Cassandra, pouting, wanted to cry, but Daphne promised that she would go buy her a cake tomorrow. Cassandra could only give in and cast a sad glance at the pastry shop one last time before leaving, her final thought being, "I'll come back, I promise." Hephaestus Mansion. Let's return to the moment when the girls arrived home and found a group of people discussing their future plans. The girls decided to share their story. Hold on. I asked you to tell me how you got into this mess, not to recount your entire day, Alex said, having listened to Cassandra's account. And what's with the monologue at the end where you say you'll come back? Alex continued, looking at Cassandra oddly, who looked away. You asked for the story, so what's the problem? Daphne retorted upon hearing Alex's words. All right, that's not important. What's important is that you were attacked by Soma's family, Alex interrupted, not allowing Daphne to continue complaining. So, what are we going to do about this situation? He asked, looking at the girls. Everyone in the room noticed them, observing that they were covered in dust and had a few bruises. Alex, you need to teach them a lesson for attacking my children. Hestia exclaimed, unaware of the commotion this would cause. Tell me, Lily, do you want revenge? Do you want to go back and beat the foolishness out of them? Do you want to make them suffer? Do you want to beat them so badly that their own mother wouldn't recognize them? Alex began, his smile growing wider with each word, creating an unsettling feeling among everyone in the room. Those who heard Alex's words and saw his mad grin took a step back. No one had ever seen Alex like this before. Alex continued to look at Lily with his crazed smile, waiting for her response. Lily looked at Alex and nodded resolutely. In response, Alex laughed maniacally and began preparing for a crusade. Hearing Alex's maniacal laughter, everyone in the room grew tense, not understanding why he started acting this way. Hestia had just asked him to teach a lesson to the guys who attacked the girls. While Alex rummaged through his pockets, everyone watched him with strange looks as his maniacal grin didn't leave his face. Hestia, more than anyone, didn't understand what had just happened. One moment, they were discussing how to deal with the gods who wanted to cause trouble. Then the members of her family returned, and suddenly Alex began laughing and talking about revenge. Alex Cohen, what are you planning to do? Hestia asked cautiously. As a wise man once said, revenge is a dish best served cold. But I don't agree with those words. Revenge should be swift, like a stone flying towards the head, Alex replied, searching in his pockets for items that would help him in this task. Don't tell me you plan to go to the Soma family's house, Hestia asked, watching as Alex finished his preparations. Alex nodded and started returning to his adult form, changing into his signature outfit for causing trouble. Seeing Alex return to his adult form, Hestia realized that this time, the problems would be bigger than before. No, I won't let you do what you're planning, Hestia yelled, running up to Alex and clinging to him. Hestia, my dear goddess, you asked me to teach them a lesson. Why are you trying to stop me now? Alex asked, looking at Hestia hanging on him. I asked you to teach them a lesson, not to create even more problems, Hestia yelled, preventing Alex from moving. Seeing that Hestia wasn't willing to let him go, Alex came to a decision that would allow him to leave. He looked at Hestia seriously, making her start to feel nervous. Hestia, if you let me go, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse, Alex said, looking Hestia straight in the eyes. What offer? Hestia asked nervously. A date just for the two of us. Just you, me, and a candlelit dinner, Alex whispered in her ear. Hearing his proposal, Hestia blushed deeply, and her pigtails began to twirl from embarrassment. Noticing that Hestia's grip was loosening, Alex decided to use his final weapon in this situation. He slowly leaned down to Hestia and kissed her on the forehead. Feeling the kiss on her forehead, Hestia completely lost consciousness from embarrassment. Alex caught Hestia, who had fainted, and gently laid her on the couch, deciding to continue his preparations. Everyone watching Alex's actions at that moment was stunned. No one expected him to handle Hestia in such a manner. Some watched the interaction with envy, while others just shook their heads with wry smiles. Everyone was curious about what exactly Alex had said to Hestia to make her blush so much, and why he decided to kiss her, even if it was just on the forehead. Just as Alex was about to embark on his path of revenge, another goddess intervened, understanding that Alex's actions would lead to no good. "Alex, whatever you're planning, you better stop it," Hephaestus said in a stern tone. Alex turned around at her words and looked at her intently, making Hephaestus nervous. "Hephaestus, how can you do this to me?" Alex said, putting on a sad face. "What are you talking about?" Hephaestus started to get nervous. "Don't you remember that evening when we stood under the moonlight in each other's embrace?" Alex said dramatically, causing question marks to appear over everyone's heads. "What evening? What moon? What embrace?" Hephaestus, blushing, began to ask questions. "How can you forget that wonderful evening?" Alex said, with tears welling up in his eyes. Everyone who heard Alex's words turned their gaze to Hephaestus, who was blushing and confused about what was happening. "We admired the beautiful full moon. You were in my arms, and I whispered words of love into your ear," Alex continued, approaching Hephaestus. Seeing him coming closer, Hephaestus began to step back until her back was against the wall. Alex slowly approached her, took her hand, and brought his face so close that their noses almost touched. "Don't you remember all my words of love to you, Hephaestus? Don't you remember how you turned and hugged me tightly, saying that you loved me too, that we would be together in sorrow and joy, and that whatever problems we might face in the future, we would overcome them? And our passionate kiss of love that we shared afterward?" Alex said, bringing his face closer to Hephaestus. She blushed even more until her face was as red as her hair. Alex slowly leaned in, and seeing his face get closer, Hephaestus could no longer bear it and fainted from embarrassment, sinking to the floor with a red face. Seeing that another goddess had been taken out, Alex proudly smiled. Everyone who saw and heard his every word and action stood with their mouths open in astonishment. Those who knew Hephaestus couldn't believe that such a serious goddess could have done such a thing and then fainted from embarrassment. The most amused at this moment was Tsubaki, who had always seen only the serious side of Hephaestus and finally saw her blush like a lovesick maiden today. Alex was just finishing his preparations when he was interrupted again. Loki, seeing that two goddesses were out of commission, realized this was her best chance to join in on the chaos with Alex. While Alex was distracted, watching the blushing Hephaestus, Loki quietly snuck up, jumped on his back, and wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his torso. "You know you're not going anywhere without me," Loki said, clinging to Alex. Alex sighed heavily, having forgotten about Loki. He still remembered his vow to never take her along again, knowing that this woman could ruin everything. Not knowing what to do with Loki or how to distract her from the situation, Alex thought for a moment, pulled Loki off of him, and began to look at her. "What? Do you want to kiss me or hug me? Or maybe you want to start whispering words of love in my ear?" Loki said, looking at Alex before her. "Just know I'm not as simple as these two. I don't mind if you kiss or hug me, but I'm still going with you." Alex continued to look at Loki, still unsure how to get rid of her. "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll kiss you myself," Loki said and grabbed Alex's head to kiss him. "Loki," Alex simply said. Loki stopped and raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he wanted. "I have something for you," Alex said, setting Loki down and reaching into his pocket. "What is it? Are you going to take the initiative and kiss me? Or do you want to invite me to your room?" "I'm up for anything," Loki said, causing everyone in the room to grimace. No, I have something better for you, Alex replied with a crooked smile. What could be better than kissing a goddess or spending the night with one? Loki asked, watching Alex reach into his pocket. I'm giving you this. It's a bottle of rum you won't find anywhere else. It's one of a kind in this world, Alex said, pulling a bottle of rum from his pocket and showing it to Loki. And what do you want in return? Loki asked, her eyes fixed on the bottle. You don't come with us, and this bottle is all yours, Alex said, waving the bottle in front of Loki's eyes, which followed its every move. Have fun or get a one-of-a-kind drink, Loki thought aloud, still staring at the bottle. She thought hard, not wanting to give up. She wanted both to drink and to cause trouble. Loki thought so intensely that everyone felt like smoke was about to come out of her head. Finally, Loki gave up and made her choice. I choose the alcohol, but this is only for this time, and remember, I'm not an easy goddess to fool. Next time, you're taking me with you. But for now, I have a date with this beauty, Loki said, snatching the bottle from Alex's hands. Everyone who knew Loki's true nature just rolled their eyes, understanding that this drunkard just wanted to maintain her goddess prestige. Seeing that all obstacles were removed, Alex turned his attention to Lily, who had started to regret her decision and wanted to retract her words. Alex noticed her hesitation, approached her, and crouched so their eyes were level. Lily looked into Alex's radiant eyes and began to feel embarrassed, imagining he might treat her the same way he had with Hestia and Hephaestus. But her dreams were not to come true. She forgot that once Alex was set on creating chaos, he was hard to stop, and all his actions with the goddesses were only to clear the way. My little Bilbo, what troubles you? Alex asked, starting to stroke Lily's head. Stop calling me Bilbo. Maybe we shouldn't do what you planned and just forget about what happened. Lily said with a grimace, trying to dissuade Alex. My little Bilbo, this is our adventure. Even if we have to face enemies and create problems, it's still an adventure. While you're young, you can make minor mistakes. When else can you have fun if not in youth? While the fire of your youth burns, you need to do crazy things. So that when that fire starts to dim, you can remember these moments with a smile on your face among your friends. Alex said with such passion that everyone who heard him was inspired by his words. So, Bilbo, you don't need to worry. Keep smiling, even when facing problems or enemies. Everything should be faced with a smile. Whatever we do today, we must do it with a wide smile on our faces, Alex said, smiling like an omnipotent being. And now, Bilbo, let's start our new adventure. Get revenge on the wrongdoers and show them who's in charge, Alex added, pointing a finger at the sky. Cassandra and Daphne, watching Alex trying to convince Lily to create chaos and get revenge, could only smile wryly. But when Alex spoke about the fire of youth burning in their hearts, they too wanted to participate. Daphne was already ready to be part of this adventure, while Cassandra was still doubtful. Seeing Cassandra's indecision, Daphne decided to make the choice for her. Alex, can we also join you? Daphne asked, intruding on Alex and Lily's conversation. Alex turned his head to Daphne and began to consider the decision. Of course you can. You're part of this story too, so you can join, Alex said, changing Daphne and Cassandra into matching outfits. From now on, your codenames are Mary and Pippin. Remember them and never use your real names. Here are masks for the new participants, Alex said, approaching the girls and placing his hands on their shoulders. After Alex welcomed them into the group and handed over the masks, they immediately put them on. Seeing that everyone was ready to go, Alex and his new team of chaos creators were set for their path of revenge. All the while, a silver-haired goddess watched them with a smile, also eager to benefit from Alex's path of vengeance. Ahem, Freya gently cleared her throat, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Haven't you forgotten something, Alex? She asked, gazing at him with soft eyes. Alex turned to Freya and frowned, thinking that another goddess was trying to interrupt his fun. Finally, he had new allies, part of his family, and after this event, his family would be even closer and more united. Now someone else was trying to interfere with their adventure. Everyone noticed Alex's serious expression and became wary, not understanding what he intended to do at that moment. Alex strode determinedly towards Freya, but was blocked. You won't get close to Lady Freya, Alan shouted, stepping in front of Alex. In response, he received a karate chop to the head and crouched down. Freya, why are you trying to stop me? Alex asked, approaching Freya so close that he could feel her breath. Is it fair that all the goddesses in this room received something, but I did not? Freya said in a seductive tone. Of course, I'll give you something, Alex replied, leaning closer to Freya. She squinted, trying to figure out what he was planning. Boo, Alex said, poking Freya on the nose, leaving her bewildered as she touched her nose, unsure of what had just happened. What was that? Freya asked, looking at Alex in surprise. That's all you can get for now, Alex said with a toothy grin. Ha ha ha. No one has ever treated me like that before, but it's so refreshing. This time, I'll overlook your antics. But next time, you'll need to give me a reward to earn my forgiveness, Freya said in a tender tone, placing her hand on Alex's cheek and gently stroking it. You can continue, and we'll head home. Feel free to visit any time, Freya said, removing her hand from Alex's cheek and giving him a gentle kiss on the cheek before heading for the exit. Alex couldn't understand why Freya was doing all this. It was a very strange experience for him, as from his memories of this world, Freya had been completely different. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Alex turned to his companions and was ready to set off. Knowing where the Soma family's home was located, Alex decided to teleport them to the nearest alley, so they wouldn't have to walk far and wouldn't be noticed as they made their way directly to the place. While Alex was preparing his revenge plan and trying to deal with the goddesses obstructing him, the Soma family members returned home, all covered in bruises and dirt. They were met by other family members who were idly lounging around and drinking. Upon seeing their condition, everyone started laughing and pointing fingers. Not wanting to be laughed at for being defeated by a group of little girls, the leader of the beaten group decided to lie, claiming they had faced a large group of adventurers who attacked them. I see you had a good time, one of the Soma family members said with laughter. Yeah, looks like you had a rough time, another one laughed. We were attacked by a group of adventurers, but we managed to fend them off. The leader of the beaten group lied through gritted teeth. As you say, but you still got treated like a kid, a third laughed. There are more of them, and there are only 5 of us. I'd like to see how you would have handled the situation. At least we managed to put up a fight. You'd probably have been beaten up right there. The leader of the losers continued to lie. And now give us some medicine so we can tend to our wounds, he continued. Everyone kept laughing at their condition until someone brought the medicine for bandaging. While the group of fools was tending to their wounds and planning revenge on the girls who had beaten them, there was a knock at the door. One of the Soma family members opened the door and started talking to the person knocking. It wasn't long before the person who had opened the door stumbled back in a house and fell heavily to the floor, crashing into the wall. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the group that had entered, led by a strange person in a mask who, according to rumors, had been attacking adventurers. After Alex and the girls teleported to the alley, Alex began distributing items that would help them with their task. Lily received a pair of iron knuckles in exchange for her gloves. Daphne, being the heavy hitter, got a large club, and Cassandra, the weaker girl, received a stun gun to fend off and incapacitate her opponents. Alex handed each girl a pamphlet labeled Oreo Dental Center. The girls read the title on the pamphlet and looked up at Alex, confused about its meaning. Alex simply shook his head and told them not to think too much about it. Deciding it was time to go, Alex headed towards the Soma family's home. As he got closer, he observed the house, which looked more like a den than a god's residence. Lily, we do as usual. Do you understand? Alex said, looking at Lily. Lily nodded seriously, remembering that she just needed to follow Alex's instructions and do everything on time. Daphne and Cassandra didn't understand what Alex meant, but Lily simply said to listen and do what Alex said, and everything would be fine. Seeing that everyone was ready, Alex knocked on the door and waited for it to be answered. Hearing the approaching footsteps, everyone prepared and waited for the door to open. Who are you and what do you want? Asked the adventurer who opened the door, looking at the strange group before him. Hello, good sir. We are representatives of the Oreo Dental Center and have come to ask you a few questions, Alex said, looking at his interlocutor. What questions do you want to ask? the adventurer asked in confusion, still looking at the strange group before him. While you review our pamphlet, we'll ask you a few questions, Alex said, and Cassandra handed over the pamphlet for review. Would you be willing to donate your teeth for scientific purposes? Alex asked, looking at the adventurer who decided to read the pamphlet. What teeth? The pamphlet only says grin and bear it, the adventurer replied angrily, raising his eyes to Alex. If you don't want to give them up voluntarily, we'll take them by force. Now, grin and bear it, Alex said, delivering a punch to the adventurer's jaw. The blow sent the adventurer crashing into the wall on the other side of the hall, knocking him unconscious. As soon as the adventurer lost consciousness and his head dropped, his teeth began to fall out of his mouth. Entering the room where all the members of the Soma family were, Alex greeted them with a smile. Good evening, gentlemen. What a lovely evening it is. Perfect for collecting donations for the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, Alex said, moving to the center of the room. The Soma family members were reluctant to respond and began drawing their weapons, pointing them at Alex and his group. Seeing that the conversation was not going well, because these adventurers were not the most reasonable, Alex sighed and was about to continue speaking when one of the adventurers lost patience and decided to attack. Lily, who was still unsure whether to continue, saw that one of the adventurers decided to attack. She resolutely stepped in front of the attacker and struck him with all her strength, sending him crashing into the ceiling and then falling to the floor with a thud, losing all desire to continue fighting. Seeing their comrade hurt, the adventurers cast aside any doubts and began their attack. Alex noticed the battle had started and, shouting, "Smash the fools!" drew his favorite stick, delivering a blow to the first adventurer who came into his line of sight. Daphne, as the true ogre, swung her massive club, sending attackers flying in all directions with maniacal laughter. It seemed she enjoyed the situation very much, or simply wanted to relieve some pent-up stress. Cassandra, being the most timid, decided to hide in the chaos and quietly use the stun gun on enemies who ignored her. The adventurers, unwilling to surrender to those who had invaded their home and attacked them, fought hard, but no matter how they tried, the battle was lost in disgrace. Alex surveyed all the members of the Soma family, who lay moaning and clutching their bruised spots in agony. He gave the girls a thumbs up, signaling that they had done well. He was searching among the injured bodies and finally found his target, the leader of the group of idiots who had dared to attack his family. Approaching the fool who lay on the floor, clutching his broken leg, Alex squatted beside him, looked him in the eyes, and asked, "Have you ever been told what madness is?" Alex asked, leaning in so close that the adventurer forgot about his leg pain and started sweating profusely. "And no," the fool stammered. "If you haven't been told, then why did you answer?" Alex said, hitting the fool on the head. "I see you're suffering from leg pain. I can help you forget about that pain. Would you like that?" Alex asked, looking at the adventurer who was suffering from a broken leg. "What are you going to do?" the fool nervously asked, afraid of what Alex might do. "It's quite simple, don't worry. Just give me your hand, and the pain in your leg will go away," Alex said, gently taking the fool's hand and gripping the pinky finger, then decisively breaking it. "Yeah!" the fool screamed as his pinky was just broken. "See, now you've forgotten about the pain in your leg," Alex said, giving a thumbs up to the fool, but the fool was already rolling on the floor in agony. Alex shook his head at the ungrateful man and decided it was time to leave since the revenge had been completed. Calling the girls, who were currently kicking other adventurers trying to escape, they laughed and followed Alex. As they were about to leave the Soma family's house, a punitive squad appeared. "It's them again. Catch them. This time they won't escape," shouted the leader, pointing at Alex's group. "Damn, they found us again. Bilbo, Merry, and Pippin, let's use the tactical retreat plan," Alex shouted, tossing a smoke bomb at his feet and running into the alley. Once in the alley, Alex transformed back into a child, summoned Chastaful, and sent the girls home. As soon as Alex finished teleporting the girls, the punitive squad charged into the alley and began looking around. "Kid, have you seen anyone running through here?" the leader asked, looking at Alex in his child form. Alex simply turned and stared at the punitive squad, remaining silent. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what the leader asked? One of the squad members said. Shut up. Look at this kid, then speak. Or do you want to get us into more trouble? Another squad member said, trying to silence the first speaker. When the speaker took another look at the child, he realized his mistake and broke into a sweat, understanding that if anything happened, they would have to face two strong adventurers. Kid, I'll ask again. Did you happen to see anyone running by? The leader asked in a still, calm tone. Are you talking about the strange people in masks? Alex asked innocently, and everyone nodded. They ran in that direction. They rushed past me, laughing and nearly knocking me over. Alex continued, pretending to be upset. Thanks for the help, kid. And you shouldn't be wandering around alone. You should head back home to your parents. They might be worried, the leader said. He didn't want these two causing a commotion in the city if something happened to the child in front of him. Alex nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing that Alex was leaving, the leader led his squad in pursuit of the members of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult, as they were now being called. The leader was determined to catch them, as they always managed to slip away like slippery fish. Seeing the squad leave, Alex thought it best to avoid returning home for now and decided to head to the Goddess of Fertility to hang out there until things settled down. Alex surveyed all the members of the Soma family, who lay moaning and clutching their bruised spots in agony. He gave the girls a thumbs up, signaling that they had done well. He was searching among the injured bodies and finally found his target, the leader of the group of idiots who had dared to attack his family. Approaching the fool who lay on the floor, clutching his broken leg, Alex squatted beside him, looked him in the eyes, and asked, "Have you ever been told what madness is?" Alex asked, leaning in so close that the adventurer forgot about his leg pain and started sweating profusely. "And no," the fool stammered. "If you haven't been told, then why did you answer?" Alex said, hitting the fool on the head. "I see you're suffering from leg pain. I can help you forget about that pain. Would you like that?" Alex asked, looking at the adventurer who was suffering from a broken leg. "What are you going to do?" the fool nervously asked, afraid of what Alex might do. "It's quite simple, don't worry. Just give me your hand, and the pain in your leg will go away," Alex said, gently taking the fool's hand and gripping the pinky finger, then decisively breaking it. "Hey, the fool screamed as his pinky was just broken. "See, now you've forgotten about the pain in your leg," Alex said, giving a thumbs up to the fool, but the fool was already rolling on the floor in agony. Alex shook his head at the ungrateful man and decided it was time to leave since the revenge had been completed. Calling the girls, who were currently kicking other adventurers trying to escape, they laughed and followed Alex. As they were about to leave the Soma family's house, a punitive squad appeared. "It's them again. Catch them. This time they won't escape," shouted the leader, pointing at Alex's group. "Damn, they found us again. Bilbo, Merry, and Pippin, let's use the tactical retreat plan," Alex shouted, tossing a smoke bomb at his feet and running into the alley. Once in the alley, Alex transformed back into a child, summoned Chastaful, and sent the girls home. As soon as Alex finished teleporting the girls, the punitive squad charged into the alley and began looking around. "Kid, have you seen anyone running through here?" the leader asked, looking at Alex in his child form. Alex simply turned and stared at the punitive squad, remaining silent. "Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what the leader asked?" One of the squad members said. "Shut up. Look at this kid, then speak. Or do you want to get us into more trouble?" Another squad member said, trying to silence the first speaker. When the speaker took another look at the child, he realized his mistake and broke into a sweat, understanding that if anything happened, they would have to face two strong adventurers. "Kid, I'll ask again. Did you happen to see anyone running by?" the leader asked in a still, calm tone. "Are you talking about the strange people in masks?" Alex asked innocently, and everyone nodded. They ran in that direction. They rushed past me, laughing and nearly knocking me over. Alex continued, pretending to be upset. "Thanks for the help, kid. And you shouldn't be wandering around alone. You should head back home to your parents. They might be worried," the leader said. He didn't want these two causing a commotion in the city if something happened to the child in front of him. Alex nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing that Alex was leaving, the leader led his squad in pursuit of the members of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult, as they were now being called. The leader was determined to catch them, as they always managed to slip away like slippery fish. Seeing the squad leave, Alex thought it best to avoid returning home for now and decided to head to the Goddess of Fertility to hang out there until things settled down. Alex surveyed all the members of the Soma family, who lay moaning and clutching their bruised spots in agony. He gave the girls a thumbs up, signaling that they had done well. He was searching among the injured bodies and finally found his target, the leader of the group of idiots who had dared to attack his family. Approaching the fool who lay on the floor, clutching his broken leg, Alex squatted beside him, looked him in the eyes, and asked, "Have you ever been told what madness is?" Alex asked, leaning in so close that the adventurer forgot about his leg pain and started sweating profusely. "And no," the fool stammered. "If you haven't been told, then why did you answer?" Alex said, hitting the fool on the head. "I see you're suffering from leg pain. I can help you forget about that pain. Would you like that?" Alex asked, looking at the adventurer who was suffering from a broken leg. "What are you going to do?" the fool nervously asked, afraid of what Alex might do. "It's quite simple, don't worry. Just give me your hand, and the pain in your leg will go away," Alex said, gently taking the fool's hand and gripping the pinky finger, then decisively breaking it. "Hey, the fool screamed as his pinky was just broken. "See, now you've forgotten about the pain in your leg," Alex said, giving a thumbs up to the fool, but the fool was already rolling on the floor in agony. Alex shook his head at the ungrateful man and decided it was time to leave since the revenge had been completed. Calling the girls, who were currently kicking other adventurers trying to escape, they laughed and followed Alex. As they were about to leave the Soma family's house, a punitive squad appeared. "It's them again. Catch them. This time they won't escape," shouted the leader, pointing at Alex's group. "Damn, they found us again. Bilbo, Merry, and Pippin, let's use the tactical retreat plan," Alex shouted, tossing a smoke bomb at his feet and running into the alley. Once in the alley, Alex transformed back into a child, summoned Chastaful, and sent the girls home. As soon as Alex finished teleporting the girls, the punitive squad charged into the alley and began looking around. "Kid, have you seen anyone running through here?" the leader asked, looking at Alex in his child form. Alex simply turned and stared at the punitive squad, remaining silent. "Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what the leader asked?" One of the squad members said. "Shut up. Look at this kid, then speak. Or do you want to get us into more trouble?" Another squad member said, trying to silence the first speaker. When the speaker took another look at the child, he realized his mistake and broke into a sweat, understanding that if anything happened, they would have to face two strong adventurers. "Kid, I'll ask again. Did you happen to see anyone running by?" the leader asked in a still calm tone. "Are you talking about the strange people in masks?" Alex asked innocently, and everyone nodded. "They ran in that direction. They rushed past me, laughing and nearly knocking me over," Alex continued, pretending to be upset. "Thanks for the help, kid. And you shouldn't be wandering around alone. You should head back home to your parents. They might be worried," the leader said. He didn't want these two causing a commotion in the city if something happened to the child in front of him. Alex nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing that Alex was leaving, the leader led his squad in pursuit of the members of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult, as they were now being called. The leader was determined to catch them, as they always managed to slip away like slippery fish. Seeing the squad leave, Alex thought it best to avoid returning home for now and decided to head to the Goddess of Fertility to hang out there until things settled down. "Don't you want to tell me anything?" Hestia asked, hanging from Alex's arms. "We weren't recognized," Alex said, setting Hestia down on the floor and giving her a thumbs up. Hestia, who had just started to calm down, flew into a rage again and tried to break free from Alex's grip to resume her attack. "Hestia, calm down. Why are you so angry? Didn't you ask for a lesson to be taught?" "And it was the most effective way to avoid suspicion on our family," Alex said, trying to soothe Hestia, whose eyes seemed to shoot fire. "What do you mean avoid suspicion on our family?" Hestia asked, pausing and not understanding what Alex meant. It's simple. Everything I did in the past created a reputation for people who are members of the cult of the pasta monster. That way, no one would think our family could be behind it. Alex explained his actions. Hestia pondered for a moment and stared into Alex's eyes, trying to discern if he was lying or not. All right, I'll believe you for now. What about what you mentioned earlier? Hestia huffed and started speaking, but towards the end, her words became quieter, making it impossible to understand what she was saying. Are you talking about the date where we'll just be you, me, and a candlelit dinner? Alex whispered in Hestia's ear. Hestia, upon hearing this, nodded with a red face and began to fidget with her hair in embarrassment. Seeing Hestia behave this way, Alex couldn't help but think how cute she looked at that moment. Of course, we'll go on a date if that's what you want. We're heading back home tomorrow, and after the move, we can go on a romantic date, Alex said with a gentle smile, looking at Hestia, who blushed even more from his words and gaze. Everyone watched their interaction, eager to hear what they were talking about. Only Loki, lacking tact, decided to intervene and break their romantic atmosphere. What are you whispering about? You know, more than two people talking out loud, Loki said, already drunk. Alex just smiled and said nothing. Alex noticed Hephaestus watching their interaction with jealous eyes and decided to approach her to ask what was wrong. Hephaestus, hearing his question, simply shook her head with a smile and said that everything was fine. Seeing that it was getting late, Alex offered to have Loki teleported home so that Finn wouldn't have to drag her drunken body all the way. Loki, hearing Alex's offer, was delighted as she wouldn't have to expend energy to get home. She wanted to thank Alex for his help and decided to reward him with a goddess's kiss, as she called it. But Alex simply pushed her face away and said she should try that when her breath didn't smell of alcohol. After pushing Loki away, Alex sent her home, reminding Finn not to stand too close to Loki at the moment, as she might get motion sickness. Finn nodded gratefully before disappearing in a flash of light. Alex looked around the room and said it was time to get ready for bed since they were heading back to their renovated house in the morning. Hestia, who had been lost in her fantasies, immediately snapped out of it and was thrilled that they were returning home. Alex noticed Hephaestus's face had become sad after his words. He decided it would be better to talk to her in the morning and try to convince her to move with them, as Alex had grown accustomed to having Hephaestus always around. Leaving that decision for the future, he went to sleep. Alex heard a voice that caught his attention and saw a fox girl with golden hair in front of him. But to understand how he ended up in this situation, we need to go back to the beginning of the day. The next morning, Alex woke up to the bright sunlight shining on his face. Squinting, he realized it was time to get up, as it seemed like the sun was deliberately sending its rays to wake him up and make him a productive person. Laughing at his thoughts about productivity, he decided to get up, but was hindered by a body hugging his arm. He thought it was Hestia, as this goddess often sneaked into his bed at night to hug him like a pillow. Deciding to wake the lazy goddess, Alex gently nudged her. "Hestia, wake up. We need to pack," said Alex, gently shaking the goddess. As he continued to wake her, he noticed that the hair peeking out from under the blanket was not black, but red. Seeing this, Alex wondered who it could be. In this house, there were only two people with such hair, Hephaestus and Daphne, and Loki. That drunkard definitely couldn't have snuck into his bed at night. While his mind was short-circuiting, the person sleeping next to him woke up. When he saw the owner of the red hair, his mind short-circuited again. "Good morning," said Hephaestus, stretching to loosen her stiff muscles. Not hearing a response, she glanced at Alex, who had many question marks above his head. Smiling, Hephaestus looked at Alex, who still didn't understand what was happening. "How? Why are you here?" asked Alex, finally coming to his senses and pointing at Hephaestus, who had just woken up. "I just wanted to understand why Hestia always sneaks in your bed," said Hephaestus, smiling so brightly that Alex thought he was looking at the sun. "What? Huh?" Alex uttered before his mind short-circuited again. He couldn't understand why Hephaestus had sneaked into his bed and why this reserve goddess had done so. Seeing his confusion, Hephaestus began to laugh, delighted that her plan to surprise Alex had succeeded. Seeing that Alex still hadn't recovered, she placed her hands on his cheeks and gently turned his face so their eyes met. You did say that we stood under the moonlight in each other's arms and shared a kiss of love. Why are you acting like you've forgotten about it now? Said Hephaestus in a gentle tone, continuing to look into his eyes. Alex remembered the previous evening and the words he had spoken, blushing as he had just wanted to set off on an adventure as soon as possible. Seeing his embarrassment, Hephaestus laughed and released his face. But remembering that today Alex and the others were moving to a new house, she became sad, and her face grew somber. What's wrong? Asked Alex, seeing that her face had grown somber, even though she had been smiling a moment ago. Nothing. Everything's fine, replied Hephaestus in a sad tone. Are you sad because we're moving? Asked Alex, looking at her. Hephaestus flinched at his words and didn't want to look at Alex at that moment, thinking it was selfish to ask them to stay. If you're sad, you can move in with us, said Alex, deciding that Hephaestus should move in with them. But this is my home, and what about Sabaki? I can't leave her here alone, said Hephaestus, shaking her head and unwilling to agree. Hephaestus, look at me, said Alex, taking her cheeks in his hands and turning her face so she would look at him. A home is a place where you're awaited, not just a building made of wood. A home is something more than a structure. It's where your family is and where you feel comfortable. Even if I move in with you, I can't leave Tsubaki alone, said Hephaestus, trying not to look into Alex's eyes. Don't worry. If she doesn't want to move, I'll just kidnap her, and she won't have a choice, said Alex with a toothy grin. Hearing his response, Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh. But what about my things and my smithing equipment? Asked Hephaestus, already halfway convinced. That's for you to worry about. Just put everything in this bag. And for your work, I'll create teleportation runes that will send you to your workshop or your family's shop, said Alex, giving Hephaestus no reason to refuse the opportunity to move. Taking the new bag in her hands, Hephaestus began to think about whether she should do it, whether she would be an extra burden in that house. Don't overthink it. Living together is more fun, and you won't have to stay in this big house with Tsubaki anymore. We'll live together as one big family. Alex continued to persuade. All right, I agree, but we need to get Hestia's opinion. I don't want to upset her, said Hephaestus, getting up from the couch. Just use your trump card and tell her that you've taken care of her a lot, and now it's her turn to repay the favor, said Alex, looking at Hephaestus. She laughed at his words. After waiting for Alex to get dressed, they decided it was time to leave the room, as everyone might already be awake and having breakfast. Lily, surprised that Alex hadn't appeared in the dining room yet, decided to go wake him up. Approaching the door, she was about to knock but didn't get the chance as the door opened, revealing not Alex but Hephaestus, dressed only in shorts and a tank top. Lily couldn't understand why Hephaestus was in Alex's room and why she was dressed like that. She was even more puzzled by Hephaestus's smile, as if it was the happiest day of her life. Hephaestus, seeing Lily with her mouth wide open, blushed and quickly left the scene, heading to her room so no one would notice her. Alex, wanting to follow Hephaestus, was surprised to see Lily standing there, looking back and forth between him and the fleeing Hephaestus. Alex smiled, patted Lily on the head, and headed to the dining room. Lily, still not understanding what was happening, watched Alex walk away. When he entered the dining hall, he noticed that everyone was already seated except for Lily, who remained in a daze, and Hephaestus, who had run off to change. Alex sat down and saw Hestia, who had woken up on her own and was sitting with a joyful expression. Hestia was eating her breakfast, happily swinging her legs as she sat on the chair, clearly in a good mood. She was excited to finally return to her newly renovated home and couldn't wait to see it. Alex noticed her good mood and decided to ask about Hephaestus moving in right away. Hestia, I have a question for you, Alex said, catching her attention. Yes, what do you want to ask, Alex Gwyn? Hestia replied, turning her gaze to him. How would you feel about Hephaestus moving in with us? Alex asked, looking at her. Everyone who was eating breakfast at that time choked and began to stare at Alex. Hestia thought for a moment. Why are you asking this? She asked with some doubt. Just yesterday, when I said we were going home, Hephaestus's face looked very sad. This morning, I asked her if she wanted to move in with us. She said it all depends on your answer, Alex replied. If she doesn't mind moving in with us, then I don't mind either. After I descended to the mortal world, she took care of me, and I can repay her in this way. And I don't want to part with Hephaestus either, as she's my best friend, Hestia said. Hephaestus, who had approached and overheard Hestia's words, was overjoyed and hugged her friend. Hestia accepted her embrace with a smile, understanding that they wouldn't have to part. Tsubaki, watching all this, was happy for her goddess but a little sad, thinking they had forgotten about her. Alex, noticing her sad expression, walked over to her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said that she was moving in with them and had no choice. Either she would come willingly, or he would have to kidnap her. Daphne and Cassandra, hearing Alex's words about kidnapping, shivered and looked at Tsubaki, whose face was full of question marks. Tsubaki couldn't understand what Alex had just said and why he would need to kidnap her. Alex assured her that no one had forgotten about her, so there was no need to worry, and handed her a bag to pack all her things. Tsubaki laughed heartily, took the bag, and went to pack her belongings. After breakfast, everyone went to pack their things for the move. Hephaestus was still unsure if she should move, and Alex wanted to talk to her again, but Hestia intervened. Hanging onto Hephaestus, she began to act like a child. Seeing her friend's behavior, Hephaestus dismissed all her doubts and began to pack as well. Having packed their things, they took one last look at the empty house they had recently lived in. Everyone looked at it wistfully, and Hephaestus was the saddest, as she had lived in this house for a long time. Alex suggested putting a barrier around the house so no one could enter, and Hephaestus agreed. Taking one last look at her old home, she left with the group. When they arrived at the site where the ruined church once stood, they were surprised to see a beautiful mansion in its place. The foreman, finishing his reports on the construction, turned around and saw Alex's group. He approached and asked how they liked the mansion that his men had built. Alex shook his hand and started a conversation about how they managed to build such a house in such a short time. The foreman laughed and said it was the result of many years of practice. Laughing along with the foreman, Alex asked if there was anything else left to finish or if they could start moving in. The foreman replied that all the work was done and they could move in. Alex signed the documents confirming the completion of the work, handed over the remaining money, and even gave more since the job was done excellently. After saying goodbye to the foreman and his men, Alex's group entered the house and were amazed at how well everything was done. All right, this is our new home now. You can choose your rooms. Hephaestus, once you've chosen a room, tell me where you want to set up your workshop, and I'll take care of it, Alex said, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. And Tsubaki, if you need a separate workshop, let me know right away, Alex continued, shifting his attention to Tsubaki, who was contemplating his words. Hestia, you haven't forgotten that we have a date today, right? Alex asked, standing next to Hestia and watching as everyone dispersed. I haven't forgotten, but after we all settle in, I need to go somewhere, Hestia replied, blushing. And where do you need to go? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. It's a secret. Anyway, you have to wait for me by the fountain at 6 p.m. Got it, Hestia replied, pointing at Alex with her finger. Alex laughed at the aggressive Hestia and went to choose his room. After choosing a room, he went to check on the others and see if they needed any help. After checking on everyone, he returned to the first floor with a sad face because everyone had shooed him away, saying that in terms of aesthetics, he couldn't help set up a girl's room. Alex's own room was quite empty, as there was nothing in this world he wanted to place in his room, and he always carried all his necessary items with him. While Alex sat in the main hall with a sad face, the girls were setting up their rooms. Hestia decided to approach Hephaestus and talk. Have you settled in, Hephaestus? Hestia asked, entering her room. I'm almost done. I'm about to go look for a place for the workshop. And you, Hestia, are you finished already? Hephaestus asked, turning her gaze to her friend. I don't have that many things, so I finished quickly, Hestia replied proudly. Hephaestus just smiled and shook her head. And what are you going to do now? Hephaestus asked, putting the last item in the closet. I'm going to the god's bath because I have a date with Alex today, and I want to look my best for the date, Hestia replied shyly. Hearing her words, Hephaestus felt a bit sad, thinking that she would have a chance to go on a date with Alex in the future. Would you like to come with me? Hestia suggested. I can't, because I need to set up the workshop, Hephaestus declined, saying she had other plans. After the conversation, Hestia rushed to her room to grab her things for the bath. Hephaestus shook her head at her friend's hyperactive behavior and decided to find Alex to help with her workshop. Meanwhile, Hestia made her way to the bath to enjoy its services. Approaching the bath, she felt a bit shy about entering, as she had never been able to afford such luxuries before. Putting aside her thoughts, Hestia entered, focusing solely on her upcoming date with Alex. Once inside the bath, Hestia undressed and wrapped herself in a towel. She then entered the hot springs area, looking for a quiet spot where she wouldn't be noticed or disturbed. Finding a secluded corner and trying to avoid drawing attention, she headed there to start her water treatment. Hestia didn't want to attract attention, fearing that the other goddesses might bombard her with questions. However, a pair of orange eyes were already watching her. The goddess with those eyes watched Hestia with a smile, pondering how to approach her without startling her. As Hestia settled into her spot and prepared to relax in the water, she didn't notice when another goddess quietly approached her. What are you doing here, Hestia? I've never seen you in the god's bath before. An elegant voice jolted Hestia from her relaxation. Nice to see you, Demeter. What brings you here? Hestia asked, looking at Demeter, who had approached her and was glancing around, hoping that the other goddesses wouldn't notice her. I'm just happy to see an old friend. And you still haven't answered why you're here, considering you've never been to this place before, Demeter said, sitting down next to Hestia. I just decided to come. That's all, Hestia replied, shrugging her shoulders, mimicking Alex. Really? Because it seems like you're lying, Demeter said with a sly smile, watching Hestia, who was pretending to have come just to relax. Why would I lie? I had some free time and decided to visit this place. That's all, Hestia said, trying not to reveal the true reason. Well, if you say so. Don't you want to talk about the child in your family? There are many rumors about him. It's best to hear it from the goddess who took him in, Demeter said, showing interest in Alex. Why are you interested in Alex? Hestia asked in a defensive tone. I'm just curious, since there are many rumors about him, like how he defeated a giant on the first level and leveled up faster than anyone else, as well as the incident with Apollo, Demeter said, looking at Hestia. Hestia thought for a moment and decided to tell Demeter how she met Alex, what he had done, and how he cared for her, leaving out the story about Apollo. After sharing everything, Hestia continued to boast like a proud mother or a lovesick maiden who thinks her beloved is the best. I see that love has blossomed in your heart, Hestia. I'm so happy for you, Demeter said, placing a hand on Hestia's cheek and looking at her with a maternal smile. And if I guess correctly, you're here because you have a date today. Hestia tensed up and tried not to look in her direction. So I guess right. Hey girls, Hestia has a date today, Demeter shouted to the other goddesses who were bathing. Hestia realized she had been caught. The goddesses heard Demeter's words and, remembering who Hestia was, realized that one of the 3 virgin goddesses in the heavens was going on a date today. Like hungry wolves, the goddesses rushed to where Hestia was, eager to question her about everything. Meanwhile, Alex was unaware that Hestia was being interrogated by goddesses eager for fresh gossip. He was helping Hephaestus and Tsukaki set up their workshop for work. Time flew by as they worked, and it was already time to head out to meet Hestia at the fountain before their date. Alex was pondering what to wear, not knowing what Hestia would be wearing, so he immediately dismissed the idea of a suit. After some thought, he decided to go with something he usually wore during his studies. Wearing a red plaid shirt with a black t-shirt underneath, black pants, and simple shoes, Alex looked in the mirror and nodded, satisfied with his choice. He asked the opinion of the women in the house, and they said the outfit would be fine unless they were going somewhere fancy. Thanking them, Alex checked the time and realized it was time to go, as a man should not make a woman wait. Arriving 15 minutes early, he waited by the fountain. As he waited, his thoughts were occupied with how Hestia would look, hoping the situation wouldn't repeat what happened with Belle in the cannon. Sitting on the edge of the fountain, Alex noticed Hestia running towards him, dressed in a pink blouse and a black skirt. He was most surprised that her hair was down. She had looked cute with braids before, but now she could be called beautiful. "Alex Cohen, I'm sorry for making you wait," Hestia said as she reached him. "It's all right, I didn't wait long. This outfit looks great on you, and with your hair down, you look simply stunning," Alex replied, complimenting her. "Thank you," Hestia said shyly. "Well then, are you ready for our date?" Alex asked, extending his hand to her. Hestia smiled and was about to take his hand when suddenly a pair of hands embraced Alex from behind. Alex, feeling the soft touch on his back, turned his head and saw a beautiful mature woman with long golden hair and orange eyes. "So this is your child, Hestia? Up close? He looks even better," said the soft voice. "Demeter, why are you here?" Hestia shouted, pointing at the goddess hugging Alex. Alex realized he was facing a situation similar to Belle's in the canon. "Such beautiful eyes your child has. Do you mind if I join, Hestia?" Demeter said, examining Alex's vibrant eyes. "Go away, Demeter. You're ruining my date with Alex. Leave before the other goddesses arrive," Hestia said, pointing at Demeter, who was unwilling to let go of Alex. "And who said I came alone?" Demeter asked with a sly smile. As soon as Demeter said this, goddesses began appearing from all sides, having been watching the scene. Although some remembered what Alex had done to Apollo, they relaxed seeing his calm reaction to Demeter's actions and decided to approach. The goddesses surrounded Alex and started asking various questions. Their voices merged into a jumble, and Alex couldn't make out what they were saying due to the sheer number of questions. Hestia, who had been pushed aside by the goddesses, stood with her mouth agape, not understanding what had happened. Surrounded by the goddesses, Alex decided to use one of his secret techniques to escape. He transformed into a child, which surprised everyone, and broke free from Demeter's grasp, running towards Hestia. "Hestia, stop standing there like a statue. We need to run," Alex said, rushing over to her. Seeing Hestia's unresponsive state, he picked her up. "Nigurandeo," Alex shouted as he fled with Hestia in his arms. "They're escaping. Catch them," one of the goddesses shouted, pointing in the direction Alex was running. "But how did he become a child?" another goddess said, not understanding what was happening. "Does it matter? What matters is that he became very cute, and now I want to hug him even more," replied the first goddess. "All right, girls, we need to catch them," Demeter said, looking at Alex with a maternal smile. Alex, who was running at that moment, felt a chill on his back and glanced back at the goddesses. Seeing Demeter smile, he ran even faster, fearing for his innocence. Having escaped from their pursuing goddesses, Alex and Hestia ended up on a high bell tower with a stunning view of the sunset and the city of Orio. "Sorry, Alex Cohen. I didn't know they would chase us," Hestia apologized, standing next to Alex and looking at him. "It's all right, Hestia. I also didn't expect to be chased by a group of goddesses one day," Alex replied with a laugh, which made Hestia laugh along with him. "At least we found a beautiful place to have our date." "Look, Hestia, what a beautiful view we have from here," Alex said, looking at Hestia and pointing at the sunset visible from the tower. "It really is a beautiful place," Hestia replied, gazing at the setting sun. "Hestia, I promised you a candlelit dinner, but unfortunately, we were interrupted," Alex said, looking at Hestia, who was admiring the sunset. "It doesn't matter. I feel comfortable just being with you," Hestia said with a beautiful smile. "Hestia, in all the time I've spent with you, I have many things I want to say to you," Alex said, looking at Hestia as she smiled. "What do you want to say?" Hestia asked, her cheeks blushing. "I could say thousands of things, but I'll say just a few," Alex said, taking a deep breath. "I love you, Hestia, and I hope to spend all my time with you," Alex continued, gazing tenderly at Hestia. Hestia, hearing his confession, blushed deeply and didn't know how to respond. Unable to tear her eyes away from Alex, she gathered her courage and decided to take a bold step. Summoning all her willpower, Hestia embraced Alex around the neck and kissed him gently. "That's my answer. I love you too, Alex, Hestia said after the kiss. Hearing her response, Alex's eyes widened. He laughed, hugged Hestia tightly, and kissed her again. It was a simple kiss, filled with the love of the demon king and the goddess. After another kiss, Alex and Hestia continued to enjoy the sunset, holding hands, finally expressing their feelings for each other. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, the couple realized it was time to head home. Alex helped Hestia down from the bell tower, and they walked home hand in hand like a loving couple. As they strolled through the evening-lit Oreo, illuminated by lanterns, they enjoyed each other's company, ignoring the passers-by. However, their encounter with the group of goddesses who had been searching for them was imminent. I found them. Grab them, girls, one of the goddesses shouted, pointing at the loving couple. Alex turned at the shout and saw the goddesses rushing towards them. Frowning, he realized that these goddesses were completely tactless and had spoiled everything again. Shaking his head, he lifted Hestia in a princess style. Hestia, not expecting this, clung to Alex's neck, holding on tightly to avoid falling. Feeling her grip, Alex darted into a vacant alley. He told Hestia that he would get her home and distract the crazy goddesses himself. Hestia protested, asking him not to do it, but Alex just smiled and said they wouldn't catch him anyway. After sending Hestia home, Alex waited for the goddesses who continued to pursue them. When the goddesses caught up with him, Alex started running away, laughing and shouting that they wouldn't catch him. While running from the goddesses, Alex decided to throw his mana blade in a random direction to escape. As soon as the blade was thrown and collided with something, Alex vanished right before the goddesses, who thought they had cornered him. Finding himself in an unfamiliar empty room, Alex began to look around to understand where he was, until he was interrupted by a voice.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.